5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Clever. Took my robot, did they? Bad move.
Enemy team is pushing forward.
Hello.
My ultimate is almost ready.
We need to catch up.
Party time, let's go! Keeping it in time.
That needs exfil. Let's stick with it.
I'm on fire!
This is a good push. Commencing the pump.
Forward spawn activated.
Dodge this.
Oh, let's break it! Damn!
It's go time. This ends now. I want that robot back. Let's go.
Stop their push! Stop the robot! I'm on my game now!
Do not provoke me. Time for the reckoning.
Let's start it! Let's go!
You got too close, didn't you? Wait! You call that a fight?
Good to see you.
Greetings.
No one can hide from my sight.
Welcome back to Earth.
Let the Kitsune guide you!
Escorting the robot.
Someone shot ya. Hello. Good to see you.
Forward spawn.
Hands off!
I feel
Forward spawn activated.
My sound barrier is almost ready.
Mountain insect.
My ultimate is almost ready. Oh, let's break it! Damn!
my ultimate Hello. Robot pushing.
This ends now. No one can stop me! I want that robot back! Time for the reckoning! Now I truly feel alive. Powered and ready to fire.
Forward spawn west.
Hey.
Hello there. No one can stop me.
Favorite part.
Stop the robot.
Looks as easy.
My ultimate is charged.
You're the focused leader.
That's much better.
Have the robot! Get over here!
Back off. I got you. Oh, let's break it. Damn! Let's break it. Damn! Bring it out your
Time for the reckoning! It's go time!
Only
30 seconds remaining.
Look at that push! This ends now.
still wins.
Personne n'échappe. Regarde. Огонь!
Thrusters. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
願えば平和は訪れよ
Hey, it's Kiriko. Come on, everyone. Be careful. I am restored. They'll have to go through me. My ultimate is charging. Mecha securing the point. 날 이길 순 없을걸? My ultimate is charging.
Objective lost. Start the payload.
Yo. Hello.
وريهم قوتك.
Nerf this!
Team kill.
I am escorting the payload.
我が刀は鏡なり
끼고 있네. Initializing. Back in action. Substitute. Nothing gets past me. Get up! Say something! Assessing your injuries. Dynamite out! What is not emotion?
Do something.
Experience tranquility.
Looking so effective!
وريهم قوتك.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Neutralizing projectile! I am collapsing off! Initiating defense matrix! Engaging thrusters! Rolling payload!
Double, triple, quadruple kill.
Activating summon!
Complete. Score 0-3. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle.
Hey.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
끼고 있네. Initiating defense matrix. 껍질.
forgotten the
I'm on the payload.
covering you.
Nothing gets past me.
وليهم قوتك.
No bounds. Feeling better? Forward barrier.
Somebody call. Stick with the payload.
Oh, how's my KD?
Eliminated. Solid work. This ends now. Clear out. Railgun charge hold. I'm reloading. Decompose. وليهم قوتك. I'm on fire.
Greetings.
Come on. Get apagando las luces.
steady.
This ends now.
Cooling down.
Destroy them.
Neutralizing projectile. Diving in.
Into the iris.
Little girls have no place on the bench. There is no time. We attack now. Admirez mon cher. I decisive this.
Round 2. Complete. Score 3-3. Initiating match.
Yo, また会えたな。
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. You can't. Defend objective A.
Hey.
Objective A captured. Escort
Ultimate charging.
10 seconds. Overtime.
You're powered up. Get in there.
It's a skill issue.
Round complete. Score 4-3. Switching sides. Initiating match. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Nothing gets past me. Hey, it's Kiriko. Diving in. Neutralizing projectile.
Double
Don't blink next time.
team kill.
Blew him out of the...
Neutralizing projectile.
Now go get him. Kitsune no kagizune o toki hanate!
Pass into the iris.
Cooling off. Bless me.
Objective lost. Stop the payload. 30 seconds remaining.
Don't let them lose the payload.
Payload is approaching its destination.
Looking.
In every region, the greatest teams have answered the call.
You just have to play absolutely perfect. This is insane.
They fought to make a name for themselves. Every move, every play.
This could be a full cap.
Just doing so much damage.
Brings them a step closer to glory or ruin.
Just hanging on, somehow, still going.
The best of the best will battle for honor, pride, and prestige.
And there it is, a 4K for Zera.
Stars will rise. Rivalries will rage.
Jiwoo is just decimating.
And champions will claim their place on the world stage.
That is Daddy.
This is the OWCS Stage 1 Playoffs.
Hello and happy International Women's Day, everyone. Welcome to our second playoffs week. Stage 1 regular season is done, and we're so close, so very close to determine which two teams of both NA and EMEA will be representing their respective region in Hangzhou for the championship class in just a few weeks from now. And if you're watching once again, of course, you will not be leaving empty-handed as long as you connected your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, because that allows you and gives up the opportunity to earn drops. And as you can see, we have different drops from last week as well, so make sure to go and grab them while they're around. I'm sure we're gonna have new ones for Hangzhou as well, so it's going to be good stuff. As mentioned right at the start, we're done with the regular season round robin portion of stage 1 and are currently working our way through the first playoff bracket, from which the top two teams will then emerge each and every stage to compete at our 3 live events this year. So here's the schedule. We're right there in the middle with the playoffs. Promotion and relegation is coming up very soon as well, and will be played out before the Champions Clash in April in Hangzhou. And that's not the only live event we have this year. No, we're gonna have a mid-season championship being played out in Riyadh in July, and then we're gonna finish out our beautiful season with the World Finals in November in Stockholm, Sweden at DreamHack once again. So lots of great stuff on the horizon, and you know what? Some of the voices that will bring you all the action are here with me today. They're in this room right now. It's the Triple J's, Jake, Jack, Johnny, and they're joining me for today's show. Bring them in. There they come. Here they are. Wow, there they are.
They're in the room with us.
Are the Jays with us now?
To summon the goodness. How are we doing, gentlemen?
Doing good. It's the biggest day of the year so far. Got teams qualifying for the first major.
It's true. I mean, yeah, the finals are tomorrow, but really today is where it's at, because today is when we find out which teams will be going to China. So let's tee up the EMEA bracket. All right, let's take a look at our EMEA teams and talk about how we got here. Thoughts so far? Obviously, VP has been dominant, and they continue to be dominant. We're playing in a new meta, that potentially has already changed within like the last 4 days. Who knows?
Yeah, it's still in flux. It feels like we obviously had the weird Simtorb thing after the Hazard, and then we had the Malga, which was just the screen assault with colors, and Juno Rays and double cages, triple cages with echoes, which we saw in NA. So yeah, I expect anything here today. I mean, both these series should be pretty close. The VP Alcatsi one, they just went to 5 in the regular season. So yeah, that's going to be a banger.
I mean, this is just Overwatch these days. I feel like with the new format with hero bans, this is something we've got to expect, that these teams have got to expect, that through even like a playoffs bracket, 1 week apart, right? These 2 weekends of play, things change. New metas, come out. I was really impressed with Nightmare's comp in NA using the Brig Juno, but with a Hazard, Genji, and Sombra. So like a really different take on what's really strong right now. And I think, Europe is ripe for disruption with teams being able to bring new strategies here.
And here I can say we have the top 2 teams from each region, which will fight it out on an international stage, starting in Hangzhou in China. Now, of course, we also want to quickly touch on the Asia region and the China region, which is back this year, so we're all very excited about it. But let's start with the Asian region. If I had to make a guess, I'm just going to pretend I didn't watch it. Korea on top?
Yeah,
crazy.
The non-Korean teams in the Asian group stage are they're struggling. They haven't taken any maps from any Korean teams, so it's looking pretty good for top 4 out of Korea.
Yeah, it looks good. I mean,
Any honorable mentions?
I mean, Miku Fan Club.
Clubs.
Yeah, it's been a fun
Honorable
watch,
mention.
obviously. Yeah, the team with Frogger and Romani as well, and Chex, obviously, the legendary Color Hex. It's been a fun team to watch, but yeah, like Jay said, Crazy Raccoon Team Falcons have been taking maps off each other for 2 years at this point, and then Zeta Division 2 are already punching up as well. I mean, yeah, it's pretty dominant from them so far.
Yeah, the big question is really like what teams are going to make it, right? Because we have Crazy Raccoon, Zeta Division, and Team Falcons. Those are like the 3 favorites to qualify, but only 2 can make it. So who's gonna miss out?
Yeah, I mean that match.
Chinese teams, they have their own region, guys.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at some of those teams, because quite frankly, there's some exciting ones as well. This one, of course, Rock Esports, sporting a lot of very well-known players.
Oh yeah, Bellasria, Choicer one, Lengsa, and then Molly as well in the backline. Bellasria, the ball god on Rock Esports. Man, I'm so excited for China to actually come back. They got a lot of intense backline coverage too, like in terms of coaching. They got J-Mac in there, No Hill, Kariv is also there too. Like this roster is pretty stacked. I mean, look, Choicer one came up and blew up in the Overwatch League for a short while on the Charge. Yeah, dude, Choicer one is kind of the go. Diaz in the DPS line as well, pretty damn solid.
I do want to out Johnny though, because he's not a fan. Yeah. He's confused. He's not
I just think, okay, I'm approaching this roster with caution, because you look at like once again, and I'm like once again, like star-studded lineup, like that's all-star level stuff, right? Then you look at this lineup and you're like, love Choice one, but they're like the Bellasria gives me some crazy ball energy. I'm just like, it's gonna be a fun team to watch. But once again, this is the big team. Like this is the big roster. This is insane.
Yeah, but you can only have one like super team. You can't have 2 super teams. So you know, leave Rock be. Once again, though, that is the Chinese super team. I mean, like top to bottom. Mew, by the way, not a new player. You know Mew?
Yeah. Oh my god, the new Pokemon name. I'm losing it. I'm losing it.
Extra Veltol. Next year he'll be Mewtwo probably at this point. Like every single year a different name.
Yeah, so this is Veltol, for those who didn't know. And if you don't know who Veltol is, that's Xerneas.
Yeah, of course, Xerneas, aka Veltol, aka Mew.
Yeah.
How could you be confused?
The yearly rebrand, like every January 1st, he's like, new year, new me,
new Pokemon,
new name.
Exactly, it's bringing new identity. Hey, doesn't matter as long as he performs. I'm so excited to see them in action, because they're putting in the legwork, you know, the groundwork. They're setting those players up for success. They have a team house and everything. They're in it to win it. Here, a peek at their team house. Snacks on the floor too. They're locked in.
Dude, they're ready to go. This reminds me of the old Spark Team House as well. Like the glass walls are just a classic. Like, oh man, I'm super excited to see this team and region back as a whole as well. Like we're also in a good Sojo meta, by the way. So Shy is hopefully just going to come, like show up and just dominate the competition.
Shy overclocks. Shy
exactly.
Even so Shy with the overclock perks.
Sign me up. 22 Manus. Oh my goodness.
Shy is taking the more energy on overclock perk, I promise you.
Yeah.
He's like, I want to one-hit the enemy.
Yeah, not me up. Send me in.
Yeah. Send me in. That's a good transition, Johnny, because you're hustling out there.
Send him in. Send him to China.
Trying.
So I saw these photos, right? And yeah, I just asked in the replies, can I come visit? And they said, of course, as long as you pledge us to win every match. In parentheses, if you're having trouble warding off the spirit of Bad Pachimari while making threads, I can send you some crystals and incense. And I'm just all the way in. I'm just like, I'm there. Like, buy me the flight ticket. I'll be there. If you lose, send me the incense, send me the crystals.
That was a caveat.
Just send it to me. Just send it to me.
Because you didn't mention them having to send you.
They're paying the travel now, Johnny. I see. I see. Put that on as a rider.
Follow-up tweets.
Well, okay.
First class.
As far as I can tell from this conversation, all they get you is some esoteric stuff and a place.
If they send me incense and crystals, they work. I trust them.
They work.
They're supercharged.
Okay.
This guy.
Fine. Once again, crystals work. Source Johnny.
Yeah, source Johnny.
Not to be confused with a player crystal. Yeah.
Well, either way, we're very excited to see them in action. However, we here are only covering EMEA and NA for now, so let's dig into this. Taking a look at today's match schedule, we're just 2 days of play away from finishing up this bracket, and we got some banger matches today, guys.
I mean,
oh yeah, absolutely. Like, look, I said, and I pointed out at the very top of the show, the Virtus Pro OWCS game went to 5 in week number 4. OWCS have been looking even better week after week after week in the playoffs, looking better. Are they eventually going to take down VP, like the stage 1 undefeated regular season champs? Like, oh man, that is going to be just an unbelievable series.
Lambda's on a whole new level this season. I like saw Lambda in the World Cup. I was like, oh, that guy's actually pretty sick on Pharah. Like that's like more of a niche pick, something like not super surprising but impressive. And then he just comes out on Sojourn and he's taking the game over against some of the best players in the world. Like this is a player to watch, right? He's played on big stages, he's performed on other heroes, and now he's expanding his pool. I feel like Lambda's one of the most exciting players right now in the region.
I love the rise of so many Saudi players over the last couple of years. Like they make that big splash, right, during the Overwatch World Cup that they won. Suddenly they were on everyone's radar. But like, if you followed the Saudi League earlier on, or like years past, like there's been so much talent. So it's great to now in this open competitive format to see them in action and see them have a shot. Now, Twisted Minds is up first. They will be going up against the Ultimates. Let's chat about those two teams then, starting with Twisted Minds. I mean, they're having a good time in the meta as far as we can tell from yesterday. They kick things off with a banger against Gen G. And when I say banger, I was like, just like they were, I'm not going to say
banger
that.
for them.
Yeah, banger for them, not for the opposition. That was a convincing 3-0. We saw Hardy back in the mix, Amaga, Quartz doing Sojourn things. That seems like a good meta for them.
I think this meta has been really good for them, but honestly, I've just been really impressed with the backline, the stability that Funny Astro provides on the main support, and then Psycho and Quartz have been a really great DPS duo for this squad. And although I feel like the stage didn't start the way they were hoping, a little bit slower than they would have liked, I feel like they're really hitting their stride for playoffs. And even if there is some kind of meta change, I feel this team is a little bit meta-proof. Like they've got TVNT if they want to play more of an off-tank meta. Quartz is having huge games, playing with tons of confidence, and I mean, this is what you need to pop off in the playoffs, is your hit scan to be taking the game over, Funny Astro making it incredibly hard for you to actually punish this hit scanner backline at any point. I think they have a really powerful setup here going up against the Ultimates.
Talking about meta-proof then, if we're looking at the Ultimates, I mean, their performance was a little bit more streaky throughout the regular season. And while, yes, they also won their first match here in the playoffs, it was the 3-1 affair against Team Peps, who they did clap back, vividly remembering Route 66. I don't know if Peps was just that good on the map, or if this was the Ultimates dying on the Kiriko over Brick Hill, especially when they play against the Diva. What gives? How do we rate the Ultimates?
Yeah, I mean, Exodial had a thing to say on that Route 66, but for the most part, I think this is the Ultimates who have ended up in a meta that really favors them. This is what they're really comfortable playing. I think they shine when KSA on the tank is able to go aggressive on a hero like Maga, be proactive, and set up the rest of the team. What I'm worried about for the Ultimates is if the game slows down, if we're not going to play Maga as aggressively, because then you're putting more pressure on your damage players to really perform. And I think we've seen so far for the Ultimates, they haven't really been able to find their groove and chases in the mix when they're trying to set up dives, or when they really slow things down and relying more on Kai. So this Maga meta has been a blessing for the Ultimates. The big question is, like we talked about in the pre-show, are we still on a Maga meta, or are we going to see something else this weekend?
Let's take a look at our community preds for this one to see which way they're leaning. Whoa, okay.
That's good. I like that. Yeah. It's good.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's reasonable as well, just given the performance we've seen from the respective squads. Not just in the playoffs thus far, I think just like over the course of the regular season.
I will say, TM3-0 this team last time they played at the end of the regular season. It's a new meta, things have changed, but have they changed enough? I mean, I think Twisted Minds are a heavy favorite right now. I feel like Twisted Minds are going to qualify to make it to China here, and I have a lot of faith in them. I think the Ultimates are kind of on their last legs in this match. This is the time to turn it on if there's anything left in the tank.
Absolutely. I think all of the talent had Twisted Minds making it all the way through alongside VP. Let's see if our prediction comes true or if we're wrong, as that does happen occasionally. When I say occasionally, I mean very often. We'll find out in just a second. This is the first match of the day. Loser goes on home and the winner will stay alive in the lower bracket. Let's see who's going to come out on top. And for all the action, Johnny and Jack are going to walk us through the map set and the hero bands.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zoe. Let's get into this. Johnny, Twisted Minds, and the Ultimate lower bracket semi-final, and both lower bracket teams as well. They started here. They didn't get that extra life like Genji and Peps did, who started in the upper bracket. So Twisted Minds and the Ultimates trying to make a big splash, trying to move on to the lower bracket finals, and then hopefully to the grand finals to secure their space in the Stage 1 finals over in China. We're going to Nepal as our first map. Johnny, with Twisted Minds picking it.
Yeah, honestly, not really what I expected. This is a team that loves playing Legion Tower, so I kind of expected them to just go that pick again. That's how they got off to a great start, 3-0ing the Ultimates in the previous matchup. But yeah, going to Nepal here instead, banning the Diva as well, which is another pretty interesting ban here, considering, you know, how much they like playing it. Hadi is going to be in the mix, though, so that kind of like tells you that they're going to play Mauga here, Jack. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, I think KSA also rocking that. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. We'll get the nameplates. Yeah, there we go. KSA and Faith and Sky, of course. It's been a bit of an interesting support lookup throughout the different regions. We've seen a little bit of like Juno Kiri, but Juno Brig does seem to be the strongest of the backlines currently. Of course, Funny Astro prefers being on the Lucian, and we see that. But Psycho on the Venture here, Johnny, what do you expect of this?
Yeah, it's interesting actually, because Twisted Minds, they're playing double speed here with the Venture. Kai gets the first pick of the Hadi here, but this is a Twisted Minds roster that's probably going to play pretty fast.
Yeah, Faith already end up going down there. Kevster cleans up Quartz and Irony. A pretty quick fight as the Ultimates should have been capping this point. Twisted Minds there they weren't fully team wiped, but they aren't going to step up to this, especially if with Hardy going down first.
Yeah, I think what's interesting here for the Ultimates is that this is a team that really shines when they're being proactive, when they're pushing the tempo, and like I said, when KSA goes aggressive. Right. So they might not even give Twisted Minds an opportunity to really set up anything with this Venture in the first place.
We'll see how slow the Ultimates do end up getting with these comps. Quartz looking for a railgun shot, but then no one's giving them the opportunity to get that initial kill. Kevster blowing that to reflect pretty early is kind of bad for him, but now Quartz is just getting focused down. Two different directions Quartz is looking at then onto the point. A little boop. Psycho doesn't end up killing KSA, but jumps off the edge of the map. The Ultimate still in firm control of this point, and Kevster just trying to get these cleanup kills. A couple of missed shurikens though, as Funny Astro and Irony are gonna force to reset. Irony's 1 HP, by the way. Yo, that ends up going down.
Yeah, there we go. Two pretty clean fights for the Ultimates there. You know, haven't even used an Ultimate yet, haven't really built them yet, but this puts the Ultimates in a really good position here in the first round, where you start to get these Ultimates going, the Orbital Ray and such, and the Ultimates looking pretty favored so far.
Yeah, looking dominant, honestly. Orbital Ray available from Sky as well. Look at Irony's ult charge right now, 65%.
Good to see you.
Slow rotation from Quartz too. It's just like Kevster's going to go down first, but here's the Orbital Ray in response. Sound Barrier ends up coming in for Funny Astro too. First target for Astro is going to be that Brig, forcing Faith into a position he doesn't want to be in. Orbital Ray does end up expiring as Kai's life is but the same. Faith although going down is Twisted Minds. They end up getting this cap. Orbital Ray expended from the Ultimates, but that's it. They come back with 4 Ultimates, Johnny.
Yeah, they come back with 4 Ultimates, 78%. I mean, you're so happy if you're the Ultimates. Like, you've built so much percentage already, and now you can set up these fights with these Ultimates. It's going to be interesting, Psycho here on a little bit of a flank here. You have to, like, kind of put yourself in a good position to get value out of this Orbital Ray. Let's see, Psycho here on the flank. Can he get something going in the backline here? Kai, under some pressure.
Finds a little dislodge there. Doesn't gonna find too much else. Use that burrow in the doorway. Here comes the blade. Here comes the cage. Funny Astro trying to run, but pinned to the floor, sadly. And this tectonic shock as well on top. It does absolutely nothing to the Ultimates. I mean, the entirety of the Ultimates were just subjected to the rally from Faith, so they were happy to try and take Psycho in that mess. And with 85% on the board and an overclock to boot, Ultimates, they're going to set up the round for success, and they're just going to go straight to the spawn. Quartz has already taken a shot to the body, Johnny, so Quartz has to back off. And remember, Twisted Minds have to touch. Psycho ends up going down. Looks like Funny Astro is going to be the player to do it, but gets whip shot by Faith. The next on the board for Twisted Minds might be the Malga, might be Quartz, who has the dash up in 3 seconds, but not enough time to get there as Ultimates take quite a clean round 1.
Yeah, it's a great push there to make it hard for Twisted Minds to push here. But Jack, you gotta think here for a little bit. Do you think Twisted Minds are overcooking it a little bit? I mean, Venture, you got Lucio, Juno coming out there from the start. I would have honestly thought that Twisted Minds had a pretty good chance in this Mauga mirror to kick things off, right? But instead, you go out with this little wonky double speed composition. You're trying to set up these flanks with the Venture instead. And Ultimates, I don't think they were under any pressure whatsoever that round. So Ultimates, you know, they're pretty happy just playing their game into Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it feels like a comp that has a lot more pressure in it, having double speed. You want to go right at them. You want to just punish the Brig. You want to punish Sky as well, but they were just unable to do that. But to be fair, Sanctum is a bit of a weird map to do that on too. Lots of opportunities for you to get booped, of course, and pretty like static and slow kind of comps as well with the Sojourns. Both teams rocking out with the fire though this time, Johnny.
Yeah, a lot of poke coming through here. Can obviously align with the railgun shots from the Sojourn as well, so crucial for the damage pierce here to combine efforts.
Yeah, taking a small 1v1. Nice little direct there by Kevster. Taking Psycho pretty low. Point unlocked as Quartz ends up going down. Twisted Minds not on the point either at this moment in time. Looks like Ultimates are going to make the first move. And now you're in a tough spot against Kevster. Although booped up into the little room there. Funny Astro tried to take him down, but yeah, look at this. Just a push into the back line. You lose so much damage once Quartz dies.
Yeah, you do. I mean, the railgun is so incredibly important, not only for obviously one-shotting the support players, but also just pumping damage into the Mauga, right? And like fending off that team. So KSA pretty happy to just walk in there with the cardiac overdrive and finish off the remains of Twisted Minds after Quartz goes down.
Funny Astro switching over from Lucio as well. So deciding, yeah, maybe we do need a bit more of a defensive backline on the Brig.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. This is what Twisted Minds should do, right? I think this has been a great composition for them. I don't see a reason to change.
All right, we see the small push in. Quartz yet again taking a body shot from Kevster. Cardiac overdrives on both sides. Little charge there away for Hardy. A little bit of ring around the rosy right now. Looking for someone to chase. 33 HP. Jumps on the mega health pack, but still so low. Twisted Mind struggling to get through this gate. And Funny Astro ends up going down. Orbital Ray will end up coming in as well as that rally. So this fight for Twisted Minds is over. They can't push into this. 2 big ultimates expended though, so you're kind of happy with that, but the time is ticking for TM.
Yeah, it really is. And Twisted Minds, they might feel comfortable here considering the fact that they are coming up on support ultimates. You got an Orbital Ray. This is kind of where I expect the ultimates to go aggressive. KSA in with the cage, have Kai with the overclock, sit on the high ground, get some shots in, or even Kevster coming in with the barrage to help out in the cage.
Man, look at how tough it is to get through this choke point right now. Like you said, the amount of spam, right, from the Farah. High ground for Quartz, trying to find headshots, finds one. Can he get the second shot? The cage is just being an absolute nuisance for Quartz right now, but still ends up going down, luckily. Psycho's barrage will do that to a Mauga cage, as they do end up finding not quite a team wipe there. Eventually, Faith ends up going down as the ultimates forgo the point, but once again, put themselves in a good spot. 94% on the board.
Yeah, and the crucial player there was Quartz, coming in off the flank and really put the ultimates in a bit of a weird spot, like in between main and in between the high ground. So great flank from Quartz with the overclock, sets up the rest of his team. Now though, you got a cage and you got a rally up against Kai's overclock here. This will be a tricky fight for Twisted Minds to navigate, and they don't have any room to fail.
Mutual stun, look how low KSA is already going, somehow being kept alive though. Cardiac overdrive and a ton of healing from Faith and Sky to keep him up. This overclock found absolutely nothing for ultimates. They couldn't fight that because KSA was too low.
Yeah, great stuff. You weather that overclock. KSA goes in deep, actually. Here's a cage from Hadi.
All right, cage. KSA ends up jumping in, but Sky's the first victim to fall to Twisted Minds. But look at these rockets coming through. I mean, Psycho was sitting outside of the cage at that point, and there's not much you can do as the Mauga. You have to have your supports come into the cage, but then it puts them in a weird spot. They end up losing that fight, and Twisted Minds only used the single ult.
Yeah, only used the single ult. They've been getting a lot of ultimate value here. And now, if you're looking at the ultimates, you will have a pretty similar support ultimate timing here for Twisted Minds and the ultimate. So this round could go the entire way here, Jack.
Yep, rally for Astro, Sky closing in on that orbital ray. Slowly but surely, KSA trying to keep his health topped up as much as humanly possible right now and try and trade space with Hardy. Orbital ray for Sky, there it is. Now the party can start for Twisted Minds. Or well, we'll see if their rally can actually see them through it. Nice little bash onto Hardy to start off with, though. In front of him, that was Astro just trying to get the shield, so he didn't take infinite damage, but unfortunately with the rate, it's just too much. Even the barrage from Psycho, not enough to clear the ultimates off of the point, as Faith halfway through that fight got a rally of his own, and that'll be point. There's the flip, and there is going to be the map as well. 99 to 78. The Ultimates just a full control, it felt like, Johnny.
Yeah, it really looked like it. I mean, the Ultimate's so comfortable playing this composition. We've talked about it. This has been the best composition for the Ultimates pretty much the entire year, right? Like throughout the stage, they didn't really find anything that worked for them. And now you go into this Mauga meta and you can play the Brig Juno, looking real good so far in map 1. And off to a great start against Twisted Minds, who had first map pick. They had first ban. So dug themselves a little bit of a hole here, Jack. This has really opened up the series for me.
Yeah, it's really tough, like, coming back into an orbital raid like that. You have that rally.
Yeah, it is.
Funny, Astro was trying to, like, get in there to try and disrupt a lot of that damage, build up the overhealth a little bit so Hardy can then push in. Their look on the Lucio didn't look so hot. And how you were mentioning, Johnny, about the slow nature of the way they want to play. Just with Astro in, you're expecting to go fast, but they weren't able to really crank up the pace at all. It was a bit more of a slow game. Good look so far from the Ultimates. Of course, they need to win this series. Loser here goes home. Winner here will go up against the loser against Virtus Pro and OWCS. We'll see if times will change, though. Twisted Minds obviously picking this map, Johnny, being the highest seed.
Yeah, and again, I was a bit surprised we didn't see Lijiang Tower come in. Instead, we head over to Nepal here. Obviously, they had a plan in mind. You know, when you come out with the Juno and the Lucio like that, and you have first map pick, obviously, you feel really comfortable playing that, Jack. That is something you've played in scrims. It's worked out for you. So they had a plan. I just think you have to give credit to the Ultimates for actually like working around that. You didn't let them set up with the Venture on Sanctum. And then it was pretty straightforward, you know, finding picks on Quartz early. That set up the Ultimates for success there on the second round as well.
Some of that Zoe picked up on at the top of the show was how the Ultimates were very slow to start, and they only picked up 2 series. Like, they were 2-5 coming into the playoffs, started in the lower bracket. They don't have that extra lifeline of like, okay, we lose the upper bracket semis, we go down to lower brackets quarters. You know, it's fine. Like, we get that extra life. We can retool our comps. We can rechange our game plans or whatever. They come in as the lowest seed, which is crazy. On everybody's books, they were one of the best teams coming into stage 1, and then having this kind of look, only winning series versus Vision and Sakura. Like, it was not a good look for them. But what a time to come alive, realistically. Obviously, I don't want to be a one-map Andy or anything, but they look pretty good so far. But what a time to come alive in the lower bracket and then maybe sweeping your way all the way through. Of course, now is their chance to pick a map. If you were Ultimates, though, where would you really want to go?
Well, if I was Ultimates, I wouldn't want to go to Route 66. Right. And I think that's where we're headed. Because I think Peps, they really came out with the recipe for success when it comes against the Ultimates. Picking Route 66, it is one of these long-range maps, right? And you probably want to play double flex support. We saw the Ultimates, they brought out Twilight in that role. But because you get both map pick and you get first ban, you can ban that Ana. So you kind of force Twilight to be subbed in, but not to play Ana. And I think this is just one of the looks that Twisted Minds can sort of throw at the Ultimates to put the Ultimates in a pretty uncomfortable position. They can no longer play that Brig Juno backline with the Mauga that we've seen them have so much success on.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that exact situation before, right, with Twilight being subbed in. Looks like they're going to ban Twisted Minds, going to ban Zarya. Tracer ban for the Ultimates is, like you said, Route 66 is the map pick here.
Yeah, that is interesting indeed. So that is going to clear, you know, pave the way for double flex to be played. But we didn't get any substitutes either, it seems like. So we might just stick with the Brig Juno here, I'm assuming, Jack.
Feels like it. Not sure you'd want to run the Lucio here, but you never know. Let's have a look at the defense, though. TVNT jumping on to the Sigma. Psycho on the Torb again, much to his disgust, I'm sure. Would rather play something more fun, but the Tracer's been banned, unfortunately, Psycho.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds are pretty comfortable playing this double poke kind of composition, and if they can play the Sigma, you know, that's a great look for them. But I found the Ultimates, like, I'm pretty happy still, though, that I can play Twilight here, and I can flex over to the Ana if need be, because that is Twilight's best hero. Like, come on, he's an Ana legend. This is what he does best, right? So Twisted Minds pretty happy just letting Twilight play his comfort.
Yeah, and TVNT obviously being subbed in, you're expecting a lot of off-tank, so a little bit of Sigma. But KSA is also on his best heroes in the D.Va, so, oh no, tell a lie. Quick swap here for the Ultimates. Faith on to the Juno, KSA now onto the ramp.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds banning the Zarya here might be a bit of a protect ban here as well for them. So maybe they're just really comfortable playing this Sigma. Maybe this is kind of what they've cooked up in scrims here to really deal well with the Ultimates.
Always tough pushing against the Sigma comp, to be fair. The amount of spam is ludicrous.
Oh, yeah. Especially here.
Nice little boop off the high ground as well. Can't let KSA jump onto the payload straight on top of Big Earls.
Oh, nade.
Turret kind of rolling, though. Turret actually rolling Kevster in the front line, but it doesn't matter. Good nade, yeah, like you said. Faith, Kevster, dead. Pause with the double. All right. There's another nade coming in. Does that end up catching Irony and TVNT? Violet hits one, but... or Twilight, sorry, hits one. That's a quick team kill. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, and I mean, you have a Juno here, so maybe you can help your team back. Irony doesn't have that speed. Not sure if there's going to be quite the timing here to push anyway, but... You know, the ultimates are kind of building towards this Nano. I think this is kind of a situation where you kind of need Kevster to pop off here with a future Nano Blade in hand. Like, you kind of have to just get deep, deal with the Brig, deal with the Ana, something like that. Otherwise, playmaking going to be pretty hard to find here for the ultimates.
Yeah, Kevster can't quite find an avenue into this fight either. Trying to get a flank, a bit of damage down, a little bit of pressure. Swallow with the Nano. Irony setting up for a big bio grenade, though. Ends up missing. Kevster doesn't end up getting Nano straight to the back line. Instant kill onto Psycho, dashes straight up to the high ground. Rock connects, though, although before it did, Quartz just nailed him with a right click. A Nano boost onto Quartz, an easy kill onto Faith. This overclock just so deadly in the hands of Quartz. A double kill as Kai and Faith end up going down. Make that a triple as Twisted Mind, another team kill. Only 2 minutes to go. Looking a little bit warm one-sided than Ultimates really anticipated here, and they haven't got a Nano Blade either.
Yeah, I mean, they look really comfortable now, Twisted Minds are, because you have that Flux in hand, of course, you have a rally, and if you think about the Ultimates here, because that Zarya was banned, you can't lend Kevster one of those Zarya bubbles, right? So instead, you're playing this Ramatra, but there's a lot of ground here for the Ramatra to cover, like Vestigari does Juno speed ring, kind of like send them in with the Annihilation, right? But I think Twisted Minds are going to be pretty happy peeling that, so it's a really tough approach here for the Ultimates. I think Kevster or Kai kind of just have to come up clutch here.
Nade ends up connecting in the backline, and Irony the first to fall as Kevster pops the blade. A beautiful nade followed up with a couple of slashes from Kevster. Quartz also ends up falling, so okay, eventually Ultimates are going to get this one popping. Point capped, 3 minutes and 30 in the time, man, because they team kill Twisted Mind.
Yeah, finally get the job done. That's such a relief as well. I mean, because you know, Jack, they've been full held here twice by Peps, of course, so the attack has obviously been a big problem here for the Ultimates. So just capping the first point, now you set yourself up for, you know, a pretty good offense here. Twilight's building towards that Nano. You got an orbital ray coming up here as well. Kai can set up on this wide angle, so...
What am I seeing?
Sorry. What? What do I see, Jack?
Jumping on the Mercy. Yeah, okay, this is Pocket's Quartz Hour, I think. We'll see how this ends up actually working out. TVNT goes down. Resurrection, of course, with Funny Astro available, but Ultimates are going to make it exceptionally hard for that actually to connect. I didn't have this on my bingo card,
no,
Johnny.
I did not either. Someone's been watching OC videos. What is going on?
Yeah, we'll see how this ends up trailing out for them, because Twisted Minds, they do end up losing a lot of space here. Okay, high ground control for TVNT. He's back. Double support ultimate for Ultimates as KSA actually runs back to spawn, changes to Diva.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? Because now you're investing a lot into Quartz here. You really need, you know, your Sojourn to pop off. Irony with the Biotic Grenades as well, going to be pretty valuable to eat. So KSA, again,
wow, KSA is 1 HP.
Just lost the mech there.
My goodness, the burn on KSA there.
Yeah, lost the mech. That's not good. Still have ults here.
Yeah, they're going to actually use the orbital ray. The flux tests end up coming through from TVNT, but Kai ends up nailing Quartz. Resurrection available for Funny Astro. A good little sleep there onto Kevster. Okay, Astro ends up going down to the That's what you get. That's what you get playing the Mercy. KSA ends up picking up 2, and Nano boost on to Psycho of all people. A minute and 30 now on the clock for the Ultimates. Hunting Kai there. There's the kill. Okay. Twisted Minds, they're holding on for now.
They are holding on. I mean, they are just fully invested in Quartz and Psycho here, right? Because you got the damage boost, of course. You're setting up these wide angles. You're kind of betting on Ultimates getting picked before these fights kick off. But now you have a Nano Blade for the Ultimates. This is a massive win condition with 1 minute to go here, Jack.
TVNT trying to claim this space on top of Garage right now, but here comes the Blade. It's going to get popped. The main target right now is TVNT. Astro and Irony unable to keep him up. Another nice double slash there onto Quartz 2. 1 kill, and Funny Astro high in the sky. Pop the Valk there, but Twilight and Kai tag him out of the skies.
Yeah, that's going to be a second point capture there for the ultimate. See, funny Astro, are we swapping?
Astro
Okay,
gonna
we're swapping
switch?
back to the
Yeah,
point.
okay, break.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. That makes more sense.
Yeah, I mean, the second point is way more open, right? So, like, maybe you think that Brig, you know, there's going to be some diminishing returns because you don't get the same amount of Inspire healing. Here on third point, though, makes a lot more sense to swap back to the Brig.
I need the railgun here for Kai to try and open this one up, and he's going to pop it straight away. Psycho takes a body shot, hits the reflect. Any more bodies for Kai to shoot at? Just the mech for now. Oh, Quartz, though, overstepping slightly. Takes a headshot from Kai, and now they can try and move on in, claim this space on top of the truck, top left.
Yeah, getting this wide angle is a big key here. Irony under pressure as well with the biotic grade. There's a lot of dangerous stuff from the ultimates here. Twilight, Kevster,
super low.
Twisted Mind's under so much pressure.
Self-destruct available as well for KSA, so can play super aggressive. And look at this wide angle now they've taken. Kai and Faith up on high. TVNT still trying to check him, but the payload, Johnny, it's still moving.
It's still moving. You have a Nano here. Who are we going to put it on?
Not quite. Nano boost on TVNT. Straight to the back line there as Faith succumbs to the micro missiles. Twilight might suffer the same Faith here, but a good little sleep for the backup. Irony just tags with one shot.
1 minute to go here, Jack. The ultimates, they are again coming up on this Nano Blade from Kevster. Best you can really hope for here, I think, because Kai, you know, is going to be tough to get value when there's a diva in your face here as well. I think the ultimates, you kind of just betting on Kevster to pop off here with the Genji.
Big win conditions though in their backline. I mean, look, they're closing in on their rally, 20% away. Can just pop the neutral Nano on the Kevster and then maybe get the blade, right?
Yeah.
30 seconds to go. They're going to have touch to the payload's not too far away. And yeah, you're not wrong. Time. Oh, the nade's massive. Psycho, Funny Astro, emergency popping that rally to try and get value. Nano actually deployed onto Faith, but oh, TVNT comes up with a massive double kill and actually de-suits KSA as well. Oh, Twisted Minds. They've only gone and done it, Johnny. 10 seconds to go now as the ultimates try for a desperation touch. TVNT basically lands 3 kills there with the mech kill as well. And there's no one to touch.
Wow. Wow, what a defense. I mean, that bomb in the end came in so clutch because honestly, with the amount of space that the ultimates were getting there on the third point, and they had a pretty decent ultimate timing there as well, this bomb from TVNT.
What?
Oh my.
Oh,
were they betting on the
was moving?
Yeah.
Oh my god. What? You don't see that. Like, just going for the remake self-destruct. Oh. Disaster struck the ultimates camp, Johnny. Unless it's rank games, yeah.
Yeah.
The platform getting a little +2 assist.
I mean, look, it's a moving platform, but it's not that fast. Am I being too critical? You should be able to move away from that, though.
You're not wrong, though. I think they were betting a lot on the Brig shield.
Because there was a rally going. I mean, that is the widescreen.
Well, unfortunate. And TVNT, you know, lands, what, 2.5 kills, I suppose, if you want to count the mech as like 0.5. But it's basically a kill because Baby Diva in the fights is pretty useless. Let's get a quick Twisted Minds listening as they set up for their attack.
Don't see that comp.
Probably Diva and a Brig. It's fine. It's good for us.
Yeah.
Yes, good.
Maybe mirror.
Nice.
Yeah.
Not too hard.
Yeah, it's easy. They have break. I see break. Don't see Diva.
Yeah.
They're maybe not spawn camping.
Yeah, they're bringing them out.
Yeah, I'm just swinging left.
Spawn camping. Diva close. I'm gonna fight outside, right side.
There.
I thought
Yeah, I'm gonna walk right one.
I tried Diva I tried Diva
Right side. I can't go back line soon. Wait, go back line soon.
Defend alone. No.
Yeah,
we have point. They're going back.
They're taking
Get
lock
you.
Come now, baby. Can't tell you.
Yeah, look irony.
Yeah. Link low. Diva. I'm just pushing down. Yeah, push down. Going to right side.
I tried at the top, okay?
Okay, I can't go to me.
No,
I can't. It's fine. You have.
Get you.
They're pushing. I'm with you, Astro.
Bring in. Help me. Yeah, I go.
I tell you.
Give it a shift.
Look for again. Get him. I'm meeting heals.
I'm walking.
Big nade there from Twilight to start that fight off. Hit 2. They ended up cleaning up 1. And Johnny, this is going to be a hard-fought effort pushing through this choke point against Twilight.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, another big nade.
Radiant. Another one.
Yeah. Quartz has to back off. Twisted Minds, they have to respect these nades coming in. TVNT is going to try and push Twilight off of the high ground, but kind of unsuccessful. They're going to be able to regain that pretty quickly, although that railgun should send Faith reeling a little bit.
Nano timing here.
5% away from for Irony, but here comes the Nano, a very early one, of course. A lot of those nades supplementing that ultimate charge. Good sleep, but it shouldn't land in all too much. No, they're good. Here comes the Nano boost from TVNT now, straight to the backline, but look at that. Ultimate's expecting this to kind of happen already. They do end up getting the D-suit there onto KSA, so TVNT jumps straight to the back line, but a good sleep from Twilight. And there's the kill on the Baby Diva. TVNT dead, so this push, I think, is going to be all for naught. They get a little bit push on the payload, of course, but a tough spot for a lot of teams this season. It has been this first point.
Yeah, I mean, Twilight is so comfortable, and this is kind of why you want to ban the Ana, right? Because now Twilight on the defense with the high ground, just raining down these nades, and that is really setting up the ultimates for success here. That is a great win condition for them, and now you're building some ultimate ultimates as well. You got Kevster, Kai, both with ultimates in hand here. Overclock, going early.
Psycho, bright purple. Astro with the rally actually bashes forward. Overhealth armor building up for Astro, but look at the focus fire onto the brig. Astro had 4 people diving straight to his direction. Quartz also ends up going down, and Twisted Minds with a minute and 30 seconds to go. They're getting chased all the way to spawn, and this might be a small stagger on the Diva 2 if they can get the DMAC.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they can quite get it there. They're going quite deep here. I mean, they're building another Nano here, which will be a great tool for them here. This is where Psycho needs to come up big here for Twisted Minds. Kai finds something on the quarry. It's going to set you back a little bit there. But we've been talking a lot about Kevster, of course, the impact he had on the attack with this Nano Blade combo. This is Psycho's turn to really come in big here for Twisted Minds with a minute to go.
Twilight's got the Nano, 10% away. He's going to have it, you'd imagine, before this fight kicks off, especially with how these nades have been landing. Psycho kind of setting up though, Johnny. You can see him hanging around this mini pack right now, ready to dive with TVNT. And there's the Nano boost, strains the backliner who's already landed a right click. Astro ends up bashing away. The deflect does do a little bit of damage to Kai, but Twilight with a sleep again. Again, he just can't miss.
Too good, man.
30 seconds to go now. TVNT does end up killing Kevster. Another nade gets launched in, but eaten up by TVNT. And while that commotion was happening in the back line, Johnny, it was Twisted Minds winning the front to back. They end up eliminating the front line of Ultimate, so a reset here is required.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough recontest. You do have time, even though you don't have speed. You did contest there. But this Quartz could come in big here with the overclock. Not a lot of big ultimates for the ultimates.
They got the self-destruct for the remake. Nade from Irony, eaten by KSA. Quartz trying to set up with a good angle on this high ground to get this overclock damage in, but still trying to actually find people is going to be the problem right now. Everybody's cowering. They knew this was coming, Johnny. There is KSA who is antied onto the point. There's the D-suit. Self-destruct comes in. Can he survive? Looks like he can, as Kevster finds the kill onto Psycho. A self-destruct from TVNT, who is also antied, but does manage to get back into the mech in time as overtime ticks down. And on the low ground of Twisted Minds right now, as Ultimates end up trying to match him. Funny Astro ends up popping the rally and a 3-man bash there, but an anti from Twilight again. TVNT and Funny Astro antied. They had to back up, and that'll be the halt. Ultimates with 2 maps now under their belt.
Wow. Just an unbelievable Twilight performance there. The Ultimates, they play so well around these fight conditions, right? Like the Biotic Grenade, the Ultimates, the Nano Blades. The Ultimates are playing the best Overwatch they've done so far this year, Jack. This is really impressive.
Oh, yeah. 100%, 100%. This is not the Ultimates that we saw. It's kind of worth keeping in mind, Johnny. Twilight wasn't actually around at the beginning of stage 1. He was still like traveling and actually getting to EMEA. So they weren't able to kind of get him in. And then once he arrived, you can see the impact there. Like Twilight was hard carrying that first point. Just beautiful stuff. Do you expect to see a little bit more? Like, where would you go right now if you're the Ultimates? Because you do not want to go to a Twilight or like Ana-centric kind of map.
Exactly. And I suppose you kind of still have the Ana ban in hand, but I think Escort is the best game mode to pull that out, right? Like maybe you could go towards a hybrid here, like Blizzard World. They've been playing Twilight there before, something like that. But I think that was kind of like your opportunity to get an Escort mapping.
Watch this.
Be honest, well, I mean, can we talk about the Mercy for a second?
Sure.
Do you see the vision? Because I can see the vision a little bit, but it's a little bit of cope. it's a little bit of poke that Cope is like a very spread out point. You can take these wide off angles. You have the Mercy going back and forth with the damage boost. Maybe the Brig doesn't get as much rally, but that is Cope. I mean, it's Mercy after all. I'm sorry.
What a sleep.
It's a crazy sleep.
What a sleep.
Twilight. I mean, player of the match for me so far, I think, based on that map alone.
Just on that map, we're just doing that. We're just doing the one map handy for MVP. I mean, look, it looked good. It's kind of, who knew Twilight, who's been playing since what, 2015, 2016, you know, like
one of the OGs.
Was
he on BK Stars with
he was on BK Stars with Alarm and Banar. Yeah.
Wow.
A late Alarm and Banar, yeah. So yeah, the guy's been playing for a millennia. And
that was 2016, by the way.
Kind of dominating. Yeah, it was, yeah. Since Apex Season 1, right? And like, dude, there's probably some people in our audience right now that weren't even born around that time, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, well, welcome to the Twilight era. Well, sorry, Johnny, sorry. Ultimates, they're up 2 maps right now. And Johnny, match point, most importantly. Twisted Minds, they don't want to go out here. They need to fight back, but a reverse sweep, it has to come here and now. We're going to jump to a quick trailer before we get into what could potentially be the final map in this series.
It is time to celebrate the glory of battle, the competition, determination, and the boom! What a shot! Again! Finally, a worthy title! From the ashes, rise again! It is not about standing atop the mountain. It is the climb! Ah, yes, I too own one of these weapons. It is just not with me right now. To battle! How could you not win with such an advantage? Show them you are superior, and bang! My armored fingers are crossed! Yes! Just what I had hoped for! The spoils of victory continue! Memories.
Free your mind. Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Present in the moment.
I will achieve my vision.
My arrows fly true.
To win is great. To win in style is even greater. Such a masterful display! Play it again! I will rewatch this one a few more times.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Top. I'm on point, dude.
Genji, you want Nino?
Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold card, we're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back's on cart. Come on, back's on cart.
Going in.
freaking sucker. Stop the car.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
All right, welcome back. Final lifeline for Twisted Minds. First to 3 format, of course, with the ultimates on what was a stomping, Johnny. On Route 66, Twisted Minds get their 3rd map pick in a row. We're going to Suravasa.
Yeah, interesting map choice here because I think this is a map that is really comfortable for the ultimates here as well. Genji is going to be banned, which is quite interesting. You force Kevster away from a hero of his preference, of course, here as well. But the Ana ban, it forces the Brig Juno lineup, and that is what ultimates they've been liking so far. They're still playing their comfort here.
Let's have a go. Let's have a go with it. Malga versus Malga again. And something you pointed out even in the first map, right? It was how good Twisted Minds and Hardy especially with this Malga composition. They are very, very good with it. But Ultimates have just seemingly leveled up. Their 3-1 against Peps look pretty damn good. Of course, they needed to make it here. They want to face Alcazia or VP. They want one of those big spots. They want to prove everybody wrong, right? They want to prove that they're not kind of, it wasn't just a weird fluke in the regular season. KSA and Faith going down first. Ultimate's still capping the point though. Just trying to make it a little bit more painful for Twisted Minds, but there you go. There comes the kills, and there comes the cap. 20% only for Ultimate.
Yeah, 20% only for the Ultimates there, but it's Twisted Minds, and they're playing very smart here. This is the way I describe Twisted Minds' playstyle here, is that KSA likes going in, being proactive, getting aggressive. Hadi is so cerebral on this Malga though. He knows exactly where to position his team and when to overrun back and forth and trade in this kind of like Malga duel, right? And that is what I'm looking out for with Twisted Minds. How do they set themselves up for success in these fights against the Ultimates?
Kev's taking a fair bit of poke damage as he tries to enter the fight. Although closing in on this barrage, I mean, he's 10% away. It's a couple of rockets as point pressure for the Ultimates. They end up half capping, but Twisted Minds, they're still juggling this corner. And here is the barrage for Kevster on this high ground. There's going to be a small push here for Hardy. Kev's is still trying to look for an in. Orbital Ray ends up getting deployed by Twisted Minds. And yeah, goodbye, Faith. Nice. No chance in that fight. Even trying to bash back there is just a death sentence. A late Ray, though, yeah, from Sky. They kill Psycho in disguise as Twisted Minds nearing overtime on this point. Both Sojourns unlocking their railguns, but Quartz has got a lot of bodies to shoot at, but there's just no damage to follow up after them. Finally, Astro also ends up going down, and the Ultimates, they're eventually going to get the flip here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big risk popping the Ray there, but they obviously saw something. They thought that was their best chance to kind of stay alive for this first point here. So great Orbital Ray by Sky there, great recognition that was going to be the pivotal fight for them. So you still have the point control here now. You have to be fault-free. You can't give up the point to Twisted Minds, of course, because they'll cap it out. But this has at least set you up for an opportunity here to win this first point, the Ultimates.
Barrage versus Barrage, but Twisted Minds have got a rally. They can sustain through a lot of this incoming damage if they pop this early. It looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. Irony now putting his entire team on the points, and Psycho just making it painful for Ultimates to come back in. Cajuns are getting deployed, but no, it doesn't miss. There's one person on the sidelines there. I think it's the Farah. Kev's actually trapped in, but he's around the corner. Barrage from Psycho nails KSA, and there's Twisted Minds getting the cap. Kevster is going to go down to Funny Astro, and the Pulsar Torpedoes will finish off Kai. There it is. Point on the board for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, great play by Twisted Minds there. Great cage from Hadi. You know, missed that, but got point control in the end as well and really put the Ultimates on the back foot. You do invest a lot of Ultimates here, so it's going to be a tricky fight going forward. I think if you're Twisted Minds here, just wait, build this Orbital Ray, and if you can, maybe force some Ultimates out from the Ultimates.
Oh, they're going to try and go early here too.
Yeah.
Oh, this damage coming in. Look at Faith's health bar right now. Cardiac Overdrive is going to make sure Faith stays at least a little bit healthy, but he's completely isolated. But the same could be said for Hardy. 10 seconds to the point unlocks as well. Good little cleanup there for the ultimates. Look at these. Speaking of which, ults coming up for this next fight. A team kill and the cap first.
Yep, it's going to be a fight win there for the ultimates, but it's not the worst thing in the world. You know, you win that fight with 10 seconds before the cap even opened, right? So just going to be a little bit of cap going the ultimates way here. Now, how do you set up though? You have 4 ultimates brewing here. We know they like to play aggressive, but this could be an opportunity where you poke, you take your time, and then just pop ultimates when you feel like Twisted Minds are closing in on you.
Funny, Astro's got a Ray though, so if they get a charged railgun shot with this Ray, it could be all over. Can use the overclock first, though. Kai just finding the collapse here on Hardy. Orbital Ray ends up coming in. Same with that cage. KSA takes down Hardy in this Orbital Ray in the cage. There's just no escaping. Just the oncoming damage. And they're going to stagger Astro a little bit. Or Irony, sorry. Just make him jump off the map himself. This, yeah, three ultimates invest in that fight. They still have Barrage. Ultimates in such a good position to win this point.
They are, but that was a big ultimate expenditure there, so that's going to allow Twisted Minds to at least have an opportunity here. They do only have the overclock. I mean, Kevster, is he gonna cook here? Do you think Kevster goes for a bit of a cook here with the Barrage?
Trying. It looks like they're going to try and wrap around main. It's going to be a really awkward touch, Johnny. Look at Hardy. He gets counter-stunned there by KSA. Barrage ends up coming in as Quad slides straight in to the implosion. That's the conk perk there taken by Kevster, resulting in an easy kill. And that is going to be 100-0 for ultimates.
Yeah, clean. Clean as you like. They use all 5 ultimates and they secure the point, Jack. That's how you do it. 5 ults in 3 fights. Brilliant stuff so far from the ultimates there. So tied at 1 apiece here. This is where Twisted Minds, though, they have an opportunity. They have a cage coming up on a rally here as well.
They're gonna go early.
This is what these mirror comps are going to boil down to, Jack. I mean, it's going to be how much value can you get from your ultimates, and can you build a bit of an ultimate bank for yourself here to make sure you always have a fighting chance, right?
Looks like they want to go early again. Quartz ends up getting out there with the dash. Double dash taken by Kai as well to navigate these fights. Overclock for Quartz, trying to find heads. Finds a body there of Kevster, but takes too much damage. Down to 3 HP. Healed up in time. Kai takes a headshot, but there's no follow-up. Point unlocked now as the push comes in for KSA, but pushes straight into his demise as that barrage laid on top of his head.
Where was bro going? Where was he going, man? Yeah, he goes a bit aggressive there. They're going to find a pick up the funny Astro here. Faith off the rally, but goes down as well. Trades all over the place here, Jack.
Yeah, the rally from Faith there. A little over-eager, I think. Tried to get the rally bash onto Irony.
Yeah.
But there was just no follow-up. And he kind of put himself between a rock and a hard place there, between the entirety of the Twisted Minds front line and back line.
Yeah, I think that fight kind of explains the Ultimate's aggression, you know? Like, they're not afraid to make plays here. Here goes KSA again. Cage out, though, Mari.
Yeah, Cage. And I don't think KSA is going to survive all too long. Nope. Cage gets destroyed in the end by the overclock of Kai, who's near the point currently. But you're going to get isolated and pretty, we're pretty quickly there. 50% and counting now for Twisted Minds.
They might need to just relax for, like, you know, a little bit. Just take 5.
Just chill.
Just chill for, like, a little bit here. This is going to be a crucial fight, though. Both teams with Orbital Ray. This is where you need some tactical mastery to set yourself up for good Ray value.
Speaking of Rays, they both get deployed at pretty much the same time. Kevster with the barrage, though, instantly helping the kill onto Hardy. Really nice damage. That was the fight they needed to win.
Yep.
And there it is. The fit will end up coming through. Now they got the cage to work with as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a neutral fight, though. I mean, you have this cage to work it. Can be tricky sometimes to get value. You know, you could use it for spacing, for example, or to just isolate someone. That always works, of course. That's kind of what it's made for. But again, though, this gives Twisted Minds an opportunity to maybe flank around, try to get some picks. Cycles coming up on this barrage. We'll see.
Yeah, Quartz also coming up with this overclock. So 2 DPS ults for Twisted Minds as they slowly make their way in. KSA is going to try and get in, pop the cage down, trapped a couple of people there. Barrage ends up destroying it though, and can he actually survive this damage? KSA, he ends up popping the cardiac overdrive, and all the heals being flung at him, it survived a full barrage pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, a brutal fight there. Twisted Minds, they gave it a go. They honestly did with that barrage as well. They tried to fend it off best possible. We're coming down to the last fight here. Oh, look at this aggression. I love this from the Ultimates.
Yeah, Faith ended up popping the rally, sending the Twisted Mind squad reeling a little bit, and they have to get in these. They have to get value. 90% and counting for the ultimates, and they're forcing them all the way back to their spawn. Quartz ended up double bashing towards the point. Kevster ends up going down, but they're going to be able to take care of him. No touches for Twisted Minds as the ultimate secure their second point.
I mean, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Like, they push so far up that Twisted Minds aren't even able to contest the point, right? So it doesn't really matter whether you win the fight cleanly or not. It's all about preventing the enemy team from not touching the point. I love that aggression from the ultimates. This is what they love to do in this composition. This is what they do best. Putting on a great show so far with this composition.
Okay, Twisted Minds, Irony, Rally, Cage for Hardy in 20%. Ultimates closing in on an Overclock Barrage and that Orbital Ray. It really is just the ult meta, you gotta be said. Hardy already going super low though. Oh, nice couple of shots there from KSA. Even that Irony Rally, not enough to save the Mauga. And there's the early cap for the ultimates. No other casualties though for TM. So they're gonna be able to quickly reset, Johnny.
Yeah, quickly a reset here. You know, I'm really feeling the moment here, Jaws. I mean, 2 points for the ultimates. They're up 2-0 in the series. Twisted Minds on the verge of losing out here in stage 1. This is when they have to step up and fight cleanly and start winning some fights.
Orbital Ray from Sky 2. We see how aggressive they want to be. Looks like Hardy's going to get in there first, though. Here comes the Orbital Ray. Can Hardy actually step up to the plate here? Cage available? No. He just gets a run over. Too much damage, and Twisted Minds, what feels like it's down to their final lifeline here in this map and in the series.
They're gonna go aggressive again, man. They're just out here with the barrage. They want to force a bad Orbital Ray here.
They're going in.
Just look at them,
They're going in already. Barrage ends up connecting, but Kevster doesn't secure a kill. Orbital Ray from Funny Astro heals them up and deals enough damage to Kevster to take him out. There was the lifeline. They've used it well. They're not going to succumb to this early barrage again, but look at the bank for ultimates. 99% perfection required for Twisted Minds now.
Perfection required from the rest of the way here for Twisted Minds. You got a Cage, you got a Barrage. It's a nice combo. You can set this up with the Cardiac Overdrive. But really, I mean, this is about as close as it gets here. There's a rally on the other side, Jaws.
Yeah, this rally is just going to be so hard to fight into, especially with these Cages, and KSA wants to go first. Hardy is going to try and match him. Cage gets to point. KSA just getting melted, though. The barrage from high in the sky. Twisted Minds, they're still holding on. Ultimates, though, Johnny, they've still got Cage. They've still got Rally.
Yeah, they're confident. They know how much pressure there is on Twisted Minds to win all of these fights. That's going to mean that Twisted Minds, they will have to be a bit more... You know, they'll have to spend more of these ultimates to make sure they win each and every single fight. That means the ultimates, they can sit back and wait for their time.
They're going to go early again. Rally's been popped, though. Hardy gets stunned in the front line. Quartz can't find any damage at all. Honestly, the guy's been carrying a lot of the fights for TM. Just can't find the damage necessarily with those ults. Rally, Cage ends up getting connected with Hardy, but Hardy takes down KSA. Overtime in session now for the ultimates as Faith finds two. It's a scrappy affair here as Kev's trying to land the shots required onto Funny Astro, but it is Funny Astro against the world, and he has been slain. The ultimates, they find the 3 points required and the 3 maps and eliminate Twisted Minds from the playoffs.
Wow, what an incredible game from the Ultimates. Them playing their comfort, all 3 maps, showing what they're about and showing what they do best, Jack. They've had a shaky stage 1 so far, but I think this series really just puts to show what they can do when they're fired up and when they play the risk game.
A 3-0 in the playoffs. Insane. After week 4, they got 3-0'd by Twisted Minds. The time to come alive is in the playoffs. They scraped in with a 2-5 record, but they're trying to make it all the way. They end up moving to the lower bracket finals. The loser of our next series will be their next opponent, and that series, both the upper and lower finals, is the series you need to win to lock your ticket to the China LAN.
Yeah, I mean, I expected Twisted Minds to kind of throw the Ultimates off their game here a little bit. But, you know, just looking at some of the bans, the map picks, it really didn't feel like Twisted Minds did anything to throw the ultimates off. They let Twilight play the Honor on Route 66.
Yeah.
We saw them play the Brig, Juno, Mauga pretty much on map 1 and map 3 there. And they just excel. Like, they play with aggression. They put the rest of the damage players in a position to succeed. KSA is doing fantastic on the Mauga. I'm a little bit shocked by Twisted Minds' performance here.
Yeah, I think everybody's expecting them to do well. I mean, don't look at our bracket predictions at all. Please don't bring those up. The Ultimates end up taking that series. We're going to jump over to the desk. Johnny, Zoe, take it away.
You mean Jake?
They're all the same. It's a white guy, name starts with J. Could be anyone, really. But for me, it is Jake joining me to break it all down. A very dominant showing. I mean, this is the Ultimates, what we expected to see, what we wanted to see all season long. And they're turning it up on the right time. How much of that is just a result or an effect of the meta? I mean, most of the players are playing on their comfort heroes right now. Twilight on that Ana was just filthy this game.
I mean, they look great on this meta, but I think a lot has to be said for the veterancy of this squad to pull it together after a tough regular season. And, you know, and honestly, even with those veteran players, I was starting to doubt. I was starting to think, okay, maybe these the Ultimate players, maybe they're not motivated, maybe they're past their prime. But here in the playoffs,
did you call them washed?
I was there. I mean, come on, they went 2-5 in the regular season. They finished it off getting 3-0'd by Twisted Minds. I thought this was being an open and shut series. I thought Twisted Minds also looked fantastic on the rough comp, or the rush comp rather. But to be honest, I feel Twisted Minds, they kind of overcooked this series. You know, I think just too much with the you know, they had like the Mercy on 66. They started with the Lucio on Control as well, and fell really far behind. Did you not see the vision? What was that, Zoe?
Did you not see the vision?
I did not see the vision on the Mercy. I was like, I just feel like Brig is better in that exact spot. I don't really understand. I mean, I guess.
I mean, you're also not buying into the Kiriko vision. Like for you, it just seems.
Well, everyone has also lost playing that, so I'm vindicated there. But I mean, you got to give it to these guys pulling it together. You got to give it to somebody like Christopher, right, for coaching this team, for staying confident that they can be really solid at this meta. They can bring it together after losing to Twisted Minds in pretty much the same matchup, 3-0, and they're able to completely 180 turn it around. And Twisted Minds, they were reeling throughout this series, even on Suravasa when they go back to that core meta Mauga style. They roll swap on support, so they're really floundering and sort of feeling the pressure, I think, in this series. Seems like their scrims from the last week maybe led them astray in terms of thinking the meta would go away from the Mauga, and the Ultimates just doubled down and they looked fantastic.
Absolutely. Let's actually bring in Christopher for a quick chat after the dub. They just... There it is. Hello, Christopher. Welcome back to the show once again, and congratulations on the W. Let's talk about the mindset coming into this. So we talked about, you know, a bit of an up and down stage. One, we had obviously high hopes and high expectations for it. You know, but you gotta go down in order to go back up, right?
this direction.
But now the trajectory is back up again. What was the mindset
like a slingshot, you would say? Would you not say like a slingshot? You pull it back and then...
Very much so.
Yeah.
But hey, you turn it up. You turn it up when it matters the most, which is of course in the playoffs. You had to start your playoffs run in the lower bracket. So was there motivational issues for the players, or was it just business as usual?
Motivation? I don't think so. I think one thing that we as a team have struggled with is we struggled to find our identity a little bit, maybe struggled with like the weight of expectations. I think everybody thought, oh, TU, like this roster's insane, this team is going to win everything. And we probably, if we're being honest, also thought that. And then when you don't win everything, I think it's really easy to be hard on yourself. So I think for us, we kind of had to, like, a lot of it was about finding our tempo, like understanding, like, teams I've always coached in the past have been historically very slow teams. It feels like the players I have right now, that's really the opposite of how we want to play. So there was a little bit of push-pull from me and the players at the start, but I think we're kind of more or less on the same page as of right now about how we want to play.
Chris, I'm just curious, talk me through like the mental side of this game right now for the teams, right? For you guys to come into playoffs in the lower bracket, you know, facing elimination in each match you play, and with one more to go to potentially qualify for China. You know, how do you approach that from a mental perspective, you know, getting the players to play their best under that kind of pressure?
I think one thing that whilst maybe the weight of expectation hurt is in the regular season, I think the experience of this team probably helps it compared to most other teams on the other end of it. Like a lot of teams, like maybe like VP and Alcad, they didn't have much expectation. So for them in the regular season, it was really easy to play their best. But now in playoffs, it really matters all of a sudden. And I think for us, we kind of had a little bit of a chip on our shoulder, something to prove. But I don't really worry about the mentality in game in terms of like how this team acts. Like there's no issues with performance. It was just, we just had to kind of unburden ourselves from that. And then I think now we start to have like a real identity.
Yeah, the identity was on display today. You guys seem to find your stride. We hope to see more of that in your next match. Christopher, thank you so much for joining us and best of luck in your next one.
Thank you. See you guys later.
Always great to hear from Christopher. Yeah, honestly, that is fantastic insight, though. Just you're coming in with confidence. If you have so many veteran players, and then if the performance doesn't match that, I'm sure, like, just community feedback aside, as a player, you got to be hard on yourself because you expect to perform a certain way, and if you can't make that work, that's going to be rough on the mental. Yeah,
it makes you want to look for excuses. You know, it can introduce friction into the team. You know, it can make people start to doubt one another. But I think it's a great point that, you know, under pressure, where a lot of teams might be struggling or you know, feeling that pressure, these are all players who played on the biggest stages in the world. They're all players who have experience at the very top of the game. And so now, you know, with the back against the wall, it's like you got to put all those excuses to the side. And any veteran player knows it. As much as through the regular season, you might be trying to figure out, okay, what's going wrong? How do we, like, what's mistakes are we making? How do we fix them? When it comes to playoffs, it's like, you know, you just got to play your best. And maybe all the players, you know, getting into that headspace together, so many veterans on this squad, they're looking really strong. However, you know, whoever comes down out of the upper bracket, I think is not going to be a pushover team. So there's still one more big hurdle for the Ultimates to get over to qualify for China.
Absolutely. And while the Ultimates are fighting their way up through the lower bracket, the star performances across the board are undeniable. One of them, of course, being Kai, an absolute sharpshooter. Go up against Kai and Kevster. That's gonna be fear-inducing. Like, no matter who you are. Like, that's just not the damage duo I would personally like to or feel confident going up against. And Kai showed us today why.
Yeah, you know, I think people have been questioning Kai a little bit through the season, you know, but honestly, this guy has just always been on top of the game. I think he's always been a super impressive hit scan player, but in some ways can be limited by the team around him, right? If the overall team synergy is in question, the hit scan player has much less space to work with, much harder for them to do what they want to do. But it feels like the team now played on a new level of aggression than we've seen from them in the past, and that creates space for somebody like Kai to really put in the work, and he's showing what he can do when he has the opportunity.
He will indeed. For now, we're heading into a very quick break. And when we come back, we're going to see Virtus Pro and Alcazia in the upper bracket. You do not want to miss it. This is the stage 1 upper bracket final. The loser will be facing off against the Ultimate for the remaining ticket to China. So a lot on the line for all of the teams that remain for now. As I said, quick break, and we're going to see you after that one. That's right. It's Facing Pugs. They're starting very soon, so make sure to head on over to fce.gg/PlayRankedPugsBeta to sign up for the closed beta and get a chance for early access. Right, Jake?
Lock in, baby. You gotta have those competitive matches. I'm kind of hyped to get on Pugs when I get the chance.
I'm sure you will get the chance. For this weekend, make sure to join the closed beta for a chance to win 1,000 Overwatch 2 coins. So yeah, fce.gg/PlayRankedPugsBeta. Just rolls off the tongue.
It's beautiful. It's like a single syllable.
Beautiful. Right. Same thing. Yeah, quick and concise, just the way we like it. We will give you some time to, check out the website whilst we waffle about our upcoming match. We're heading back into the upper bracket for this one, and I am so ready for it because we're gonna once again see the juggernaut of EMEA, Virtus Pro, who had a dominant season thus far. They dropped all but 3 maps, 4 maps if you want to include their playoff match against Gen G. Overall, they just look unbeatable, so solid, and very confident.
I mean, talk about weight of expectations for somebody like Virtus Pro coming through 7-0 in EMEA. I think Shockwave and JWoo have looked like the strongest, most flexible DPS duo. Vistola, I think in the past, people criticize him for his hero pool, but he has been pretty much the best tank in EMEA, playing everything. When this team can put Vistola on a comfort pick and off tank, they're some of the best in the world. And even when Vistola has been pushed onto main tanks, he's looked great this season. So, any weaknesses of this team appear to have been greatly overstated. The backline, Crispy and Canale, or rather playing against Crispy and Canale, Gala and Fixa having a huge series time and time again, even in playoffs, right? Like even when the pressure is on, this team has performed. However, the pressure never gets higher than this. This is the moment where all of that preparation, all of that early success in the season, well, it all comes down to this. If you lose now, things fall apart. You fall to the lower bracket. These are the teams under the most pressure when you feel like, oh, we're so close. We have 2 chances to book a ticket to China. Surely we'll make it. That's the ultimate mental test for these players.
Surely. Well, OWCS is the opponent there, the team in the way of it all for today. Now, that said, though, if we're looking at week 4, so that was just very recently, they played it really close. OWCS actually took VP to map 5. That was the first time a team managed to push them so much. In perhaps a little bit of a different meta, but we'll see. We'll see how they fare. In their match here in the playoffs against, what was it, Team Peps, I believe? They were proactive, reactive. They dictated the tempo. They had such a good time being comfortable in the meta that is being played.
Yeah, and I think they were also very creative, right? With Checkmate bringing out the Torb, they played D.Va at times. They really had a complex, nuanced read of the meta, not just forcing the Mauga 24/7. I mean, when they brought it out, it was solid, but they had a lot of diversity, and so that's something that VP are gonna have to contend with. No slouches themselves on the flexibility, but man, look at this guy on your screen right now. Labda has probably been maybe my most improved player this season, the most impressive in showing me something that I just had no expectation to see. Labda being one of the best hit scans in EMEA right now. I mean, the last few matches, just watching him work has been really shockingly impressive, and it's an X factor for this squad that you're gonna have to contend with for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and VP will be aware of that. I'm sure they studied the tape, but now proof is in the pudding. Let's see who's coming out on top and moving on to the finals tomorrow. Virtus Pro going up against OWCS for that spot. And for all the action, I'm going to send it back over to Johnny and Jack.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yeah, Johnny, this is booking your ticket to the China land. This is it. This map right here, Virtus Pro versus OWCS. Their recent performance, Johnny, from both sides, a little 3-2. Virtus Pro pushed to limits that no one thought they could possibly be pushed to in week 4 by OWCS.
I think we're going to have a lot of fun in this matchup because this is an OWCS team that likes to throw curveballs at VP. Virtus Pro is very much about slowing things down, having greedy backlines, and then finding picks with your damage players. And OWCS have shown prowess, and that's why they were played so evenly that previous series. Is they threw in the Venture, they threw in the May, they messed things up a little bit, and I think we're in for a similarly good series here, Jack.
Like Jake was saying too, not a team that is going to hard lock one comp. They have had a lot of little changes here, there, and everywhere, trying to find their own little place within the meta.
Yeah.
Ziad, yeah, hovering the Queen. Doubtful that was going to come out. Queen just kind of gets owned by the Mauga. But it will be the Sojin Genji versus Sojin Genji. So complete mirror on either side.
Okay, pretty straight up. You know, when I talked about a lot of different compositions and stuff, like, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
We'll get there, Johnny. It's all good.
With a good old neutral little Mauga mirror. Why not?
Yeah, we'll see if Labda can kind of perform, like Jay said, has been one of the most impressive, like honestly, show-stopping performances over the last stage. Compared to last year, especially, was more known of a bit of a, like, one of the wacky players. Like, okay, he plays a lot of projectile Pharah, you play a lot of the Sim, etc. But my word, his Sojin has just been lights out for the team, and it's been one of the biggest reasons they found success. Virtus.pro do end up capping first, however, Alcatia chased off of the point.
Yeah, chased off the point. Just battling a little bit in the neutral. Nice crit stomp there from Ziad. Just looking for Vixer. It's actually going to be Vastola dropping first.
Yeah, nice little stun there into the backline too. Jewu's in a bit of a tricky spot right now, just dashing onto the point, stalling out for a little bit, but yeah, good proactive play from Alcatia there.
Yeah, manipulating the angles in their favor as well, and they ultimately win out that little Mauga duel. And now building towards these support ultimates, just taking their time. I think these are going to be two teams that, you know, they like to take their time a little bit here. They're not going to be overly aggressive. They're going to try to identify a situation where they can play practically, where they can make a move, but they're certainly not going to rush into that straight away. Now we have two orbital rays on the field, though.
Yep, Gala about 3% behind. It's going to be able to get it now. There it is. Okay, both orbital rays from Landon and Gala, both in popped at pretty much the same time, but before you can blink, Johnny, Shockwave is already dead. Didn't even get a time to use the orbital ray. Gala Fixer also end up falling. Alcatia with a clean fight.
Yeah, it's a nice little rush there from Ziad, because before Virtus.pro are able to utilize this, you know, the orbital ray, Alcatia get all over them. They get in there, they get busy and get right on top of Shockwave, and that's a bit of a mistake, I have to feel like, because Sojourn, you have the slide, of course, you should be able to navigate that, but getting stunned early, bad sign for Shockwave. So that's the orbital ray out of the way. Now you gotta rely on the damage ultimates.
Yeah, speaking of which, oh my word, yeah, Fixer luckily out of there. Cage deployed, blade on top. Another cage coming in as well from Vastola. Checkmate has already slashed Jwoo in half. Nice little crit storm there onto Checkmate. They do end up coming up with a couple of kills, but this rally on point for Haku is going to get perma-pocketed too by Landon. 3v3 right now. The Sojin's looking for the damage required to finish this fight. Haku stranded, left alone on the point, but Landon's going to make it even. Both rigs going down. Now Sojin Juno versus Sojin Juno. Reinforcements coming in, but Alcatia is still stalling, Johnny. 86% and counting.
You gotta be so happy with that. Now you put yourself in a one fight win territory here, and yeah, you might not have the ultimate straight off the bat here, but this is now Alcatia playing with money in the bank. They can afford to take these fights a little bit how they want. Meanwhile, Virtus.pro pressure to get value from this Dragon Blade.
Haku is so low. Nice little kill though onto Checkmate, dashes straight onto the brig. No narrow required for Jwoo there. 2 kills will do for Virtus.pro.
That's all right. Now we can stabilize here a little bit. Got another orbital ray fight coming our way here. See how both teams kind of like poke and prod. Take on the neutral here to try to set up that orbital ray, but Virtus.pro, maybe a small little time here. You wanna go aggressive? Doesn't look like it.
Still Pulsar 2B just healing everybody up. Landon desperately trying to get the orbital ray, but Labs are going down. Yeah, that's a quick reset. They know they don't have too much time to mess around.
It's gonna be last fight territory here.
Yeah. Maybe Shockwave start this one again, potentially.
Yeah.
He's got the overclock. He's taking a lot of damage stepping up, Johnny. Here comes the overclock from Shockwave. Orbital Ray is going to come in for Landon, so Shockwave still with a dash in hand can just escort him outside the fight, but knows they've got a later Orbital Ray timing here on Alcatia. Can they actually survive through this onslaught of damage? They're nearing OT as well with 90% on the board, and they've chased Alcatia away.
The cage here from Vastola is going to be critical, Jack.
Well, here comes the cage. Overclock as well for Labjit, just trying to chew through this cage health, but Checkmate's already dead. 1 TPS down, cage eventually falls over, but look, they're falling thick and fast. A rally from Fixer bashes forward, separates the back line from the front line of Alcatia. And Virtus.pro, with the later timings on their ultimates, end up coming up with the win on round 1.
Wow. Wow, what a round to kick us off there. I mean, that is Virtus Pro playing their game. I feel like we have to take this time here in between these rounds, Jack. And we gotta talk about Shockwave.
Yeah.
Look, another veteran in the sport here. I personally am a little bit biased for Shockwave. I love this guy. Because he finds picks like he just did then. We spent some time, we talked about Virtus Pro back against the wall, couldn't afford to lose a fight, and that is when Shockwave comes in clutch. He finds that one pick onto Lambda that buys so much time for Virtus Pro to build ultimates and get back into that round, and that is why, in my opinion, Shockwave has been my MVP so far in stage 1 here in EMEA. I think the way Shockwave's been playing so far in this stage has been brilliant because he finds picks like that. He's a very smart player, and that is going to give Virtus Pro a big boon in the rest of this series against OWCS.
Last time they played it was a 2-1 on Samoa, with Virtus Pro taking the map. We'll see if history repeats itself. Very aggressive push in there from Ziad. Jay was going to try and take full advantage of this, bashing and helping his brig bash into the backline and just dashing in straight after. Really nice cleanup. Ziad went so deep there, Johnny.
Yeah. Yeah, it really pushed the tempo there quite a bit. And look, sometimes you just gotta do that, you know. If you think you can't stand up to Virtus Pro in this extended neutral, because it can get worrisome quite some time, then maybe you just want to rush in, you know, take some proactivity there. That is what you can do in these mega compositions, but didn't work out for Ziad right there.
Yeah, Jay-Woo fixed it. Big proponents in that fight. Oh, Shockwave, 9 HP. Okay, all good. Take a small breath, he's alive. How much longer, I don't know. Lambda's got a fully charged railgun and Fix is going to be the target. Easy kill onto the brig. Really nice pressure there coming through for Checkmate, helping Lambda set up with these kills, and which is what the Genji's going to do a lot of the time. Either the Genji ends up getting the dash kill after someone gets railgunned, or the Genji's poking someone out, so they get railgunned. Checkmate double jumping over Vestola there as he jumps into the lava. And as OWCS, they end up capping.
Yeah, it's a nice little Genji duel we have on our hands here, because another player that's been outstanding so far this stage is Jay-Woo. Now, Jay-Woo has spent most of his time on the Genji or the Tracer, I feel like. So we'll see later on in the series if Checkmate maybe forces the Echo, the Pharah, to force a wrench into that Genji duel. But both of these players spectacular on the Genji.
Yeah, one of my favorite players to watch this stage so far. Here comes the overclock from Lambda. Yeah, don't want any of this. Couple little shots ringing out onto Fixer. Fixer, that was an aggressive peek there. Doesn't end up getting healed up by Gala. Both support ultimates available from Virtus Pro now, and here comes the firepower from Shockwave. Straight up into the high ground as Landon just clips an overclock shot to the dome. That blade, though, mixed with that rally, just so sustainable in these fights as OWCS just trying to run down Gala now. Shockwave also ends up falling. Is that OWCS, Johnny? They're holding onto this point firmly.
They are. They used a lot of ultimates there, but you gotta say it was worth it, right? They had the perfect angle. They make it hard for Virtus Pro to really get in a good position to fight there. Shockwave went aggressive with the slide, but it's just a very awkward fight to take. Now they're going to go for a bit of a wraparound. They have the cage in hand here. Let's see if Westola can cook with it.
Oh, just pops the cage down.
Bait?
Where's the connections? Fix is already dead. The team from OWCS is split right now. Ziad is going to use that charge to get back to the rest of his team, but Vestola is going to follow him straight onto the point. No stuns initially, but Lambda and Landon come up with kills. Vestola needs to isolate someone, needs to take someone down, but the rest of his team are already dead. There's no damage right now on the side of Virtus Pro as OWCS, they're going to take us to a third round. They're going to hold forward here, Johnny, as well, just trying to catch the spawners who are going to try and touch.
Yeah, there's no way. You can't get the swap soon enough. Virtus Pro is gonna forfeit this stage right here. Great play by OWCS. Do you think that was bait from Ziad? Just overrunning through on in there, and then Vestola's like, what is happening? What is happening, bro?
I mean, it felt like he was trying to cage Ziad there, and then also you saw how close the brig was too, right? Where the brig was almost dancing on the edge of that shield range. That was a really nice play from OWCS. Ziad was. And on the Malga, it's like, okay, you don't really want to isolate yourself, but if you can stay alive and then just overrun back to your team, yeah, Virtus Pro kind of got picked apart there. All right, round 3 here on Samoa.
Yeah, really interesting so far. I do have to say that stage as well, it is really hard to retake, right? So credit to OWCS for getting cap control there, but then just making it difficult for Virtus Pro to gain any kind of positioning to regain it, right? So very well executed by OWCS so far. But this has been a stage that Virtus Pro have been excellent at. They like to sit back, they like to poke, and then secure first picks here. Jay-Woo working the off angle here. See if they can capitalize on one of these rails from the Sojourns.
Looks like small ground control here from Ziad. Takes a little too much damage. Yeah, has to overrun away. Stomp, followed up with a dash, and that's what you want your Genji to do, right? As soon as that stomp comes in, he dashes through, or at least tries to get a kill with some shurikens. Point unlocks, Virtus Pro. Johnny, they're going to get a first kill and a first cap.
Yep. No, they're so good at playing this stage right here. We have seen in the past, they like to play the Pharah, but the Genji look seems to be the dominant so far for both of these teams here. But now they can sit back. You know, they can take their time here. Let Shockwave build some of these rails. Jwoo, not going to be the kind of Genji that overextends a lot, but instead just capitalizes on what the rest of the team has to offer. So, OWCS, they have a bit of an orbital rate timing here if they can, but it's going to be quite a while until we get there.
Also, 2B to end up connecting with Ziad there, trying to keep him alive. You can see the pressure they're putting on the front line. Yeah, Haku ends up going down. The slow game, like you were talking about, Johnny, Virtus Pro expertly navigating these fights as OWCS, they're trying to make space for themselves with Ziad, but they're unable to do so.
Yeah, and it's really the polar opposite of the previous point, right? Because the previous point is very close. So Ziad can go for those aggressive overruns. He can be a little bit all over the map. But this one, you have to be way more tactical. And that is when I feel like Stola is really playing his favorite game, when he can be slow and tactical and outmaneuver his opponent.
It's kind of like one of his best heroes, right? In this Sigma, you need to play that slow style, right? That poke style. Wait for your timing, your opportunity to get in. I mean, look, 60% in building. OWCS, Johnny, they've not really had a fight yet.
Yep, haven't used any ults. First ult's coming out.
First ult's coming in. Landon does end up using the orbital ray. It's a good spot for Shockwave to be in. Can kind of jump around this surfboard, but this orbital ray timing here is going to isolate him for the rest of his team. Staying alive somehow, some way, though. And look at how overextended Ziad is right now. Orbital ray late for VP. There is a cap from OWCS, Johnny, but it won't be for long. As the rest of Virtus Pro just picking off the stragglers now.
Yep, it won't be for long there. And sure, Virtus Pro, they expend some ultimates there. I would expect them to go aggressive here. This would be the time where you can push up. You got a cage, you got a blade. It is going to be a tough fight, but at least that's put some pressure on Checkmate and Labda. Make it harder for them.
Cage Blade, classic combo. Cage Blade as well for OWCS with the rally too. Got ult advantage. They, of course, need to touch. So they're going to try and go for it. They're going to try and go for this early rally for Haku. Cage ends up coming in, but here's the play from Jwoo, just chasing Haku away. No one from OWCS could use their ults. Lambda's going to use this overclock, Johnny, but I think it's too little too late. Shockwave just takes him out. I mean, Gala, sure, he went down, and the point has been flipped, but there's just numbers on the point for Virtus Pro right now.
There's no way. Haku swaps over to the Lucio, but this has been a masterclass from Virtus Pro. Just dominant on this round, taking their time. And this is the challenge at hand, Jack. How are you going to take down Virtus Pro when they play as good as this?
The 1v5 Blade, maybe in 2016 that'd have worked, but not here. 2-1. History repeating itself thus far with Virtus Pro taking Samoa.
Great performance by Virtus Pro there, but at least we saw some signs of life from OWCS. I think the cope angle here is the fact that that was Virtus Pro map pick. That is them playing their favorite map. I believe they're, with that win, I could be wrong here, but I believe they're 7-0 on Samoa so far this stage. Again, don't quote me on that, but needless to say, they're extremely good at that map, right? And so I think if you're OWCS, you're just gonna say, well, that's their best map in the pool. Let's move on to the next one.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, actually, as soon as we get that out, we're good. We can pick where we want to go next. And the map they did end up going to next was actually Suravasa. And that was OWCS winning that one 3-0 versus VP. We'll see if it's kind of a different look, of course. The metas have been evolving over the last couple of weeks, but a lot of teams now kind of defaulting back to the Mauga. I personally thought we'd see a little bit more Ram, a little bit more, I wouldn't say like Hazard, but kind of what Korea has been playing as well, like a little bit more Diva maybe. But I think like a lot of EMEA teams are kind of happy to run Mauga right now.
Yeah, I think we can expect that the rest of the series. Ramatra was banned this map, right? So I think that kind of like, obviously can't pick at this map. But I do agree with you. I think we'll see more Ram. I think we'll see more Diva the rest of the series. I think the Suravasa pick would be a really solid one for OWCS here. That is something that they've done in the past, of course. And similarly, we've seen the Zarya ban come out as well to kind of counter what Vestola can do on that Zarya, right? I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here, but I think there's a lot of great opportunities in this series, Jack, to see a lot of different compositions and a lot of different bans to kind of force their opponent into a rough place.
It feels like Virtus.pro have not been swayed by the bans one way or another, though, as well. Like, if you look at their record, 7-0, a perfect regular season. Not the, like the golden regular season where you get no map losses. They had a few, a sprinkling. Their map 5 versus OWCS was the only map 5 they went to, Johnny. The only map 5. This team looked infallible coming into like even week 2 and week 3, in all honesty.
Yeah. Look, that's when OWCS came out and they played the Venture. And it was a pick that looked really good for them. They're really good at punishing Virtus.pro when they get into these non-speed lineups, right? When they're playing, you know, double flex support. When Fixa goes over to the BAP, which is, I believe we interviewed Fixa, and Fixa was like, yeah, I love playing BAP. So that is something Virtus.pro likes to do, and OWCS kind of had the answer. I think what is interesting from here for Virtus.pro is going to be, are we shying away from that now, or are we going to play more straight up? And based on map 1, it certainly seems that Virtus.pro are pretty happy just playing the straight up the meta with the Brig Juno and the Sojourn Genji. Yeah, we'll see if even Mauga ends up getting banned as well throughout the series. Of course, like you said, there was a Ram ban. So if we're expecting this to go to a map number 5, I'd imagine that will come through at some point. When we did go to Sorabasa, it was a Zarya ban on the side of OWCS and a Lucio ban for Virtus.pro. So we could see the same again if we end up going there. Yeah, it does look like it's going to be Esperanza though, which is another interesting mapping. That was a VP win on that map. It was. And that, looking back at the win, it's going to be the Zarya ban. And this is, you know, what I mentioned earlier, that VP, because Jwo is so good on the Genji, right? And Vestola is so good on the Zarya. That synergy just makes sense for Virtus.pro. Like, we can just bubble our Genji. Jwo is playing spectacularly, and we're really comfortable with that win condition. So OWCS, they get rid of that here. And that's also going to open up something like a D.Va, perhaps, or we just play the straight up Mauga. So it's going to be a little bit interesting. The Pharah ban comes out from VP, and, you know, while I'm ranting here, Jack, as well, previous time we saw this map, OWCS, I think it was a bit misleading because they couldn't quite figure out their composition. I think OWCS are coming in with a plan here on Esperanza and will look better than they did last time. Yeah, well, look, now's the best time to have a plan, Johnny. I'm going to be honest. You need a plan, actually. Match on the line. You need a plan as you go into a game. Normally, when you go into a game, there is a plan that needs to be had. And look, the winner here does lock themselves not only with a place in the finals for Stage 1, but also a ticket to the China LAN. So you've got to be on your A game right now. OWCS has been the dark horse team throughout EMEA. They've taken VP to a map number 5 already. They have been honestly lights out of the last few weeks. There's a team that's been extremely enjoyable to watch as well, just on how many different comps they're able to run, and like they want to run like Ziad on as many tanks as possible, it felt like, and it has been just a real good showcase of flexibility too. Esperanza's the map though. As we load in, OWCS pick a Zarya ban on their side and Pharah for Virtus.pro. I think OWCS, to kind of echo your point there, they are one of the 4 teams here, or I guess there's 3 now with 2 semis eliminated, that could kind of bring out anything, and I'd be like, all right, they've got something planned. They've got something cooked here. Yeah, I believe in the OWCS cook here. I'm not going to fall for the spawn picks, but you could see them going a little bit unconventional here. Oh, you don't think Gala's going to run Zen? They're going to run Zen Brick? Well, Virtus.pro, why not? They could certainly do so, but is CL going to be on the ball? I don't think so. We'll see. Gate's going to open. Every team needs a Wrecking Ball player, Johnny. But no Wrecking Ball today. It looks like it's going to be straight mirror again for both sides. Yeah, I'm wrong so far. I thought we'd see a few different compositions, but so far both teams pretty happy just playing the meta. We'll see how it comes out on top. See how long it takes to the first fight as well. Mentioned it a few times, but very reminiscent of Colosseo, this map. Here we go. See, that's actually... Oh, my goodness. Where did Fixa go? Where'd he go? Instantly killed. Good shot by Lambda. Nice couple of shots, in fact. Those railgun charges really easy to build up versus these Mauga comps. And, well, I said how long would the first fight take or the first pick? Not long, apparently. Hey, that was fast. That's a fast fight, Jaws. They got busy real quick. And maybe that's a little bit of an indication of the playstyles we're seeing so far from these teams. Vestola, we talked about it, did great on Samoa sitting back. Ziad opting to go more aggressive, want to create space for his damage players. All right, luckily a quick recontest. No Lucio's, but you still have the speed ring to come out of spawn with.
But this is the fight. This is an important fight here because this will dictate who really controls this high ground permanently, and it makes it even harder for like the defenders in this regard to defend against that first checkpoint being taken. Checkmate, Shockwave end up trading, but Labja's Handley kind of dealing a lot of damage from this high ground position. A Bastion from Fixer could be disastrous. A counter stun though comes through, and here comes Jwoo. All right, Haku dead. Labs is still trying to find some kills, but as Virtus Pro put him on a bit of an awkward angle. Normally you like that as the Sojourn there being on that staircase. They have to peek Q, but Jwoo is once again just coming up with these neutral picks on the Genji.
Yeah, so clean with it on the Genji. Just playing around the rest of the team. You rarely see Jwoo go in and just kind of int, right? Like sometimes when I'm playing the Genji, I'm just, I'm overextending a little bit. Jwoo never does that. So smart with his play. And now Virtus Pro, they have the high ground. Opportunity to drop the support ultimates quite early here.
Oh my word. Well, Labja takes down Shockwave, and what a spot he's on right now too. Here comes the Orbital Ray though, and the rally from Virtus Pro. They're going to be able to easily win this fight, especially with the cage deployed too. They know how important this fight is to win, and win it quite handily too. Should be able to push towards this checkpoint, Johnny. OWCS, they're catching this wave respawn, but looks unlikely they're going to be able to touch before the checkpoint goes over to VP.
Yeah, you'll get the checkpoint, and that's a bit of a burden lifted off your shoulders there as well. You know, if we're to start thinking about the Avril law, the law of Avril, is that what it's called? You know, if you get 100 meters...
Yeah, Avril's, yeah.
Yeah, Avril theory. You can get 100 meters quick. That's real good for you, right? So Virtus Pro on their way already. OWCS with a bunch of ultimates here, though. See how they go about taking this fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was an expensive ultimate fight, right, for VP. They used 3 ults. Blade for checkmate though, dashes through the brig already. Good little bash there. Very aggressive, but can't actually connect with the kill. Landon's actually the one that secures it, but here comes the return Blade from Jwoo. Orbital Ray, rally, pot from OWCS. Another expensive fight. Bots in their control though. As they now get it through that midpoint, stopping those forward spawns for VP.
I would honestly take that if I'm Virtus Pro. Like, we got out 3 ultimates. We got out the Blade, both support ultimates. I honestly take that, and you can probably contest here before the checkpoint as well. So, Virtus Pro, let's see what Shockwave can do with this overclock.
Very early agency. Yeah, really nice stuff. Vestola needs some desperate help. Look at Shockwave's angle as well. It would be beautiful. It would be magical if the cage wasn't just in his way. Vestola does end up going down for Virtus Pro, and now Virtus Pro are in a weird spot. Shockwave is trying to like duel out on the sidelines, and meanwhile, Johnny, OWCS is still pushing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Vestola went a little bit early there. They were trying to make room for Shockwave to pop off there, but not a comfortable fight for Virtus Pro at all. And now OWCS, pretty decent control here. They're not going to have the option to stay on this high ground. They can sit back. They can wait for Virtus Pro to make a move. Oh, checkmate goes down early, though. That's not good.
Nice mid-dash. You saw Checkmate trying to get out of there up to the high ground and died. Just the overwhelming fire there from Vestola. Even Jwoo sending Landon pretty low, although Landon takes down Shockwave, just kind of ignores the Genji for now. After receiving those packs, you're better off doing that and going for someone else. Jwoo's again just trying to win these neutral fights in amongst this tree. Still manages to kill Haku, but here comes Labda. That overclock in hand. It's going to make it tough work for Virtus Pro to win this fight. Is OWCS, Johnny. They've got the checkpoint. They're going to extend their lead and have the forward spawn so Haku can get back to the fight in just a moment.
Crucial that you kind of make up for that mistake from Checkmate and win the fight anyway. Labda has been on fire so far this map. Labda started to cook here on the Sojourn, and if OWCS are going to win this series against Virtus Pro, Labda needs a great game on the Sojourn.
Taking that double slide perk as well, so a lot harder to lock down the Sojourn. Way better against the Genji too. Not afraid to using one dash to get away, and then if the Genji dashes in, you can use the dash again. Here comes the rally. The Ray gets deployed as well. Gala still holding on to his, hoping that they can just win the fight with just this cage. They end up deploying a late Ray, and there it is. There's the damage required. That is going to be a fight win at least here for Virtus Pro, Johnny, but still OWCS have the lead. They're going to get these forward spawns too, as the bot was very much on Virtus Pro's side of the map.
Yeah, 4 minutes 30 to go here, and Virtus Pro, you have to imagine taking that fight. Feeling, you know, the pressure, back against the wall there a little bit. It's a nerve-wracking fight, because if you lose that fight, then God knows what. Now at least you have the high ground, you have double damage ultimate here from Daewoo and Shockwave, and they have positional high ground here.
Jewu's been spotted out, half HP already. Here comes the rally from Haku. Shockwave trying to chew through some of that health and shield now, provided by Alcazia's front line. Shockwave still pretty low, but the blade's been popped by Jewu. Saves the dash and chase after Haku. Secures one, but can he secure the next? Ends up getting chased out by Labda, but Labda's positioning there rather poor in the grand scheme of things as Jewu was chasing after him. As Virtus Pro, now it's their turn to take the lead on, I gotta say this as well, Johnny, one of the more back and forward Esperanzas I think we've ever had.
Yeah, this is a great push map so far. Usually a team takes the lead early, but both of these teams going back and forth. Virtus Pro secure the lead. This is Alcazia, though, with their own ultimates in hand.
Oh, good luck. Good luck surviving here, Vestola. Although, saying that, Vestola's backline just jumped into the cage with him, tabbed him up, and hopefully seeing him out this fight. Looks like they are going to go down eventually. Shockwave with a lot of disruptive damage actually on the point there. And there is now Katsia with the fight win. Team kill comes through, but again, forward spawns for Virtus Pro, so they're going to be able to take a fight early.
Yeah, forward spawns here. How do you make life difficult for Checkmate and Labda? Like, look how far up they already are. They wanted to secure this high ground to make it difficult for Virtus Pro to approach, to take some kind of positioning. Looks like they're going to do a bit of a wrap around here and kind of do what Alcazia did before.
Fixes 1 HP. Shockwave has to dash away from Labda, who uses this overclock. Fixer again peeks his head out. Body is moving, you're not half wrong. And look at this rotation, counter rotation from Alcazia. Surely there's going to be a touch. There's the rage from both sides, but Jay was already dead. Blade's been popped as well. Checkmate jumps to the back line. A couple of slashes there onto Fixer and brings him down. Alcazia, their turn to take the lead and their turn to maybe even get it over 100 meters. 2.5 minutes remaining in the bank, and what a clean fight it was from Alcazia too, Johnny. 5 members alive as they look at Virtus Pro in their spawn.
And this is a crucial lead to have taken this late into the game. It's going to be such an uphill task for Virtus Pro now to try and get this lead back. They have the ultimates, but you have to be perfect at consecutive fights here.
Oh! An overextension from Vestola ends up getting bashed. Cage ends up coming through as well. Fixer deploys the rally, but can he actually get another stun off? He can't. Alcazia just going to run this one home, Johnny. Cage for Vestola. Shockwave's got the overclock. He ends up killing Labda, sure, but like you said, it is dangerous to lose the lead at this time in the game, and it is even more dangerous when Alcazia are this close to your spawn with the bot.
I mean, there's so much pressure on them here. You got a touch here. You have to expend these ultimates, and that's going to put you even more of a hole. Fix us down, though.
Cage deployed. Checkmate's literally kissing the spawn door at this point. Checkmate falls down, sure, but Johnny, there's a minute and 20 seconds to go. An overtime push for Virtus Pro here will secure them the map, but actually getting there is going to be the most upward hill climb that you could possibly imagine on Esperanza. 139 meters to 86.
This should realistically not happen here for Virtus Pro. They've dug themselves a hole too deep to get out of. They should not be able to come back in this map here. Alcazia, they can now approach this map the rest of the game the way they want. They can take all the fights they want to take.
Just take neutral fights. That's the idea here. But Gala's already dead. Checkmate's pulled the blades. And this is adding insult to injury for Virtus Pro. Alcazia, they are just running them out of town right now. They've got control of the bot. They get a team kill. They're going to get forward spawns as well. Desperation o'clock here for VP.
Desperation o'clock indeed here. And now you can set up on the high ground so you can get all the positioning you want. Jay was gonna have to pop this blade, but a lot of pressure on Jay Wu to make it clean and not put Virtus Pro in a difficult position to recover from.
Johnny, they got Ray OC.
They're so
overclock in the orbital Ray. Jay Wu's gonna have a tough time actually connecting with this blade, considering everybody's on high ground as well. A reset into the mid. It's gonna be tough. Labda with the overclock and Shockwave's already dead. They're gonna try and trade for the blade. Oh, Jay Wu kills 2! How does he get away with that? Haku and Siad is dead. Is Jay Wu the save that Virtus Pro need? Overtime in session, but Labda's still coming up with kills somehow. But Jay Wu comes up massive. 4 kills in OT as Virtus Pro now make their final push on Esperanza.
Still though, 86 meters to 140. They're stalling the bot here a little bit. They want their spawners to get back so they can recover, be 5 members to take this next fight. But still, I mean, you have to win 2, maybe even 3 fights here in overtime consecutively to come back. And lots of ultimates on either side.
Early. Orbital Ray deployed, Cage. Now Vestola's on his lonesome and he's caged himself, but it does not matter. Oh, it's all over for Virtus Pro and Esperanza. A late Ray coming through for VP, but it doesn't matter. The job's done here from OWCS. They're going to tie the series 1-1.
Great map win there from OWCS. Fought so cleanly there. I mean, I'm really impressed by the way they took those fights, Jack. Because Virtus Pro, a few times we saw Vestola perhaps overextending, taking fights that were a little bit awkward for the rest of the team. OWCS really calm, composed all of that map, and that's a great sign for the rest of the series.
Yeah, even with Jwoo's heroics there on that map with the blades, you can count on him time and time again to get these like neutral blade kills without the help of the Ray. You know, it's better when you got the Ray because you're insta-binning people, but he's so consistent on it. But even that last hero play just couldn't get it done for Virtus Pro. And I like what you said too, like cool, calm, and collected. It felt like they had a game plan. Every single fight, they're either getting a pick and they're like, okay, let's not lose too many people here. Let's try and get a clean fight so we can just continue our lead. A very back and forth Esperanza, but in the end, it is all OWCS. 139-meter lead results in a win.
That's one of the best push maps we've had in quite a while. I mean, the back and forth nature of that was exhilarating. That was a beautiful Overwatch right there. But yeah, it's great indication for the rest of the series here for OWCS. Because they just played the fundamentals, right? Like getting high grounds. They didn't try to get too wonky, not overly aggressive. They were calm and composed, like I said. And instead it was Virtus Pro who perhaps got a little bit out of order. You know, I'm thinking back to that Gen G series we saw last week between Virtus Pro and Gen G. And the one time they did lose that round on Samoa, it was kind of Virtus Pro putting themselves in a bit of a hole, right? Like I just remember Avril saying, you know, didn't have the cleanest support ultimate usage. Didn't quite set themselves up for success. So, you know, it's a bit of a give and take with Virtus Pro. On the one hand, they can play really slow. They can win these like drawn out poke duels with Vestola. But you saw there, like the way they did that huge flank around on the high ground and OWCS just claimed the bot to themselves. Like stuff like that. Maybe a little bit too wonky that made it more difficult for Virtus Pro in the end.
Yeah, OWCS just out-rotated him, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, you take high ground, that's fine. Like, we were kind of fighting on there, but the bot was in a weird spot where it was like checkpoint, archway kind of positioning.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we can just jump down, we can take the bot. There was no one there really for VP to contest. And yeah, it was just a Grand Theft bot. Like, you just take it away from him and then we start pushing. And then it's up to VP to then re-engage on them. And they end up losing that fight. Dorado's the next map pick here, Johnny. Virtus Pro selecting an escort.
Yeah, Virtus Pro selecting Dorado here. And this is going to be quite interesting here as well because, you know, typically we see like, you know, the Winston bands or, you know, something like that come out here. But last time we saw this map, it was Mauga. So I'm not getting my hopes up too much. I can't, Joss. I can't be getting my hopes up about like Pharah, Diva. It's Mauga until proven otherwise in my mind.
I mean, yeah, sure. Confidence is key here for Virtus Pro. They did end up full holding OWCS in that final map in their series, so on Dorado. So, you know, that's probably one of the reasons why they're going here. What do you expect the bans are going to be, though, from VP? Do you ban the Sojourn at this point, like away from Lambda, who is a big component to their success?
You know, I was actually thinking about that ban before we went live in the series. I was just like, Lambda has been so ridiculously good on the Sojourn. So, like, do you just take the Sojourn away from Lambda? Because Shockwave can play all kinds of hit scans, right? Like, Shockwave is incredibly competent at so many different hit scan heroes. Whereas, like, we haven't really seen the same from Lambda. And don't get me wrong, Lambda's been spectacular so far this stage, much improved. Like Jake said on the desk, like, not, you know, most improved player so far. But it would be an interesting little, you know, pivot, I think, for Lambda to be forced away from the Sojourn. But maybe on Dorado we just play the Pharah. I don't know.
Oh, you can only ban it once in the series per team. So we'll see if that does end up coming through. Yeah. Don't forget, by the way, Calling All Heroes is back for 2025. Registration for the first event of the year, the Radiant Calling All Heroes Academy 101, is now open. So make sure you go register. First tournament starts in very soon, actually. Yeah, March 26th. Get verified and register before March 24th to participate. And you can, of course, join the Calling All Heroes Discord to find information and start building your team and whatnot. So yeah, go check on the Overwatch Esports socials for all that information.
Yeah, Calling All Heroes, one of the greatest initiatives in Overwatch. It's so much fun to follow that tournament. And you gotta say as well, like, you know, has been great in allowing some of these players to get, you know, on-hands experience, playing competitively as well at a really high level. And it's actually worked themselves up here into, you know, Face It Masters, now eventually OWCS as well, right? So it's been an amazing initiative here in the Overwatch scene. I'm so happy to see it back in 2025.
Yeah, there's been a lot of Calling a Hero players in OWCS, like you said, last year and this year. So yeah, worth getting involved. So go check on the Overwatch Esports socials to check that out, and make sure you join the Discord. But back to the match at hand. Virtus Pro, Johnny, banning the Kiriko and then a Genji ban for OWCS.
Yeah, I think this Kiriko ban makes sense because if you actually look at OWCS's previous matches in group stage play, they loved running the Lucio Kiri. That was one of their go-to backlines, and so maybe you think now Dorado, you know, they'll throw out this Kiriko because, you know, the teleport is so good here in this kind of environment, right? But also, to, you know, Susu, some of those biotic grenades if we want to play that playstyle, right? So it makes sense to ban the Kiriko there. I think it's been a great hero for OWCS. And then the Genji ban comes in. It's something I mentioned before map 1. Jwoo looked spectacular on that Genji hero, but where do you go next if the Genji's unavailable?
I'll tell you where OWCS hero going, Johnny. That is No More Malga. Ziad on the defense, jumping onto the Diva, Labda Farah, and then landed on the Ana. Okay, I'm down for this. We'll see what Virtus Pro, though, how they're going to navigate this first fight if they stick on this Diva. Let's get a quick listen in to open up the gates.
Let's go.
Yeah.
와, 일본을 쓰는 거예요. 팀원을.
DBS Farah and
아저씨, 스톱 파라토로.
그렇지. 하나.
I can get angle.
하나버리. Angle on work together. Ready?
야, 노네, Go back.
Below.
I can take top right after.
Think about the next turn.
They're going back.
Yeah. Okay, we'll open.
I can shoot further.
Let's go.
Alright.
Take top left next.
I'm gonna go inside right after Diva. 3, 2, 1.
Free, top free.
Diva low. Diva low. I can go.
No, they
노네.
Buri on.
Stay inside.
Okay. Chill a bit. I go top left next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to involve.
I go. Yeah. I swing top left.
Wait for speed.
노네. That's how we can go. 노네.
Wait for speed.
Yeah. I peek top left. You guys pick me, okay? You ready?
I'm looking at VP right now. Shockwave on this Sojourn. Not too much ult charge to his name right now. Just hard to get these shots in. Vassila taking this top left, but against the Torb, Johnny, it's so difficult to stay around. You have to kill that turret. It does a lot more damage than you initially think, honestly. Fixer takes down Haku, though, so it's a good start, but it's quickly traded as Ziad finds Shockwave on his own.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, they're just trying to get some angles here. You know, they're in here. They're fighting right now.
Good shot from Landon.
Great shot.
All connected as Jwoo and Labda ends up going down. Orbital Ray from Gala on the point.
Okay, it's a bit of a skirmish on the pillar. I think it's about 2v2, 3v3 now.
What's going on back there? All right, Nano boost onto Ziad. They're eventually going to be able to chase Virtus Pro away. Another nice sleep there from Landon. But they are straight back in this. As soon as that Nano separates from Ziad, they're good to go again.
And you got positioning.
Available as well. Positioning is great right now. Jwoo's got the barrage, just needs to kind of deal with this mech. Haku down, self-destruct used, but Ziad bites the dust. A barrage in the back line from Labda takes care of Shockwave, but sniped out of the air by Jwoo. And that's going to be the first points for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, securing that positioning was crucial for this team because it's honestly one of the hardest things, right? Because the Torbjorn is set up, you got the Farah raining down poke, and we heard in the comms as well, Shockwave calling like, hey, I need to take this top left side so I can walk in. But that orbital ray and that little skirmish, it allowed Virtus Pro to get some positioning on the point and then finish off nicely so they capped the first point.
She checkmate behind them right now on the Tracer. Looking for an avenue of attack. Finds the Juno. Gala sent pretty low. Receives a pack, though. And chases checkmate away. Holding on to that recall quite diligently. Doesn't want to blow that too early. Still poking away. Boy, payload is still moving though, Johnny. Worth keeping in mind, even though Alcatsia have this high ground control. Here comes the bash from Haku, pops the rally as well. Barrage from Jwoo, almost entirely eaten. Haku takes a final parting rocket there as Jwoo is traded, and now Checkmate pounces on his prey in the front line. A rather scrappy fight though, Johnny. A pulse bomb being launched in by Checkmate, had to force the recall as the pulse bomb didn't connect, and now some stall for Alcatsia, but Virtus Pro still making this look rather clean.
Yeah, and it's not too difficult for them either, because they're kind of stacking on this payload. They got a Diva, Juno Brig, like that is so much healing for the rest of the team, right? Alcatsia, they're betting on Landon to find these biotic grenades, but they haven't so far, in part because of Estola's great Diva play.
Oh, Checkmate, sent really low. There is, oh, what a sleep. Nado eaten. Now Landon's in trouble with no resources left to defend himself and the rest of his team. Orbital Ray's going to come in though, Johnny. This should be big for Virtus Pro, really. They're going to run over them. Yeah, it's just too much damage. I mean, the Iron is great for the Nano to, you know, secure an aggressive push into the backline, but you lack that overall, like, team oomph, to put it into a word. You know, you need that Orbital Ray. Securing the points of the Ray is just so much easier than securing them with a Nano.
Yeah, and look, I think eating nades reliably from Vestola, it can be quite tricky. You don't always have the sightline. You gotta keep track of the cooldown, of course. But so far, Vestola has been killer on the Diva.
Well, there's the Nano boost, trying to open up space now, but look how quickly they're able to disengage. Even the rally being invested too. Orbital Ray versus Nano, and definitely rather have the Orbital Ray at this current moment in time as Fixer does go aggressive with that overhealth, that armor. Virtus Pro is going to keep on marching this point down to this third capture point. The payload is just not stopped. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Alcatsia are looking for something. Doesn't get anything there. But Alcatsia are looking for a win condition. They just can't find someone to get picks.
Haku's dead to Jwoo. Mech down. Ziad dead. Oh, sure, a pulse bomb connects there, but look who's on the point right now. Virtus Pro got 3 people, and they're just pushing it to last. Not giving Labda any opportunity to find these headshots either with the overclock.
And now you're getting on the card.
Yeah. Tracer. Recall. I mean, Ziad is here, sure, but Landon and Fixer do end up trading. Still, a very hard point to actually cap considering how close the spawns are, and especially the sidelines to the spawn, so Alcatsia able to hold on with Fixer, with that Fixer elimination.
Yeah, and now hopefully you got some high ground here. You can just take 5 seconds and calm down and allow Labda some space, right? We're seeing a bit of a neutral duel going on here, but Gala's going to have this Orbital Ray advantage in this next fight, and with Shockwave on the Venture, they're going to go in. They're going to go on top of Alcatsia here.
Gonna try and catch Labda out, maybe. Well, there goes the burrow. Oh, and Landon gets taken out of the skies. Gala ends up going down, though, so a good trade. Now Orbital Ray for VP not available. Vestola also loses mech. It did cost them a rally, though, in this fight, but you're happy with that, just holding on this last point.
Yeah, honestly, Ziad finding that pick is huge. Like, that saved the point there for Alcatsia, pretty much, with Gala going down, because he was about to have that Orbital Ray, 5 versus 4 man advantage. That would have gotten you the 3rd point there for Virtus Pro, but great pick from Ziad, and a minute 30 to go here. You still have a chance to hold Virtus Pro off here.
All right, Checkmate trying to check the flank angles right now. Sees a small pack for his troubles. Now high ground control, imperative for Virtus Pro, but Alcatsia aren't going to give this up without a fight. Orbital Ray deployed on the point, and Landon once again chased away. Same with Haku. Supports down now, and Alcatsia even lose their Tracer mid-post bomb, Johnny. Checkmate can't quite throw that one out. A remake comes through, but a good stick will instantly demech Ziad again, and that's going to be capped for VP. A self-destruct on the point, guaranteeing them the cap.
Great offense there by Virtus Pro, and an Alcatsia lineup that struggled to find any kind of momentum on the defense. So much pressure on Landon there to find those biotic grenades. I mean, you're an Ana player, you know this, Jack, that like, you want to get those biotic grenades in, you want to be able to call to the rest of your team, like, I got 2, then you can engage on the back of that. But when Stola is just eating those nades like that, you just have to sit back. Like, there's no condition on which you can engage on, right? So hard to win those fights.
Yeah, good Diva's going to eat those, like, what, 9 times out of 10? If you're someone like Twilight, yeah, maybe you weave them around if they're not playing a Diva or anything. You know, it's a lot easier when Diva's not on the field. It's tough, too, because the nades, sure, it's used offensively, but defensively it's also very powerful. using the Bionade on yourself and then receiving a pack from a Brig, that added healing from the Bionade enables you to survive these very aggressive dives. So it's a bit of a give and a take. Like, okay, we want to try and anti the backline, or we want to try and anti a DPS to jump on, but if we don't have that and it misses, like, okay, now I'm gonna probably perish. Like, I'm going to go down very fast.
Yeah.
We'll see how Gala wants to do now on Virtus Pro's side of things, as he ends up running out with Ana on the defense.
I mean, it makes sense, right? It's one of the best maps in the game for it, so you might as well roll out on the Ana while you can.
Oh, yeah, for sure. If you want playtime, come to Dorado. That's
come to Dorado. I love Dorado.
Or Gibraltar, which unfortunately is not in the pool. TP for checkmate though, running out on the sim, Johnny.
Yeah, just fighting off this D.Va a little bit.
Oh, what a
big
nade.
anti actually. There you go.
Massive anti.
Immediately.
Yeah, you got to eat those. That's exactly what we were talking about. We started with a nice double. We'll see if they stick on the May sim. What do you make of this? Do you reckon they'll stick?
I mean, because of the changes to Dorado, you know, the elevator added there as well to the rooftop, you can have an easier time dealing with the D.Va, right? Because the beam damage is just overpowering. You can TP to the high ground. And what you're seeing as well with the Juno and the Lucio, right? You TP to the high ground, you speed in, you get your Symmetra charge up. It should theoretically be a decent comp here for Alcazia. It's a bit of a bet, don't get me wrong, but the idea is at least there.
Trying to bait with the TP. Trying to bait that nade out from Gala. A very easy spot to get a nade on. People jumping through teleport. But the upfront damage isn't nearly as apparent as like Jwoo and Shockwave, who are basically perma-spamming you from the high ground, which does not feel good. The wall is going to help with that, of course, but slowly but surely, Virtus Pro, they're going to be able to get a kill here onto Landon. But look at this May. In the close quarters, there's just no way you survive there.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty brawly composition, right? Like, I know we're playing D.Va here, not typically a brawl tank, but you know, you're 5-stacking here essentially with, you know, the Juno, Lucio, and the May Sim. Like, you're 5-stacking and trying to get on top of the enemy team. And honestly, a pretty decent strategy there to secure that first fight win. Now, though, you got that Sound Barrier coming up, but plenty of ultimates here for Virtus Pro too.
Ooh, hiding the turrets in the trees. I really like that.
Neat.
Neat. Word of the day. Oh, what?
Oh.
Okay, Shockwave just insta-dies to an icicle. Blizzard on the point. Rally deployed by Fixer 2, getting a nice little bash there, but here comes the sound barrier from Haku. Vestola frozen up. Oh, was Nano too. Self-destruct does get deployed. Can he actually get the remake? Oh no! Lambda dies to turret and Jwoo. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, time for a reset.
Time for a reset. And maybe time to swap here. I mean, realistically, is the shield, you know, ultimate going, or is Symmetra ultimate going to do a ton of stuff for you here? You got the orbital ray still. Virtus Pro, they're playing very far back. It deserves mentioning, right? They got this poke heavy style with the Sojourn and the Torb on, of course, sitting all the way back. So could still be a decent composition if you want to get on top of the enemy.
Yeah, you can split the map completely. That's exactly what they're going to do. Teleport up to the high ground first, but that Molten Core is going to be kind of annoying to deal with. Gala ends up going down. That's the wraparound. These TP plays are going to have to be on point. And checkmate with the added wall on top have made it impossible for Virtus Pro's backline to stay alive.
You know, I'm an old head. Am I allowed to make a reference?
Yes, of
Meta
course.
Athena, Dorado. Any flashbacks?
Oh, okay, sure.
Come on. Do you see it? Do you see it? I think this is a neat, funny little strategy from Alcazia. This is what I had in mind at the start of the series. They're capable of bringing out these fun little strats, fun compositions, and certainly making life difficult for Virtus Pro now on the defense.
You got to make the old school references, Johnny, otherwise they die, you know?
I'm keeping history alive.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're not wrong. I mean, see how they end up tackling with this high ground. Like you mentioned, how brawly this comp is. The high ground control is just too easy for them.
Yeah, what do you do if you're Virtus Pro? You just want basic positioning, right? You just poke them away for a little bit.
Yeah, nice. And that is exactly what you're delivered. Shockwave takes down Lambda. All right, now they can now move towards the point. I like Jwoo switching over to the Venture, Johnny. I really do. Very hard to kind of lock down the Venture in this comp that Alcazia are running.
Yeah, good against him too, feel like. Get on top of the enemy team.
Can bowl people off the edge as well. Use that Drodash, hit the burrow. TP, more of a bait once again. Still, though, Vestola holding his ground, making sure they don't give up this high ground. Blizzard available from Alcatia is going to make dropping to the point very difficult. Oh, speaking of dropping to the point, Vix is alone, actually, near statue. Ends up popping the rally. Overclock's also going to get popped here from Shockwave, but here comes the Blizzard. Oh, Vestola had no chance to win that fight. And with the orbital ray damage, it's a little bit too much for him to bear. Although Fixer and Gala end up coming up with the kills. Nano booster deployed. Haku with this sound barrier. Not sure they're even going to want to use it, Johnny. Alcatia end up, yeah, they're going to get a team wiped. And they're going to get a stagger onto Ziad.
Yeah, and this is a much tougher kind of round here to make this composition work right now. I'm starting to have my doubts because now Virtus Pro, they can play these long high grounds. They have the Venture as well to kind of counter this Symmetro, right, and get on top of the enemy team. If I was Alcatia, I'd swap away here. You have 90 seconds to build some kinds of different ultimates, but they're gonna stick with it.
They've got the wall. Oh, and Shockwave delivers again. Landing down, that's a quick reset. You have to get out, and you're looking at final fight now, Johnny.
Yeah, you are. 1 minute to go here. No ultimates for Virtus Pro here, but with the way the payload is pushing back, you have a fight in hand here to get a recontest going, right? And Alcatia could make it quite expensive in here, having to drop both the Symmetra ultimate and the sound barrier.
The wall could be quite kind of a nuisance for Virtus Pro to deal with. A quick teleport under the church.
Nade
connects with Lambda, but, you know, as a May, you're shrugging that one off. Not a problem. Very stalled out fight. Stay with the TP. Yeah, it's just slowly but sure. This is slowed down to a crawl. Oh, there's the nade, though. Lambda and Checkmate glow bright. Puddle and Gala finds the kill. Soundbarrier from Haku is going to surge them forward. Behind this wall, it's tough to heal this front line, and Vixer forced to pop the rally, but still kills Haku. Overtime approaching, and Virtus Pro handily dealing with this comp thrown out from Alcatia right now. A little burrow, and the remix is going to come through, but with 10 seconds to go, and Ziad alone on the point. This is going from bad to worse from Alcatia, Johnny.
Yeah, and there's an overclock coming out from Shockwave. You have a nano in hand.
You can't touch. You cannot touch. You're going to get it, but it's not going to matter. Blizzard does end up connecting with the point and actually finds Vestola, but he's nanoed, so yeah, no chance. And there it is. There's the map. Vestola and Virtus Pro end up taking that one. Hey, Alcatia throw something a little bit different. The Sim, the May end up coming out. Look kind of nice on the first point when they used the wall. They TP'd behind them, but they couldn't quite get it popping on second point. And Virtus Pro, now they're on match point 2-1 in the series.
One map away from qualifying for our first major in OWCS 2025. Ticket to China. Would be very nice. Virtus Pro just one map away now. Alcatia, look, it was a funny composition, and it was a really good composition. I love the way it came out. It made sense. I like the idea behind it. But Virtus Pro, you gotta give them credit. Like, they adapted on the fly, right? Which is hard to do. You're facing something like that, and you have to make the right switches, the right plays. I think Virtus Pro handled that beautifully.
Really nice stuff so far. And you expect that from a lot of veterancy on the team too. Landon, and like Landon, Checkmate, they've been at the top of the game. They've been in the Overwatch League. And you look at Vestola, Shockwave, and Fixer as well have also been in their shoes. The veterancy really coming through and saying, hey, okay, sure, you come out with this weird comp. That's fine. We're just going to stick to our game plan. And honestly, Johnny, especially second point, rely on Shockwave just getting picks. Yeah. 2 fights in a row. Look, hey, we pick the Juno, we pick someone else, and now you have to force a reset because your comp isn't exactly something that can brawl out and just wait in the neutral. You have to go for a full 5-man push with that comp.
Yeah, and especially with the recent addition of the Sojourn perk, right? You get like the double slide. I wasn't quite able to confirm if that's what Shockwave had, but it would make a lot of sense, right? Because then you can just slide away from this brawl-heavy composition that Alcatia threw out, and Shockwave can essentially pick your team apart. But credit to JW as well, making the switch onto the Venture. I really love that because it makes life so much more difficult for the enemy team. So I think the moral of the story there is nice little curveball by Alcatia, but an even better adaptation from Virtus Pro. I was really impressed by the way they countered that.
We're going to Servasa next. So this is the confidence builder map for Alcatia, a 3-0 in their last face-off, Johnny, on this map. Where will the bans go? Last time they ended up banning Zarya for Alcatia, and then VP banned the Lucio for Servasa. So might see that here, although it was, you know, Lucio might be a big boon for OWCS, so maybe they go for like a protection ban? Well, it's hard to say.
The Zarya ban is gone, right? Because the Zarya ban was used on Esperanza. And so that theoretically, if Virtus Pro wanted, would free them up to play something like a Zarya Genji. And look, you can have the conversation about whether Zarya Genji is even viable in the first place, but hey, it's what Falcons and Zeta Division played earlier last night, right? So that kind of gives you an indication that it is very much viable, and it is something that VP have done in the past, actually, when allowed to play the Zarya here on Saravasa. So then if I'm OWCS, think like, how can I throw Virtus Pro off their game otherwise? Is there some kind of hero in that mix that would set Vestola back on the Zarya? They've already used the Genji ban as well, right? And so Jay was gonna play that hero, but here we go. We'll have to see. Illari ban, actually.
Ban Illari. Okay, kind of protecting a support ban, but also, to be fair, Illari has been played a little bit here and there over the last couple of weeks, and a Torbjorn ban for VP.
Yeah, so, I mean, if there's one team you were going to ban Illari against, it would be VP. Because they are really good at playing the Illari. That being said, is it Virtus Pro first choice to roll out on the Illari here? You're the Illari player,
on this map, you're like, probably not. You want to win fast, bro. Probably not. Yeah, I mean, Gala, and to your point, Virtus Pro have been one of the big teams to pull that out. You are playing on slower maps. You're playing it on like your mid towns where you can poke a lot. While you are poking in this game mode, and you're poking especially on the first point, you much rather have the Juno come out the gate. Let's get a quick OWCS listen in. Of course, match point for VP right now. It's do or die for OWCS.
Let's go. Let's go. I control the point. You come push to the main, okay? Okay.
Yeah.
I go from inside.
I'm getting aggro, okay? Everyone push, take vision aggro.
Right.
Right? Okay. I'm bottom right. I bring you still.
Bring No close, no close. Get out. Some Maga. Bro. I'm a Maga, I need to have a Maga.
Help you out, guys.
Stop Maga. Maga one. I wish keep pushing.
We're going to speed.
I'm a break. Picking kid. Maga low. We can't kill Maga. Can we kill him? Low. Shoot him outside, okay?
40 beam. We're equal beam right now.
Good first fight from OWCS there, Johnny. Pretty clean, honestly. A good early pick, and then they just forced the issue, and VP just fell over.
Yeah, and interesting to see now if OWCS, they'll keep up the momentum we saw on Esperanza as well, playing aggressive. Siad has been the more aggressive Mauga so far this series. It had made space for Labda there, and they seem to be going straight off the bat again.
Yeah, he's going in. Checkmate on a good angle as well on the Genji, doing a lot of damage just with the neutral Shurikens. Cardiac Overdrive is going to get popped, but Ziad is fallen for OWCS. They're going to lose Haku too. Checkmate still trying to get the job done, or at least find a couple of picks. They've only found one so far, and here comes a late raid from Gala. Ooh, not sure about that one. There was only 2 players from OWCS left alive.
Yeah, maybe Gala felt that they were under pressure there for a little bit. Hard to really say, but I mean, it's the biggest ultimate in the game. You have to say it, right, Jack? So using that in a fight you had pretty much already won, that is going to set you back. And now OWCS, and arguably one fight territory here for this first point, they got all their ultimates ready to go.
Good sightlines for Labda. Just gonna find the bodies, and oh, what a snipe. Shockwave felled by Labda. Looking for another. Goodbye, Fixer. Follow-up from Checkmate is there. Nice bit of cooperative play from OWCS. Another good shot to Jwoo, and that's going to be point cap.
And again, this is what OWCS needs if they are to win this series. Labda started coming in hot there on Esperanza, and now you're back in the Maga compositions after a bit of a break on Dorado. If Labda continues with this momentum on the Sojourn, that is going to be huge for OWCS for the rest of the series.
There's the point. All right, OWCS with 1 on the board. Look at the ultimates too. Because of that Ray usage, Virtus Pro don't have Gala's Ray. So Lan and Haku support advantage in terms of ults right now.
Yep, they have that advantage still from Gala's early Ray usage. But still though, if you're Virtus Pro, you can get creative here. Might sit back for a little bit. See if we can get some value from Shockwave's overclock. They're a little bit of poking right now, but here you go.
Oh, Cage, swing and a miss. Rally ends up coming through anyway. Joe just ended up getting stunned as Shockwave using that overclock kills checkmate. Here comes the orbital raise and the rallies. A good multi-man stun there from Fixer. Where's the follow-up? Vestola gets one onto Landon. Storm comes through. Nice little crit one onto Ziad's head. And the later Cage wins it out as Virtus Pro get the cap.
Yeah, and you force OWCS into a pretty difficult spot there, right? Because you utilize an ultimate. You feel like you want to capitalize on the back of that. You want to keep the momentum going. But you overrun straight into Vestola, who drops the defensive Cage, and that is Virtus Pro sitting back, taking advantage, and ultimately winning that fight. And now, Gala's coming up on his second orbital ray here, and this could be Virtus Pro with another clean fight. But Checkmate's goes early.
Right for Checkmate, does end up getting booted away by the flare, but still got the dash to use, but doesn't matter. Fixer takes him out. A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for. Checkmate, you got to kill that brig. And Jay-Woo cleans up 2 kills, maybe even a third. As Virtus Pro, well and truly making a foundation on this point, 60% and a team kill. OWCS coming back with only the overclock and maybe a Cage.
Yeah, this should be Virtus Pro fight here. It's completely up to them. Where do we want to place this orbital ray? Where we get max value? Might even take an early fight here. Make it even more difficult for OWCS. Just poking for now. Seems like they're gonna fall back. This would open things up for Labda for a flank.
Flank OC, but he's already in spite. The orbital ray is gonna just go over the point. So OWCS are gonna have to contend with this somehow. They end up killing Shockwave, sure, but Labda's not doing anything on the flank right now. That overclock needed to find kills. But kills it did not find. OWCS end up getting team killed, and that is a 100-0 second point.
That's a beautiful fight win from Virtus Pro there as well. Overclock popped on the flank, and no one was inside. There was no one there, Jack. There was no one to shoot at. And that is Virtus Pro taking another very smart fight there, using their orbital ray to success. Tied up 1 apiece here on Seravosa now. Let's see what Virtus Pro decide to do. It looks like they're gonna sit back here with the overclock.
Shockwave.
Barely.
My word. Healed up though. Cage. Swing and a miss from Ziad. Ends up chasing Vestola out of there, but Vestola hits the twin turbo boost and gets out. The Shockwave goes up to the high ground with this overclock, and the rally on the point is going to make it painful for Ziad to stay around. He's already been stunned, and Landon gets just clipped out of the air by Shockwave. Oh, Virtus Pro, Johnny, they feel like they're in full control right now. They do end up using, of course, the rally and the overclock there, but they got a Cage blade for this next fight.
Yeah, they do. I mean, look, they're spending ultimates, but they're getting plenty of value from it. This is, like you said, they're playing flawless right now. This is Virtus Pro playing their A game, and if I'm OWCS now, I kind of need to step up the aggression here a little bit. I know we saw Checkmate blade early the previous time, but that is kind of what you have to do to force a reaction from Virtus Pro.
Ray available. They're going to pop it super early as they try and get onto the point. Oh, the pulsar torpedoes from downtown. A quick cap there. 45 is all Virtus Pro are going to get, at least for now. Quick disengage though, Johnny. Only lost Gala, no one else. So this is a very, very swift re-engage. OWCS, they do end up using this Ray. They still got to contend with Cage Blade.
Yeah, that's the big question. How do you deal with this Cage Blade, right? Haku could go for a big...
Then going early. Rally, bash. Oh, Fixer annihilated. Blade's been popped by Jay-Woo, dancing around the cage, and Haku ends up going down. Despite that rally, the overhealth of the armor, not quite enough to actually save him. Checkmate pops a blade of his own, just trying to find kills in the backline, but dealt with by Gala. OWCS now running back to the point tail between their legs as Virtus Pro make their approach.
This ends now.
Labda pops the overclock. Could buy some time here for OWCS.
Yeah, I mean, he kills one, Johnny. Is that actually going to be enough, though, is the grand question. All right, 79% from OWCS.
Yeah, 79% here. I didn't quite feel the need for that overclock because, yes, you gave up the point here anyway, but I feel like OWCS, they could have taken their time there to regroup a little bit. They got a clean fight, but now, what do you have to work with? You only have a cage because you expended that overclock.
Oh, the overclock, they want to make this fight clean. Here comes the cage, and Shockwave trying to just burn through it. Ends up just dashing in, trying to find value with this overclock again. It's a lot of damage, but no initial kills. Eventually kills Haku, but now looking for another target. Checkmate on fire, stomped on as well as Virtus Pro. With a hand to Jay-Woo, are going to secure this point, Johnny. And now, and what feels like a repeat from last series, one more point for VP to take the series and book their ticket to China.
They would be our first team to qualify for the major in China. Now just 1 point away, like you said. No big ultimates ready for them quite just yet. Vestola's building towards that cage, but I mean, the way they've been looking so far. Shockwave, Jwoo, they are comfortable taking these neutral fights, sitting back, and then they find those picks when required.
Well, look at this. OWCS are going to go early yet again as Shockwave just caught out. A very early Ray usage as the point unlocks. So, OWCS, they're going to be able to get this first cap and get a priority position as well. And like you pointed out, Johnny, you wanted to see OWCS play a little bit more aggro. And case in point, right there. They end up using the Ray early. They get the fight win and the cap. There it is.
Yeah, and this would be a decent point to do it too, right? Because, like, look at this choke right here. Look at this little choke. It is so prone for just overrunning and getting involved there. Now, you have a bit of an ultimate timing here. You want to build this blade. You want to get this overclock. Nice little flank here from Labda. Can't quite get the pick. But this would be a point where you'd want to get involved, though.
Sort of really good off angle. Cage ends up coming through, but oh no! Fixer has to pop the rally. Blade ends up coming in for Jwoo as well, and he's just slicing and dicing through the front line. Haku brought down. Jwoo again comes up with the goods. Shockwave to Johnny. There's too many J's. Shockwave able to just disrupt a shot in the middle of that, and the entirety of OWCS just melting it before his eyes.
Yeah, Vestola's Cage comes in clutch there. Great ultimate usage once again here. You spent 3 ultimates there, but you earned yourself the cap on the point. This is going to be Shockwave's fight. How do you utilize this overclock to find the picks on OWCS? That is your big tool.
Blade popped first by Checkmate, but look at this. Ziad just playing so aggressive again, isolating Fixer and guaranteeing themselves a kill on the backline. Vestola and Virtus Pro now need to move in and just continue to hold on to this point. Ziad ends up popping the cage down, but here comes the Ray. This is the fight winner for Virtus Pro, but they're already dealt with by OWCS. Ziad's cage a little bit more proactive as OWCS win the fight.
And suddenly, the way these fights are going, it's a little brawly in nature. This kind of helps OWCS as well here. 70% and ticking on this point here. You're building towards that orbital ray. Virtus Pro has nothing because Gala used that orbital ray.
15% for Landon, and that should be the final nail in the coffin for this point, if they need to use it, of course. Overtime approaching. Touch acquired. Landon pretty low, and here comes the pressure. Orbital Ray used by Landon on the points. And Vestola doesn't want to stick around here for too much longer, but he's going to get isolated. Ziad on the point now. Orbital Ray is just too much for them. Virtus Pro lose Fixer, but they're not out of this fight just yet, but they might just want to save their bodies for the next point. Yep, Jwoo down. There's just no chance for VP to come back into this one, Johnny.
No way coming back into it. And now we're in a scenario, Jack, where we're tied at 2 apiece, and you gotta say, both of the points that OWCS won, it was the questionable orbital ray usage from Gala that put them in that position, right? So Gala's coming up on his potentially last one here now, 60% and building, and that could be the big difference maker in this map, where OWCS has their backs against the wall.
They're in such a good spot. OWCS right now can shoot VP on the entrance.
This ends now.
They might want to go early. They've done this time and time again. Yeah, and Virtus Pro expecting that. They're going to be able to get out.
Do some poking. Should get the point here. And again, you got Rally. You got a Blade here. Virtus Pro.
Oh, they're not going to give them the point.
That's a good
They're going to pop the Rally. Cage is going to come in as well, but Gala's already dead. Oh, and Shockwave. It's just so easy for him now. Just jump it into the cage, not a problem. Blade's going to get popped as well from OWCS. An expensive fight, but the point cap is what they wanted.
And it's an expensive fight from Virtus Pro. They used 3 ultimates there as well, but couldn't get a hold of the point. I mean, OWCS, they had decent positioning on the fight already, but Virtus Pro, they make a bit of a last-ditch effort to try and contest, try to win. They invested resources, but didn't get value. I'm starting to feel like OWCS here in a pretty good position to potentially win this map.
Orbital raise for both sides. I mean, look, Landon's got his in 5%. Big ultimate trade, and these initial kills are going to decide this point, I got to imagine. Orbital ray used from both sides, and there's the stun onto Shockwave, insta-killing him. Haku's also down. Gala looking for targets with the pulsar torpedoes, but they flipped sides, and Virtus Pro are going to flip the point. OWCS end up exiting stage left. And Virtus Pro, they're in a position where they can stall out some of these kills too. Labda ends up jumping onto the point, but Landon ends up going down. Labda not too far behind, as Virtus Pro are now in control.
Ooh, that was sweaty. That was sweaty. It boiled down to a 3-on-3. Virtus Pro, they barely scraped out the fight win there, and they had to win that fight, essentially, to not let OWCS run away with things. And now, I mean, now it's OWCS back against the wall here. You can't let Virtus Pro win this next fight, because that might just be the series.
The hero of OWCS, Labda, has got the overclock in 5%. Has found a lot of neutral kills too. See if he can do that. It's coming down to the wire. Scared too, though, of Shockwave, to be fair. Doesn't want to peek out too much. Overclock available. Oh, Shockwave. Heads up play, actually, from Shockwave, trying to check Labda on the flank. Here comes the push. Overclock unleashed here from Labda, but now has to deal with this cage. He's going to fire a couple of times into it, but look who's actually trapped. It's Ziad. Blade pop from Jwoo. Ziad's already down, and there's Jwoo just carving them apart. And that's going to be it. Virtus Pro in the 3-2 on Suravasa book their ticket to China and find themselves in the grand finals of the EMEA playoffs.
It's been a dominant stage so far for Virtus Pro, and they do not drop a beat here in the upper bracket finals. Like you said, book their ticket not only to China, but also to the EMEA Grand Finals tomorrow against the winner between OWCS and Twisted Minds. I mean, they looked flawless this series, essentially, but there were a few hiccups. Here and there, but for the most part, Virtus Pro, they look fantastic right now.
They keep on winning, bro.
The best team in the EMEA.
Yeah, they just keep on winning. If they can make it to the grand finals here and then win that as well, just what a show up, what a performance from VP. OWCS though, Johnny, do you fear Ultimates right now? Do you really think that Ultimates can take you down? It's got to be still a confidence builder, taking down one of the, taking them this close on Suravasa, and it could have potentially been in map number 5 against the best team in EMEA.
Yeah, look, they were a 3v3 fight away from winning this map and forcing a map 5, right? And I think big credit to OWCS. I think they played really well on the Maga composition. We saw on Esperanza, the map they won, how well they played with Ziad overrunning in there, getting involved, being aggressive. And it really threw a spanner in the works for Virtus Pro occasionally. Now, the problem is, though, against the Ultimates tomorrow, it's going to be an interesting matchup of playstyles, because we just saw earlier today what the Ultimates are capable when they play that aggressive as well.
Jwoo looks super clean as well on the Genji. Top that off with the blade at the end. Virtus Pro continue their streak, win after win after win. Grand finals and a ticket booked to the China LAN. We're going to jump over to the desk, and the final fight comms are going to see us through there. So we'll see in a bit.
You can hear the relief in those comms there. VP moving on to the finals. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Jake, and we're about to break this one down. Once again, OWCS is making them sweat. They're the one team so far in EMEA who are managing to make VP bleed, make him sweat, make them work for it. So I am here for it. I have this slight feeling that we're going to see a rematch of this one again in the grand finals tomorrow. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. Let's break it down and talk about how they got this one done. I mean, in the Maga mirror, they play it close, Jake. They play it close. OWCS perhaps went a little... They should have stepped out of the kitchen at one point. Maybe there was some overcooking there.
Yeah, Dorado, it got a little wild with the Mei Sim. I'm not super convinced by that. Maybe they felt that, you know, this is such a comfort zone for VP. Like, that's their map pick, that maybe for OWCS, you've got to play something a little bit crazy to take down, Vistola Shockwave on pure comfort. Honestly, I think they probably lose in the genuine mirror. So maybe the Mei Sim is like the best hope you have, but in the end, I mean, this was VP showing like, oh, you can win a map, and then you can play Dorado. Have fun with that. Landon, great performance on the Ana. Fixa's Brig has been a highlight for me for this team all season long. He's continued to perform, whether it's in the Malga rush style, being super aggressive. There on the dive, you see great performances. And Shockwave just doing Shockwave things. I mean, the hit scan was immaculate, as good as Labda has been. And honestly, Labda was on fire this series, but it was still just enough to go toe-to-toe with Shockwave and the rest of the team across the board. I mean, Jaewoo in particular really just blew my mind this series. He was on top of the world on Genji.
I just love how well Jaewoo has been performing. Obviously, we all had our eyes on him heading into the season. He was the one player with less experience in the tier 1 scene from that team. So we're like, can he hang? Oh yeah, flawlessly. No
he can
questions
hang.
asked. He can hang plus some, right? And that's why he is getting themselves the player of the match honor for this one. Slicing and dicing through the opposition has shown us a lot of different look in stage 1 already. I'm very, very excited to see more of Jaewoo.
Yeah, across the whole flanker role, it really is a match made in heaven for somebody like Shockwave, who's so insanely good on the hit scan, anything that is like played slow, long range, patience based. You know, Shockwave is gonna be able to produce picks, but Jaewoo has really, I think, upped the ante on this team. That now there's 2 major threats that you have to worry about. If you play slow, Shockwave's taking your head off, but if you try to bring the pace, Jaewoo is gonna match it and then some. And he's been, I mean, the best Genji easily, I think, in EMEA right now. I think we're going to need to go to a world level, international level competition to see somebody really challenge Jaewoo in the EMEA. I mean, in the end, OWCS, they look decent here. They made it competitive, but honestly, Virtus.pro 3-1 victory, very dominant few maps in here. I have a hard time imagining anybody taking it to them in 7 in the grand finals.
Yeah, no, I think this is going to be one of those where they're just going to run away with it, and every prior performance which made it look close, they just like toss that in the bin, because why not? It's Virtus.pro. They've been dominant all stage long. Let's chat real quick with one of the players from our winning team. I believe Vistola is standing by for an interview, so let's bring him in. Congratulations. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. Let's talk about the playoffs in general. I mean, you guys have been so dominant all stage long. Did you feel like with maybe a little switch up in the meta, there would be a team that can play closer to you? In week 4, we did see OWCS taking you to map 5. That was a first. But overall, what was the consensus? What were the vibes like heading into the playoffs?
Yeah, we for sure thought it was going to be like a lot closer, because Mauga became meta, and there's a lot of good Mauga players in the EU. So we knew it's going to be closer. And after the OWCS match, when we almost lost to them, we kind of got like ego checked, and I think we were a little bit like, nervous on the match, didn't know what to do. Yeah, it was good. We basically took it as a loss, and we learned from it. And those issues we had that game, we really fixed them for the playoffs, so we are even stronger now.
Yeah, I'm curious, Vistola. I want to hear about Fixa and Jaewoo, 2 guys you guys have brought into the team that I think they've been having amazing performances so far. But as far as like you personally playing with these guys, what's it been like having them on the team? What kind of atmosphere do they bring? What kind of motivation and intensity has it brought to your practice?
It's been really nice. I don't think they ever like tilted. Fixa is really easy to play with. Main support, he's making smart calls, just good at everything. And Jaewoo kind of does his own thing sometimes and pops off and carries, so that's nice. Sometimes a little bit hard to communicate when we play like Diva Genji, just kind of doing the wrong stuff, but other than that, it's been good.
Well, it didn't look like the synergy was off at all. You guys all seem to be on the same page, so that bodes well. Vistola, I'm going to let you go in just a second. Quick prediction, which team do you think you're going to meet in the playoffs finals?
I think TU for sure. I think OWCS is gonna take 1 or 2 maps, but TU is gonna be there.
Right on. Well, we'll find out very soon. Vistola, thank you so much for joining us. Once again, congratulations, not just on the dot, but also to punch your tickets to China. We can't wait to see you guys in action again tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Vistola from VP. Honestly, absolutely love the insight we just been given by him. It's good to have that ego check in week 4, right? Heading into those playoffs, just having one team kind of take you down a little notch, maybe highlighting a few mistakes that could catch you off guard if you're not fixing them. Clearly, they fixed it.
I mean, that's the dream scenario, right? You get the ego check, you get, you know, to kind of reset your expectations, and you don't even have to take a loss. It's just a game 5 that pushes you to your limit. And I think VP, you know, with all the pressure that they must be under here in playoffs, with having such an amazing regular season, with so many eyes on them, we talked about this all the time, but when you're at the top like this, everybody is watching you, everybody is studying you, trying to find your weaknesses, trying to learn from what you do. It's very hard to be at the top and stay at the top for a long time, but VP have accomplished that. And at this point, they feel like the #1 seed with a bullet. I mean, I'm interested though that Vistola predicted the ultimate, so another believer in the slingshot theory. I mean, that says to me that the ultimates have had a really resurgent performance in scrims, and I was impressed by OWCS today. Like, despite the loss, I still felt like there were a lot of moments that OWCS could build on and really take it to Team Ultimate. So I'm really excited to see that match. I think it's going to be explosive, and you know, those are the 2 teams left, right, vying for that final qualifying spot to China, which means the world to everybody in that match.
Absolutely. So here, once again, a visual reminder on what is happening in our playoff bracket in the EMEA region. VP sitting comfortable. They made it to the finals and are now awaiting the opponent, which will be either the Ultimates or OWCS. We'll find out tomorrow. For now, though, we're heading into a quick break. Alas, it's not just going to be a break screen. Also, it's not going to be fishes this time around, although that's very exciting too. I don't know, some of you might have noticed. Josh did some landscaping inside the aquarium. It's looking nice, looking clean. He's selling his trimmings as well, so hit him up for some extra cash on the side. It's a good side hustle. Love that for you, Jack. For now, though, where I wanted to go with this is Battle of the Bots. That's right, there's the whole second playoffs going on during our breaks. We're continuing in our bracket. I'm not entirely sure where we are in the bracket, but I know that we have in-game observer Bradley versus in-game producer / director Andy. Those 2 teams will go up against one another, and you guys can bet your channel points on who you think is going to take a dab here. We'll find out very soon, and we'll of course discuss the Battle of the Bots in great length after a quick break as well. So make sure to stick around, and we see you on the other side of this.
Ready for battle.
Hey.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective. The objective is now active.
In every region, the greatest teams have answered the call.
You just have to play absolutely perfect. This is insane.
They fought to make a name for themselves. Every move, every play.
This could be a full cap.
Just doing so much damage.
Brings them a step closer to glory or ruin.
Just hanging on, somehow, still going.
The best of the best will battle for honor, pride, and prestige.
And there it is, a 4K for Zera.
Stars will rise. Rivalries will rage.
Jay-Woo is just decimating.
And champions will claim their place on the world stage.
That is Daddy.
This is the OWCS Stage 1 Playoffs.
Welcome back, everyone! Battle of the Bots, Playoffs Edition got us all on the edge of our seats. It's the little things, Jake, isn't it? Like bots.
I've been believing since day one on the Ryan Zen Bastion. I was trying to call that out. So did you or did you not remember when I called it out?
I do remember. I do remember. Yeah. So you're onto something.
Trust me, guys. Bet your channel points. I don't actually have inside info. I didn't watch. Like I have no idea. I just know Ryan Zen Bastion.
Yeah, unlike Johnny,
bots,
you try
to
to actually cheat. Johnny,
I'm not a front runner. I'm not a cheater. I'm here with good, honest, high integrity analysis for the people. Get you some channel points. Ryan Zen Bastion.
Yeah, right. That high level analysis for our Battle of the Bots. Analyze me some drops as well, Jake. Whilst you're on it, what do you think of these beautiful drops on your screens?
I like the name card there. It's kind of styling.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Little Li Jiang New Year. Kind of ballin'.
Yep. All you have to do to earn all the beautiful things you're seeing on your screens are, of course, connect your Battle.net accounts to your Twitch accounts. If you haven't done that yet, shame on you.
We're begging you. We're desperate. We've been asking for weeks, and you haven't been listening.
We get nothing out of it. We just want to give you free stuff.
Take free stuff. Take free drops.
I'll carve out some time for you to do just that. We talk about the schedule. How about that? We are, of course, in our second to last day of play here in our playoffs. This is where we're at, smack dab in the middle. Playoffs. That's right. Afterwards, promotion and relegation matches await. April 13th, we're going to go through promotion and relegation in both regions. It's going to be good. I'm so excited to see the top teams from our Face It Masters League as well, and to see how they will fare against the bottom two teams of each of our regions after stage 1. And of course, the teams that come out of the playoffs on top, the top two teams from the playoffs is what I wanted to say, they will find themselves for our championship clash in China. Hangzhou, China is where it's going down, April 18th through to the 20th. And after stage 2, we'll be finding ourselves in Riyadh. That's right. So that's going to happen in July, the mid-season championship. And last but certainly not least, we are heading back to Sweden because it was so beautiful the first time around for the World Finals at DreamHack in Stockholm. We had such a great time. I am very, very excited to run that one back as well. Jake, which one are you most excited about? Pick a favorite child.
I'm kind of excited for the China major. I'm just excited to see, you know, like, since there hasn't really been that many majors on the ground in China, it's going to be sick to see the Overwatch fans like having a place to all come together and celebrate that. And I feel like in esports, that's what it's all about, is when, you know, the fans they have so much passion, so much commitment to the game and excitement. And then when the LAN finally rolls around, you kind of just get to have it out all at once. Everyone gets to show up and be there together. So I'm just happy for the Chinese fans that they get to have this epic celebration there in Hangzhou.
Oh, I love the Chinese fans. Every time they rolled up for the Overwatch World Cup to cheer on their team, and they're loud and proud. They come in masses. Like they're not playing around. So for them to have their LAN event for our first LAN event of the year, awesome stuff. I wish I would be there. I'm gonna be very sad to not see it live in the flesh, in person. However, I'll be in good company during that time, and now as well. Not only do I have Jake, no, I also have Mitch and Matt joining me here on the disc for a quick chat as we're getting ready for our NA matches of the day. Guys, welcome back. How are you doing? What's life like?
What is life? I mean, that is honestly really deep.
How long do we have?
Talk about an icebreaker, honestly.
We have about 5 minutes I need to cover, so if you could just like...
Oh, wow. Mitch should go full 30, I think.
Yeah, I could get some Alan Watts thoughts out there, really, but I'm big chillin', honestly. I'm kind of pumped for today.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Setting the mood.
Pumped for
Love that.
Yeah, I really am. Yeah. Can I get some Kenny G in the background, please? No. Obviously, we're very keen because our two teams playing in these matches played in like week 1. So we actually have a great opportunity to see how our teams have developed over 4 weeks of group play here in OWCS of NA. And obviously, for one of these pairs of teams, it is elimination on the line. So the stakes are pretty high. I'm pretty pumped to... Thank you. That's right. Now, you know it's when you get your shoulders in on it.
We're pumped and pumped for the upcoming matches. Let's actually take a look at today's schedule. Are we starting with brackets?
Stakes are high. You know what I mean? It's big business today, folks.
Big business indeed. Stakes are high. Lower semifinals coming up first here for us. Matt, which team are you most excited to see again today?
I'm excited to see Nightmare. I thought they pulled out some really interesting stuff towards the end of last week, where we were talking about like some of their hazard composition. So excited to see them against Timeless. I think it's a huge match for either team, right? It's a big kind of step up, right? To, you know, have a chance to play either obviously SSG or Team Liquid for a spot in China.
Indeed. Yeah, no, I'm right there with you on this one. I mean, while most people, or most teams rather, seemingly just bought into the meta being Maga, Yom. Nightmare wasn't having any of that. I did like that they're kind of on a mission to break the meta. We actually had a chance to talk to Kaffa after their match last week, and here's what he had to say in an interview.
I don't really want to give too many details away, but we think it's like a pretty strong comp. I mean, we played Borga yesterday in our first map against Liquid, and we lost that map, so we were like, we can try this other comp that we're pretty confident on. I still think that doesn't really indicate how good we are at the Morga comp. I think we can play every comp we really want to, and we're like the most flexible team. So I don't think it's like a good indication of how we are that match yesterday, but that hazard comp is like really strong against it, I think. And I think a lot of teams will struggle against it.
All right, he does consider that hazard comp the anti-Maga comp, of course, not wanting to give too much away. However, we also have to take into consideration who they played against. Did that just look good because they were punching down on Rad, or do you guys generally feel like there is a lot to be said about how this comp works against the Maga comp?
I mean, it is punching down for sure.
I think it's true that Rad is an easier opponent, but I will say just across the board for Nightmare, whether it's this comp or something else, the way they utilize the hero ban system and put their opponents to the test and forcing them to reach deep into the strat book, that's been historically Nightmare's strength. That regardless of what they're playing, they're continuing to execute on a super high level, and yet their opponents are always adapting to them. Rarely is it the other way around. So I feel Nightmare are really liking this current format. They could really succeed here, and they're probably the favorites in this match. At the same time, Timeless are a squad that's been together for a long time. They're no stranger to high pressure matches, to being forced to deliver an upset, and they have done it in the past. So I feel that Nightmare, they can't be focusing too much on that next match. They've got to put some respect on Timeless.
And also, Timeless are mad flexible themselves, right? We've seen them go to a multitude of different picks. This might be the kind of game where you see Kaffa trying to angle for like a Ramatra matchup, and I think Riker is the kind of player who's happy to take that. So by no means, I think, are we going to be locked in to just, Malga all the way, unless one of these teams have really changed their philosophy on, whether or not they're playing to the meta heavily or not over the last few days.
One thing I've really liked from Nightmare as well, we saw it a little bit in some of their highlights, was that they run like lethal on the Sombra. I think he's actually really good on Sombra. Gives the other team some trouble. I think this is going to be a sick, matchup of the damage dealers, right? Rocket and Chopper versus Zera and Lethal. Zera and Lethal may be like the more underrated kind of duo in North America, but they have been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, Zera's just been on fire this playoff, and I feel Lethal, I've always had a lot of respect for Lethal as a player. Like, he's been in and out of the competitive scene, but he just like comes back in, sometimes just destroys a tournament and doesn't play for a while. Like it's kind of unreal that he's able to be on that level, despite like it seems like there's more that he could give. Like, it seems like he could even be better than he is now, and to deliver consistency and to be so flexible. I feel this Nightmare, they lost a lot of key elements from their squad to some of these NA partner teams last year, and yet they've resurged this year. They look, even more committed to their unique look, their unique style here in this season.
It's like one of those teams which is just like the stepping stone team into the bigger teams. But, you know, that means the system in place works because it's clearly fostering this great environment for the players to be at the top of their game. Let's see. Nightmare Timeless going at it in our lower bracket match. The loser is out. The winner will be moving on for another chance at that ticket to China. Let's find out who it's going to be. So please, Mitch, Matt, take it away.
Thank you. I'm hyped for this one. Again, just to set expectations, the last time these two teams played, we talked about it. It went all the way. It was a 5-map series, and this, of course, is a first to 3, so the potential to go all the way once more. Straight away, Zera's Genji is banned out. There is absolutely zero interest for players in dealing with that.
No, I thought that would be one that you would see targeted in the series. Didn't really even expect it for map number 1 though, so that is a nice ban to kind of get through for Timeless. And for Nightmare, they end up getting rid of the Brig. So Brig has been really prominent in terms of the meta, in terms of supports, right? So gonna make a little bit of a change here in the backline.
And again, an elimination game here. Winner will advance to the lower final to take on the less fortunate, or the loser, of Space Station and Team Liquid. Tons on the line here, of course, and remember, only the top 2 teams in this bracket are going to make it to the Champions Clash. Don't forget, a pretty nice amount of prize money also on the line. The difference between 3rd and 4th place is about 4.5K.
Yeah, Riker might have streamer mode on as the audio medic lining up here for Timeless. But so with the Brig ban, you can actually play like Winston Ana setups. So we're going to see like basically a full-on dive here from Nightmare, you know, with that Winston Tracer in the mix with a Lucio as well. And for Timeless, like you kind of alluded to, they're going to play the Ramatra.
Yeah, I genuinely think that Riker really likes to play in this way. Cuff shown us a lot of Winston, probably more than any other team really in this top 4. They've got the point control here now as Rocket is under extreme pressure. He's going to need to duck back and pick up a health pack at some point. Lethal on the Ash has showed a preference to go more in this way than over in that standard Sojourn direction, which is definitely where I feel Chopper has the better of him. Chopper's been incredible on that pick over the course of this tournament. Riker going pretty low here in this low ground. It definitely needs big healing, but UV would have to expose himself in order to give such healing, and Rocket is able to pick him up. That is pretty big now. Puffer being quite low and doesn't have that Ana burst healing available. Will fall to the Vortex. Still no cap early on here. Still no tanks in play for Nightmare and Timeless. So the DPS scrap it out and Chopper deals with Zera.
Yeah, you still have, though, for Nightmare, Admiral here able to kind of contest the point, and now it'll be like Chopper coming out and taking it here, but it's going to be Nightmare getting their tanks back quite early. Kuppa will be back in the mix. As you see, Kuppa, he kind of just jumps up towards the high ground here and then puts that bubble in the doorway, just trying to like block some of the line of sight for Chopper, move more into Lethal's range.
Yeah, I think he's also trying to deny LOS for Ultraviolet, or at least be a bit of for Squid, at least be a bit of a nuisance for the Juno that doesn't want to play too far out in the open. But I feel that Chopper's damage output here has been really difficult to deal with, and Lethal has a good, consistent damage and can control those 2 doorways with the dynamite, but hasn't really found any lethality yet.
It's going to be Bob straight to the point, though, just to kind of get a contest, as Squid is going to use the orbital ray on the opposite side as Anana goes out onto Kuppa. The Bob really doesn't do much of anything there, Mitch. It just kind of contests the point for a little bit and forces, I guess, one player to drop down to keep it in Timeless's favor, but that nano onto Kuppa was massive.
I think the combination of the nanoed Winston and the Bob is a bit more than Timeless can handle. Squid is having to work overtime to stay out of the way of the nanoed Winston, and then there's a Tracer that's trying to run him down. So, yeah, switch here for Squid over towards the Ana. Maybe just, struggling a little bit with where they have to play in order to heal effectively, and maybe wanting some self-peel tools as well.
Riker's been playing on that low ground, and it's really difficult in that case with the Juno to get like a line of sight on him, which is, with the Ana, you can get pretty safely into that scenario. This will be a Kitsune rush. This should be really good for the Ramatra.
I mean, Lethal's playing out on the point there, so needs to pick up the Lucaminos, able to duck into the corner here now and desperately try and get some of that healing over. Playing with a perk that actually, does give healing when he does damage, shoots off to someone in front of him when he's able to hit those right clicks. So, I want to see some Kirikos prefer the faster travel speed of healing with critical targets, but you can see if you want to be aggressive, it pays off.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I mean, you get just the extra healing just for doing the damage with a lot of the Kyries we see trying to do a decent amount of damage. You can pump out some sizable damage at range. That's just the Kitsune Rush that lets them flip that point back. Chopper will pop an overclock here, but that is dealt with so fast. That's the dive that comes in from Kuffa. He's been doing a great job putting pressure onto Chopper and Squid as well. They just haven't been able to kind of flip this point.
Nice combo there. Zero and Lethal both get looking at Rocket at the same time. And you're right, Nightmare just need to take some control here. That's been the problem. It's taken a hot minute. Timeless obviously have a really sticky comp with that Ramatra that can take up Nemesis form and be hard to shift. Next round we have potential like Nano here for Chopper or even for Riker with that Annihilation to work with.
The position we saw Riker die in is basically the one he's been forced into the entire game. Kuffa's kind of like dominated this high ground, and then Riker's been trying to at least like draw players down. But with that Ramatra, like he can obviously put the shield up and kind of keep that point contested. But like Admiral at range, right? Like there's just nothing really going on there. So it allows so much space for Kuffa and Zero to put pressure onto Chopper and Squid. You see already Chopper taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, good presence of mind from Chopper. He just took a couple hits there from Lethal. He's able to duck around the corner and get healed when he needs to. And Timeless know they're just going to win this fight, but the Bob is going to delay things. This is just going to straight up buy Nightmare an extra 10 to 15%.
And you still hold on this sound barrier from Admiral for a very long time. As I wonder how you'll decide to end up using it. It's going to be the Nano here on the Kuffa, just looking for a target. That's actually the Nano on the Chopper, so this is going to get the sound barrier.
Okay, Chopper got the Nano, but it doesn't seem to matter because there's just no healing for it after the fact. Annihilation does come out, but there's the Kiriko healing. Luke Mino's going to have to rely on that. Inside the Kitsune Rush, it is going to be enough, but the bubble gets thrown down and they get broken up. Rocket finally got in and dealt with Ultraviolet, but Kuffa has a Primal, doesn't need burst healing on his team anymore. Nightmare now at 99% and counting, but Timeless are able to get these DPS players back where they're needed. Kuffa's able to stall, doesn't want to give up the point here, but in diving forward solo, kind of has to allow it to flip.
No, they still have one more player on the point. I believe Lethal actually just kind of like jumps down, and that's going to be 3 with the Primal. I mean, that is massive. Takes a huge load of damage there with that Pulse Bomb, but look at this. I mean, UV able to save him.
How is he alive? Oh, UV comes back at the perfect time. Nightmare now switching over to the Sombra. Lethal wants to get back in the fight quickly, and now the flip. Overtime is short. I mean, Riker is definitely lacking support as he has to briefly roll off the point. That is sick. These two teams are so locked in.
Kuffa with an absolutely sick round. I mean, it started off a little bit slow, right? But just kind of the map presence he was having. I know, just basically just forcing Chopper and Squid into the little hut on their side and not letting them out and making a huge impact, right? Forcing like Riker and Rocket to take these like awkward angles underneath the point. And then the Primal there towards the end. It was just him and one other player alive, I believe Lethal, who was on the Ash. Lethal was actually able to get on there and contest it for a little bit, let players come back off the respawn. And he gets 3 with the Primal. I mean, that's just nasty work there.
He did allow the point to flip, but you're right, man. There was some.
Oh, well, you're gonna take points off? You're gonna take points off? Well, you're like that judge, you know?
Not at all. I was worried though when I saw him dive off the point because, like you sort of pointed out, I did not see Lethal back there behind him. So it's like it's getting a bit dicey. I'm not gonna take points.
It's like the dunk contest, where everybody gives it 50, and then you're just like the snobby judge who's like, you know,
perfect 10 from me. All right, that's fine. We help out our homies.
Okay.
You already slammed
sure. So now you're just giving him the points back just off of the basis that he's Australian.
I never took them away. I never took them away.
I mean, dude, Lethal comes off the rip. Dude, when we were talking a little bit about this with Jake and Zoe, like, this is a DPS duo that I feel like is maybe not have gotten like as much love as they probably should have. Like, I know Lethal can play so many different things on top of just like hit scan DPS, and then Zero's been fantastic. One of like the really I think kind of standout players this first stage. On whether it be like Tracer, Genji, play all the different kind of flex heroes as well, where a lot of people would look at this matchup and be like, oh, dude, Rocket and Chopper, I mean, obviously fantastic, great historically. You would think they would kind of like take it, but I think this is much closer than people would expect.
I mean, absolutely. Nightmare really had to scramble, I think, to replace Seeker on this lineup, right? And they just happened to have Lethal, who, like Jake pointed out in the pre-show, happened just to be server admin sometimes when he was sort of subbed in to play. And mentioned in an interview right at the start of stage 1 is like, yeah, like they said they kind of needed me to commit a little bit more, and I was willing to step up. Someone who's been in his, this has been his career for quite a while. The guy has been around for ages. So, I mean, a huge boon tonight, man, just to have a player like that in reserve. And Lethal's definitely stepped up, man. I'm pretty excited about what they can show us. But they're going to advance out of this game. Chop it low. Oh, Zera, great follow-up because Kaffa would not have been able to get the extra damage being slept. Luke is in deep trouble. Zera, I mean, we got to stop just talking about this guy's Genji because this Tracer has been immaculate.
That was also a sick sleep from Squid. I mean, Squid being able to kind of like land that sleep onto the Nano Winston and also like a double bio at the end, but you had already lost a few players. Yeah, I mean, Zera just kind of even past the Genji, right? They use the Genji ban here in map number 1, does Timeless, right? So it tells you how impactful they think that hero is, where you get that out of the game early on. Does not matter for Nightmare, as you're on this ball comp here for Timeless, right? So you're trying to put a little bit more pressure onto the backline of Nightmare. The issue is like you don't have anybody to peel, and look at this, it's gonna be a nano onto the Kiri here. So they're gonna use that nano basically back by the spawn, man. I mean, this is great value for Nightmare. I mean, fantastic stuff there from Kaffa.
Damn, he went in deep. Timeless having to spend everything on staying alive there. Okay, great sleep on Rocket. After the fact, Squid goes down, so both Tracers find pulse connections, but Nightmare with this Winston comp. I don't think I was expecting this in a pre-game talk about Nightmare trying to write their own way through. I thought maybe more Ramatra based, but this Winston look is more than Timeless can handle with their Wrecking Ball setup. There's a beat in reserve for Admiral should it be needed, but it just straight up won't be. It's a 2-0 sweep in the end here on Samoa. Nightmare out of the gates looking a stronger team.
Really clean there from Nightmare. I'd love to get a look. We kind of saw Rocket fall asleep there, but that sleep from UV had to be like a 180, just kind of like flick onto the Tracer to be able to land that, because you kind of see like the momentum still of the Tracer kind of carrying through the doorway. But man, that is as good of a map 1 as you could probably ask for if you're Nightmare. They banned the Genji. It's not impactful, right? It definitely seems like though banning the Brig was really strong there for Nightmare, because they had struggled keeping the backline alive like basically the entire game.
100%. I mean, we saw how uncomfortable Squid was initially on the Juno on this map, right? Where Kaffa was pushing up and taking that space. Riker getting forced down onto the point constantly, having to play there, which of course you got to contest, right? I mean, Kaffa wasn't even contesting half the time. He would just go up and play in this room in a doorway, throw a bubble down, like you sort of pointed out, cut off Juno's line of sight and force her to sort of stack up on top of where Chopper was, which meant that Lethal was getting big dynamites because 70
HP.
Yeah, I mean, that's just crap. I mean, that's why I couldn't believe that he was still alive at this point. This might be the UV sleep. Get out. Yeah, that's
what that is nasty stuff. And poor Rocket, he wakes up and his entire team's dead. I mean, that is
it's like waking up in Fallout, you know what I mean? Or just like, you know, you're like the only person alive and your team's getting rolled when you're losing the game.
True. Well, I mean, you would be losing, I guess, in Fallout, the game of life, just because everybody else is kind of dead. Where for Nightmare, I mean, there was not a lot of death going on. I mean, that was a really good performance there. I mean, you look at like the 18 deaths, I would venture to say, hey, probably 70 to 80% of those were on the first point. Like second point was not competitive whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. Kaffa was able to really, work that high ground. You saw when he dives, Primal's basically the entirety of Timeless and is able to win it out here. So Dorado.
What do you make out of this though? Because Dorado's map 2. But I feel like you want to play like Winston-based stuff here. I think Timeless can obviously do that. But you think Genji's back on the menu, right? Yep. Did they ban Winston?
I think if you're gonna pick Dorado here, unironically, we just saw them try to run the ball comp into the Winston. Very different map, of course. But what we have seen in the past is that Winston, like a focused Winston dive comps, are usually able to outpace Wrecking Ball comps because the ball wants to go in, disrupt, knock someone up, let the Sojourn get free rails. The Winston comp just goes in and bubbles in your face and then tries to just find that instant player advantage. So I don't think the ball comp is fast enough.
Ana ban. So Ana kind of takes like it doesn't take like Winston off the table, right? But Ana and Winston is like fantastic in terms of like comboing together. We usually see those all the time. UV's also been really sick on it. And then a Hazard ban from Nightmare. So potentially, like, are you looking at like Hazard here, right? I mean, Torb is really good against Hazard, right? Where we've seen Kuffa play Hazard a decent amount. So maybe that's what you're looking to do here potentially. No, also he's just kind of a nuisance to even like the Winston and whatnot. So getting Torb out of the way here isn't the worst.
The bans aren't blind, so you see what the first team bans, right? You can obviously respond to that. And so, yeah, you might be right. We might just see the Hazard variant of this map, but Winston is, I don't know, obviously still available. Also with Kiri Juno, you probably feel like you can, albeit a bit riskier, keep that Winston topped up. So it might be that Nightmare Matt don't feel like they can run this Winston comp without the Ana, which...
Well, getting rid of the Ana as well, also, it's an awesome nano target for like Genji, right? So if Zero's going to play Genji, there's no blade available. It's a little bit harder to heal that Genji at range, right? So maybe you're kind of forcing like a Kiri type of competition. We've seen teams play Kiri Juno. We've seen those teams not win, but no, we've seen people do it.
Yes, I mean, I think Kiri Juno is fine. It's just that Juno ends up putting herself in harm's way if she's trying to heal a dive tank a lot of the time. On defense, it's probably not quite as bad because we know that like that first perk, empowering your pulsar torpedoes makes it very, very reasonable to output like, more healing more reliably with the Winston moving around, to that degree. Yeah, I genuinely am not sure if we're going to see Hazard or Winston here because, we've definitely seen teams run the Hazard. We've also seen teams try and play D.Va on this map. On occasion, even on that sort of defense side, because you still have unfettered access towards that high ground, the ability also to sort of double back and peel. We might see Brig make a way back in, obviously not being able to be banned again by that same team. It's a lot of question marks here for me, as questions that'll be answered pretty quickly as we start to see this defense comp roll out. It's a Nightmare 1-0 so far as we head to Timeless's map pick of Dorado.
And like, just thinking about these two teams, right? Like whoever loses this series, like it's a huge blow in the sense that for Nightmare, right? You're 6-1, you're kind of rolling, you beat Team Liquid there towards the end of the season, and then all of a sudden you find yourself out in like 4th, right? Like that feels like a little bit of a feels bad. And then for Timeless, right? I think the second slot in A has been as open as it possibly has ever been, right? And it feels like, okay, we've had this roster forever. This is a Roadhog defense, Roadhog Lifeweaver defense. Okay, so this is something you don't see every day.
Based.
So we have seen Bastion play in Asia. So Bastion actually can be pretty strong, but we've seen the Bastion against like Maga-based compositions, right? It wasn't like against, a Hazard. So
they don't do anything about the Widow. They do not have anything to answer.
No, they just kind of get shot. And then the Lifeweaver can like give, I guess, access to the high ground to Roadhog, but it definitely feels like you're just kind of throwing something at the wall, hoping it'll stick here.
So what are they throwing at the wall, Matt?
I mean, stuff, stuff that goes in the toilet. So you get a hook there on a Kuffa, but like. Man, so the Bastion is good, right, against like a Maga-based composition. We've seen that work. I don't know if it's great against Hazard. Like Hazard can close the gap. He can put a lot of pressure on the Bastion. Also, like you just kite the Bastion when the Bastion doesn't have like wheels mode, right? Like if Bastion has wheels mode, you just kind of kite him. Don't let him put any damage down. I mean, Rocket's just kind of getting chased there by Zero, right? Zero's kind of like the guardian here of Lethal is. Man,
you expose yourself to this.
Do you stay on? There's no way you stay on this, right?
Right. This is another Lethal server admin moment. But Bastion is really weak. 2 heroes that can outrange him consistently. Oh, bye.
Yeah.
Stuff comes in.
Well, they already knew his wheels mode was down, right? You're gonna lose Squid as well. Man, this is quite brutal here. As Timeless, this is their map selection, right? They obviously banned the Ana here early on. Come out with a completely different look, maybe trying to catch them off guard a little bit, something they kind of cooked up. it is not worked out. And now you're going to get Lethal versus Chopper in the Widow duel. We haven't seen like Chopper play a ton of Widow. We usually see like Sojourn, you know, Ashe, whatnot. Like not a ton of the Widow as Zero's going to take him out. This has gone from bad to worse, man.
We're not going to see much here either. Obviously, Lifeweaver's model is really large. He's just a tall guy, and again, doesn't really have like a ton of mobility outside of the dash. So, relatively easy target for Lethal to hit. Even though we've obviously the flower behind him is the
Lucamino on a bit of a flank here.
Yeah, okay. I mean, he can swift step. That's fine. Looking obviously to try and maybe open up on an enemy backliner, but UV has the high ground now. He's pretty much untouched. Cuppa's in the midst of things with a downpour ready. Big tree, folks, comes on in, and unfortunately for Nightmare, they're going to be losing Lethal and Admiral early on in this fight. Riker, shield up though, does get caught inside that. Better really just relying on the pulsing of that tree. Chopper playing for the high ground here. Cuppa going pretty darn low as he tries to access that annoying firing squad up there. And Timus have been able to stabilize. Squid obviously switching off to the Juno now that his job is done. It was a timely ultimate.
I mean, now just a ton of changes here for Timeless, right? The tree was actually quite massive. Like, that ultimate from Lifeweaver is actually pretty sick. The issue is like kind of everything else with Lifeweaver. So we'll see now Nightmare. They can kind of access some of this high ground, right? You have a rally here, potentially fight off. Well, you do have like Kitsune Rush Primal, so an opportunity for maybe Timeless to get some holds here on D is you see they're gonna kind of just try and chase down Lethal here. Riker actually doesn't even get the Primal off there, so that, I mean, that is quite brutal.
The Kitsune Rush there from Luke Meanham, they just die instantly to Zera. Chopper now on his own. This has fallen apart here for Timeless. Look, it's not easy to play a Winston defense comp, right? At the best of times, especially with the volatility, Matt, that Widow introduces. But Timeless just have Riker so out of position there.
And they use the Kitsune Rush there. Nightmare doesn't have to use anything in response, right? There's nothing to respond to from Nightmare. They've already lost their tank, and now they have the Rush, right? You're not really worried about it. So we'll see Lethal here now use the first sight.
He's pumping, man.
Yeah,
Rocket down again, losing the Tracer duel.
He's just spawn camping. I mean, he has no fear, just in the Timeless base. As you still have this rally, so this is going to be the Primal here used, and it's going to be a Whiplash just knocking him back. Lethal's going to get just one swing, but man, I mean, you see Riker can't really find anything. I mean, dude, Nightmare's played so well so far.
They look incredible. Now, Cup's going to have a Primal here pretty soon. Rally, Kitsune Rush available. Straight away, Riker hit with a stun, forced to duck, back pulse, left behind. Rocket goes down as UV finds a Kunai headshot, and we're on the road again. Cup a little bit low, but of course has that Primal in reserve, so doesn't in distress. UV's just found another one. Chopper is down to the Kiriko. This guy is going absolutely hog wild on them. And it's far from done. Squid chunked down low from getting another Kunai headshot. And everybody is back into spawn. Look, Mino has to Suzu himself and swift step away to escape. And look at the card. And there is a Kitsune Rush available now. Riker here on the point. It's going to have to be an orbital ray for Timers to keep them in this game. But Chopper awkwardly forced off that line of sight. Kappa's Primal really disrupts and displaces Nightmare now. And they're trying to set up around this. Well, the Nightmare can set up. Come on in. Kuffer a little bit low, but again, Zera is there. Ultraviolet throwing the healing over towards the Winston, and Riker has finally fallen. That has to be critical mass for the attackers here. Zera into the backline, and Nightmare are looking so much the better team, it's not even funny. Luke again has to Suzu himself as he drops down to attempt to contest, but Zera's found yet another one. This guy has run roughshod over Timeless. And that is a 2-minute plus time bank for Nightmare.
Oh man, on Timeless's map pick as well. As dude, Zera is just going to town there on the Timeless, man. I mean, looking insane on the Tracer. Obviously, as Genji gets banned, map number 1, but feels like a little bit of a statement game from him and the rest of Nightmare, showing that there's maybe a little bit of a gap between these teams. It's Timeless, they come out with a very interesting combo off the start, right? Lifeweaver, Roadhog, Bastion, trying to kind of maybe they think that like Nightmare's gonna like fully commit to playing, I don't even know, like maybe they thought they were gonna like play Maga or something along those lines, but like we haven't really seen them play it at all. Like I mentioned, when we've seen Bastion being played, it's usually like against those Maga based compositions, but Nightmare we know doesn't want to play that, so seems maybe a little bit odd. And then honestly, it just kind of snowballed after that. Like the first point went so terribly that they just kind of chained into the second point, and then towards the end there was just really nothing much going on. So feels like Timeless's tournament lives are on the line here as well. Like you need to at least kind of get this in OT and figure something out. You end up losing this second map here with like 2 minutes plus in the time bank for the other team. You got to feel pretty terrible going in that map 3.
I mean, you are definitely in your head seeing that time bank for the opponent's map. There's no doubt about it. Timeless are going to try for a full dive with the potential eject button option. No, okay, they're going to be switching over towards the Kiri. So Lucio, Kiri, reasonable. The Admiral Brig, though, feels like a raid boss even with that nano. I'm not going to lie. It is crazy what he was able to do to basically negate Riker's impact. And what is this crosshair, Chopper? It's not even... Oh, whatever, you got the kill. It's fine. I guess it's working for you.
It clearly worked. I do like the Brig selection here because you can just kind of play this around lethal up on the high ground. The Kiri's also going to play a little bit more passive than like typically here as well. So just some kind of good protection for the backline, right? Let Timeless fully commit to these dives and see if you can take advantage of it.
Okay, nicely done. Chopper is... Wow, man. I mean, honestly, is it not really rare that we actually see Chopper play the Genji? Man, normally it's always a hit scan of some variety, but now we actually see Genji Tracer at the same time. So it's such a... I mean, are we going back like 3 years in Overwatch history to like that full Giga Dive comp?
Yeah, we do see Chopper play it time to time, but typically likes to play a lot of the hit scan, but... Just like how every damage dealer, like at the highest level, is extremely flexible now.
You think he's obviously just gonna lock the Genji mat? You think he's just gonna whip the blade out on you?
Yeah, I mean, Zero just ends up taking him out. His Chopper just was so deep there. I mean, nobody there to really kind of help him out. So Nightmare will get a little bit of a hold here on D. I think it's like, where do you position like the Ashe here? You're kind of just like moving around lethal, whether it be now with the speed, just trying to like protect him, right? Keep him alive.
Zeri is able to duck back and get a health pack. I think they're locked into fighting against Rocket here. God, Zeri's been, man, so sick today. Okay, here's the Kitsune Rush now coming out from Timeless. Squid's able to move that a little bit earlier. Zera recall back to business though, as a sound barrier is employed. Timeless really just had the support ultimates to leverage, whereas Nightmare had Admiral switch off the Brig and UV a little bit behind in that metric. Chopper still absolutely living up to his name here, and it will be a Timeless first checkpoint with 4:30 on the clock.
You did get Kuffa close to like a primal there. I wonder if you would have just seen him pop it, right? But the sound barrier there just kind of pushes Timeless on through. Also a Kitsune Rush there. They know that they probably need the time bank here, and getting control of this high ground quite massive if they're going to have a chance of even, I know, getting close to having the same type of time bank. And that's the blade down the drain.
Frankly, I think he deserves it, because anybody with like even the littlest amount of OCD, Matt, is going to be really in a lot of pain watching Chopper's POV. So we cut that one short for you folks. Riker here eventually will be dragged down in the cart.
Yeah. Well, the blade, look, I don't think it would have gotten a ton, but you would have maybe got like sound barrier out or something along those lines. Right now you allow Nightmare to get the setup basically at your choke here with all 5 ultimates, right? So you should be able, if you're a Nightmare, to like burn a minute and a half off the clock.
I mean, in moments like this, sometimes teams sort of are inefficient. Sometimes with their ult deployment, they want to bleed as much clock as they can here and abuse their, more powerful starting position. So I think this is fine, right? You are burning a few ultimates, but you can take a sound barrier into the next fight and hope that Zera is able to manufacture just a pick. That's all you need. One good pick to give Lethal a lot more room to breathe up there, because this double dive plus Winston setup here is pretty frustrating for Ashe to work around sometimes. Bubbles in your face, Tracer Genji knocking at your door constantly. It's a lot to deal with.
That's true, but where the cart is in like this choke, there's not a lot of space for these flankers to kind of like operate and close the gap on the lethal, right? You're gonna have a great idea where all of them are. It's gonna be 3 that go to the high ground. It's gonna be Squid using the Kitsune Rush, and it's gonna be a sound barrier in response. That's gonna keep lethal alive, and now it's gonna have Kuffa just kind of standing strong in the cart.
Okay, I mean, it's a chance for Nightmare to try and regroup, ideally. Kuffa needs to get away. Chopper's going to be chasing the Winston down, but Rocket goes low and can't really get involved. They'll just be relegated to cart push for now. The Nightmare can reset up here around that checkpoint itself, but they've got to find a way to re-establish that high ground control.
It's like what I mentioned earlier, though. Like, you were going to get like about 1:30 off the clock, and they do get like exactly 1:30 basically off the clock here, just in the top, high ground defense. So This is setting up pretty good for Nightmare as you see Riker trying to make a play. Is a nice help there from Admiral, whether it be on the Brig or the Lucio, just kind of keeping Lethal alive. That's the name of the game.
Oh, Cuff's not going to get out there. That's a little too far to push. I think Riker got hit with a pulse bomb there by Zera, and Lethal had the cleanup damage. Now Timeless had the Link meter wall, and Squid is building these Kitsune rushes incredibly quickly. We'll have yet another one for this next fight. So one every other is pretty darn good. UV has one to work with as well. It's the Bob, though. Bob is really scary for these dive comps, Matt. Not just the knock-up potential, but also just being able to catch people out in the open. But Lethal's gone down. Here comes that Kitsune rush here for Ultraviolet. Maybe try and make up for the lack of individual. But Admiral is down. Luke spends a sound barrier to great effect here, and Timeless will be within striking distance of this next checkpoint. At this rate, Nightmare should crumble in this fight.
I do wonder, though, okay, so you have to keep Couple alive here. Okay, that's a nice follow-up from Timeless. If you were ready to keep Couple alive there, you probably would have came back and recontested this, right? Because you had the Bob, you would have had Sound Barrier, you would have had Primal. There's definitely a chance you would have fought this, as Zera's going to actually get down onto the cart. That actually forces the Kitsune rush out. So although you end up giving up that second point, just Zera making it back to the cart, maybe they think the rest of the team is fighting. It's going to be Bob as well.
They have the checkpoint, though.
Yeah.
It's an interesting... I guess maybe like Nightmare hoping to stabilize behind this, but you've already given up the checkpoint to Timeless prior. You've got 2 minutes and 17 to work with. So now it's about bleeding the clock down, I guess, as far as you can, and maybe denying a completion, if at all possible. Zera here, Sound Barrier now active. Suzu used on Rocket desperately to try and keep him standing, in a pulse bomb there for Rocket that just eats through some of the overshield on Cuffer and otherwise doesn't really seem to bother him. Oh, Rocket, no.
He's got Primal. Yeah, no, not going to end up using it. So for Timeless, the benefit, I guess, here, right, is obviously you get the second point. You do end up getting their Kitsune rush, so this allows Chopper to go in with that Blades. The last time ends up falling before he even really kind of gets any impact for it. But look at this. Nightmare's going to have Lethal go and play Sojourners. They're going to play basically outside of the gate. They're going to play so aggressive. That's going to get the Primal out.
And Riker is going to lose all of that health pretty much straight away. So he has Primal, but it was purely just to have a seat at the table. Can't do a damn thing with it right now.
That's a sound barrier too.
Riker didn't get it. Oh, buddy, that's brutal. Now we're just going to pressure this Winston down. Riker desperately trying to be healed up. Chopper's going to try with the blade here, but there's a Kitsune rush in play now. Okay, UV just dancing amongst it. Gets caught out by the swing. Chopper now has to double back, though, and get this card secured, and Cuffer is still very healthy. Admiral can taxi UV because they spawn in the same wave, and Nightmare are going to have their supports back where they're needed.
This has been quite brutal for Timeless as well, because like Riker there, right? He gets hit with a pulse bomb, forces to use Primal, then you don't really get much of anything with that sound barrier. He's not able to stay alive, and I mean, this is just brutal as a Nightmare just pushing the spawn of Timeless. I think what you're trying to do for Nightmare here, like how early can you get them to use this Kitsune rush? Squid's done a nice job in terms of building them up, but you know, using it here to just kind of get through this initial choke doesn't really help you in the long run.
I mean, Nightmare
how
is
weak they all
so
are.
well with their stall. They are putting so much pressure down. Every pulse is going to Riker, and it's taking him low. And between Lucio and Kiriko, you don't have a mechanism to get your Winston back to enough health where he can create that space or control it anymore. Easy recall force there for Zera. It's going to be a rush here now from Squid, but Admiral has a beat and likely will wait for an opportunity to deploy, but there's no big DPS ultimates to force that, and it's just too late. Honestly, you could pop that a little earlier maybe.
Yeah.
Make sure Cuffer is not going to get low and make sure he gets to his Primal Rage map. But now he'll come off respawn. Not the end of the world because the card still has a lot of map to push through. And you're going to have Overclock. You're going to have Primal here for Nightmare.
Yeah, but maybe that's a window of opportunity here for Timeless, right? That sound barrier, it just connects with Lethal and Admiral himself. This is going to be Cuppa using the Primal. They're going to go for it now.
Here's the beat. Lethal's going to hold on to this. But Riker again did not get the sound barrier. The timing is not there between the Lucio and the Winston. It's happened twice now in quick succession, and it's a big part of Timeless's struggles in this game. They eventually get cut down as Riker is too far forward and is too low, too quick.
You have to be able to execute that, though. Like it's just... I mean, you're using the sound barrier and, like, what? That's 2 times in a row you don't connect with the tank, and the tank is obviously taking a brunt of the damage that Nightmare is putting down. You're not going to win. No, obviously making some kind of mental mistakes like that. So Nightmare puts themselves in a fantastic spot. A 3-0 would be a huge statement from them that they're ready to kind of go out, whether it be SSG or Team Liquid for that spot to China.
For me, that's a huge black mark on the dive fundamentals of Timeless, Matt.
Dude, Chopper looks sick as well.
Yeah,
like they just kind of
fantastic.
Yeah,
but that's on an individual basis. I do think like as a wholesale unit in this dive comp, they were decidedly weaker. We got to see, of course, the Widow matchup come out of the gates here as Lethal realized there was no flanking DPS initially to put any pressure whatsoever on the Widowmaker. And honestly, a brutal first half here for Timeless. They really sort of got ran over. You can see here at the end of the game. And at that point, I realized it would really take something special from Timeless to beat them, but they end up just matching Winston.
What's also quite bad is as well, you say they look decisively worse on the dive. You basically picked Dorado to play dive, right? Like you picked Dorado to play like Winston and Genji and Axis High Grounds, and you play that after obviously on Samoa, Nightmare was able to win playing the Winston, so maybe you feel like you can kind of actually match that or better it, in not particularly close yet again.
It's a really uncomfortable moment here for Coach Cap for Timeless, because the overarching strategy is to come into this series and demonstrate like a better dive comps on maps like Dorado, right? To say nothing of maybe how Samoa can force like more brawly setups on some stages like Beach. Clearly, Timers have picked the map here and said, we believe we're the better dive team and we're going to leverage that to win the map. Now that that's not the case, can they afford to pivot on a match point scenario over to a map that maybe forces the brawl? Because obviously the dive is not going to get them there. They are just not on the same level as Nightmare in that style.
So they picked Suravasa, which I kind of expected. And then I was curious because you knew they were going to ban a tank, because if they don't ban a tank, then Nightmare just bans Maga, and we're going to the post show. So Timeless, they get rid of Hazard, and that's kind of what they've been using to kind of counter some of the Maga stuff. Juno though does go as well, so maybe that kind of impacts the things that Timeless is going to want to do here. But you think it's probably either ball Maga based type of stuff. That's what Timeless will probably roll out with here.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I think they're like taking the Juno away and denying the like orbital ray value from a Malga based comp, or something that Nightmare expects is going to be Malga based is probably a pretty good move.
If it's ball, I totally expect them to just play lethal on the Sombra and then just like, UV on Ana, Groggy, you would think it's got to be Maga. So what do they play now that Hazard is out? Do they try and play Winston into it? We've seen some people go towards it, where we've seen like some Winston into Maga, I believe in Asia. It's just really hard. So we'll see what they decide to go with. But potentially, I think it's like I think I saw me and Johnny were talking about it. It was like a Bastion setup against the Maga. Maybe we see them try and run something like that.
Obviously, what Hazard does against the Malga comp and why it's banned here is because he just ignores Malga. Generally is able to like circumvent the Malga, get past him, get into the backline. For Winston, that's a little bit trickier. Obviously, Winston doesn't have the burst damage that Hazard has available, and it's hard to make people just disappear. But you can play that way. It looks like Nightmare do want to try it. They want to try and play like the Ana Lucio core in theory, unless it's just a speed boost from Admiral, and set Kuffer up. If they win here, if this Winston comp beats Timeless Malga comp down, Nightmare are just in every metric to me the better team and more deserving to advance.
You just chalk it up at that point, right? I mean, you lose in that type of scenario. So the advantage you would have playing like a Bastion here, right, is like when Riker wants to commit, you just end up popping the wheels mode, and like you can just burn the Maga down, even through like the cardiac overdrive, like the Bastion damage.
Cooked by Shorts though, Matt, as Bastion, like utterly cooked.
That's the cleanse out right away though.
Sleep's good. Oh, bro, come on. Like, Nightmare is so good in this counter dive. Look, they see the Malga coming a mile off. The Lethal's able to farm. UV is cracked, man. Hits a sleep on the Malga, is able to kite him, dodge away from it. And the point obviously held by Nightmare right now, they can take their time with Riker. Playing with their food, buddy.
So at the start, right before Timeless was about to go in, UV hits a 3-player bio, then it's the cleanse you straight away, and then everybody rushes on in. He lands a sleep, he lands another bio. I mean, just absolutely filthy stuff.
Bro,
I mean,
the NA Twilight, I'm telling you.
NA Twilight, okay.
Unbelievably cracked. This is insane stuff. And again, maybe a little bit more room to breathe against this style. Sure, it's not a dive tank that they're dealing with. Nightmare though, look, he's just ignoring the Malga. Oh, who cares where Riker is? He's up on the point, but right now Nightmare are pressuring the backline. And the point's still contestable. They've got time. Kaffa, though, does fall, so that dive doesn't ultimately get them there. Riker is bio, but that's going to be Suzu'd off here, and clean timeless win here. You can see why it is hard to challenge this Malga comp face up, and if you get the technical skill as a dive team, you can avoid him, circumvent him, and make him irrelevant.
That's also the nano that we used here by UV. It was actually used on the Zero there towards the end, so don't have that heat on an ultimate. Where, yeah, you kind of, ooh, nice shot there by Chopper on a little bit of a fadeaway. You kind of just ignore the Maga, and I think what you also see from Nightmare, though, is like the Lucamino and Squid on a lot of the maps have had a tough time dealing with Kaffa and, you know, the pressure that he's putting down on the Winston. So you feel like you're kind of like doubling down on that, as that is going to be UV falling, Admiral falling as well. So now it's both supports gone at the hands of Rocket and Chopper.
Yeah, that was a tough thing. You saw UV busting out all the stops here, but against like a world-class Tracer in Rocket, it's still going to be challenging to win a fight like that. Pretty cool for Zera. Point still in control of Timus, and now they've got into the lead. They walk into the next fight with a sound barrier as well. Overclock could be quite relevant. Let's see it popped now by Chopper. Lethal holding onto the Bob, though. It's going to be pretty big here. Thrown on him, but Chopper's able to vault the Bob entirely, and Admiral has gone down to this Overclock. He was close to a beat, but won't have a chance in this fight, and maybe won't have a chance for this Flashpoint. Bob has been removed. It was a 1-for-1, but now Lethal is down, so your hit scan pressure is missing. Then Timus's Malga comp does grind. Nightmare down, and they'll be taking this point, almost certainly. Bam.
I mean, it just seems like what, you know, they win the fight where UV kind of goes absolutely crazy, but not able to really kind of win anything after that. So Admiral will have a sound barrier here for the next point, and Lethal make a change over to the Sojourn. But I don't know if this like ends up winning out over the Maga. Like, the thing that's also a little bit weird is like the Tracer. Like, you kind of need the Tracer to play with the Winston, but like Tracer doesn't really impact or, you know, interact with Maga whatsoever, right?
No, but Sojourn with a higher clip size, if you take that perk, is really able to farm the Malga for easy charge. Whereas the Ash like needs a little bit of time. I think like the perk combination. Also, if you take the 150 rail, it allows you to burst that cage fight down a bit quicker, which sometimes is what we see with that combo. Like Sojourn literally right-clicking that enemy Malga cage. So I definitely think it probably gives Nightmare a bit more equity. I just think that Lethal might have a preference for that Ash here. Beat comes down. Lethal and UV don't benefit, but all the relevant players in this fight do. It's going to be a cage fight, though, that catches Kaffa, and he just simply sees these folks. He disintegrated.
I mean, Rush plus Cage. I'm surprised they didn't save the beat for that, right? You knew the cage was going to come, but also the amount of damage pumped out, there's no way you were going to barely be able to even... Like, if you use Sound Barrier there, Kaffa most certainly dies probably before you get it off. So, see if they're able to kind of play around it the next time. Zero. Whoa, that is just kind of just sitting in a bush, just assassinates Rocket there. I mean, no chance for Rocket to even react. I mean, that is a huge pick.
Yeah, you do not have time, even on low ping. You're just dead there.
Yeah.
Suzu there gets used. Chopper was low, and you could see that Zera had his eyes on that Sojourn the whole fight. Now Nano here for Kaffa. It's going to be Riker trying to charge away here. Off the point, still contested, mind you, so a little bit of extra percentage for Timus, but Nightmare eventually will set up. I do think we got to be fair here. We're glazing Nightmare heavily, but they are playing an uphill battle against this comp for Timeless.
Oh, for sure.
Pound for pound is better.
I think Timeless's comp is better, specifically, you know, with the hero bans here, and just kind of like historically, right? Like Maga comps in this, when Maga's good, right? Win out against this, you know, Nightmare composition, right? As it's going to be a bio on the Riker, but that's going to get cleansed off, so cleanse is gone.
No Suzu available here for Squid. It did its job, though, as that was an opportunity, I think, for Kaffa to go forward, and he really wants to follow up on those bio targets. Ooh, what an off-angle there for Lethal, and doesn't even wait for a full charge on that second rail. Knows he has Chopper dead to rights. There it is, just logging in, just using his admin privileges to take over the game. Standard stuff here for Lethal, really.
Just
and now Nightmare ahead.
I mean, this is a fantastic performance here from Nightmare on the second point. There's Lucamino, no sound barrier. No sound barrier end up used there. So Nightmare, we'll see now as we go to the next point. As one player gets a touch. Rocket will get a touch here. Trigger OT. I think Lucamino's back here as well. Yeah.
Okay, Luke's dead, and also the Malga's a long way away.
This is a rush. They're gonna.
Yeah, it's used to get Riker back into the game, but he'll get there and there'll be no one to heal him. Nobody to give him, you know, a little tuck in, a little bed night cuddles. Yeah, okay. Well, hi, Margaret. Welcome back. Point, obviously, still under control of Nightmare. Rike down, and that is Kitsune Rush. I think Squid would love to have had back.
Yeah, so you end up using the rush there towards the end. So now you have no support ultimates here for Timeless going into the next fight. And also, like, I think without, you know, for Kuffa, right? We talked about like how he's been so impactful. Like, you think for Timeless, right? We haven't really seen them play like any breakthrough out this. Like, they've kind of not wanted to play him much at all. It seems like they play like a lot of Kiri, now Lucio. And they've just had they've just been not able to keep the back line up. Obviously, Nightmare not playing it either, but it feels like UV and Admiral doing a much better job kind of like playing around each other. And, you know, also like the sleeps from UV have been quite nutty throughout this one.
I agree. Like, I think without Juno is where, like, I think Nightmare think because there's no Juno, they can beat this Malga comp with their Winston setup. Just that raw output and just, you know, Orbital Ray being so oppressive. Okay, good start to the fight though. Chopper's able to take Ultraviolet down. Despite Nightmare taking a nano boost fight, sort of midway between these 2 points, hoping to get Prio, but the spawns line up for Timeless and the positioning of the flashpoint also favors them, so Nightmare just have to concede.
there's just nothing to deal with like a cage fight, right? When you have like cage fight plus the overclock there, I mean, you know, your Winston gets stuck inside of there. He's dead. So for Nightmare, it's almost like a little bit of a wash fight. Timeless knows they can move in behind that big Maga ultimate. End up getting close here, probably going to end up taking the lead off of that.
Sorry?
Oh, wait, what?
That shouldn't be happening. UV just picks Squid off there casually. Right, so a very cheap fight ultimate-wise for Nightmare now is obviously the pulse accounts for Chopper. Timeless are going to be evicted here pretty bloody quickly. UV is just stacking them up for this guy.
Dude,
a little nasty.
Absolutely filthy stuff from UV throughout the entire series. I feel like we said a few times. Also, you notice that you have Lethal here going with like the disruptor shot just kind of stuck there. Maga's a really easy target to land that on, just annoying consistent damage on the Maga, and then also being able to build up these rails gun shot. It's going to be overclocked there as Lethal is good for 2.
I think Nightmare have done enough here.
Oh, and that's another sound barrier gone there from Lucamino. I mean, that's the second one I think we've seen so far here on Suravasa. Just completely, you know, just negated. I think it was an Ajax. Yeah, with that's a shot from Lethal.
That's heartbreaking stuff here for Nightmare. UV, of course, has a nano, which he will also receive the benefits of with that secondary perk active. Still can be anyone, really. Whatever keeps Ultraviolet alive. Here's the rush coming on in. Considering getting nano over towards the Tracer, fair enough. Zera needs the survivability now. Has flipped the fight a little bit on his opposite number in Rocket. Trying to step up now is Zera, getting behind enemy lines. Point has flipped now. Nightmare go for a beat that 4 players benefit from, with the exception of Zera, but he's got his own level of survivability. This will force Timeless to scatter from the point and allow a flip, but Nightmare still need to finish off the fight. They've got to drag this Malga comp down. Oh, the bio on the Malga is perfect. Is there a Suzu here? Yes, comes in a little bit late. Enough time for Kuffa to be brought down. Sleep on the Malga, but Ultraviolet is absolutely behind enemy lines here. The fact that he has the presence of mind to heal his teammate in the distance with a Malga in front of him is ridiculous. Chopper brings Admiral down, though. Nightmare allowed the point to flip. I think it is just Lethal at the moment. He'll have to back up.
Yeah, Lethal just needs to get out with his life. You actually have Kuffa here, drops a bubble, just trying to keep Lethal up, as that's a huge kill. So now you won't have this Sojourn for this next fight, as you also probably won't have Kuffa as well. Kuffa will fall, as looks like it's going to be Timeless taking this one at the end.
Yeah, a close flashpoint. A really exciting one, honestly. But it's going to be Nightmare forced to give up yet another. So Timeless getting close to a map win here. As we've discussed, their comp seems, looks a little bit stronger. And they're walking into the next fight with basically every ultimate at their fingertips.
It should be a fight that they absolutely do not lose, right? They're going to get here a little bit later than some of the players. Looks like actually Zero's just here for Nightmare, so you're gonna get here a tad bit later, but I mean, you have everything at your disposal. I mean, this would be a bit of a throw if they end up losing this one, as UV taking more off angles here on the Ana, as that's gonna be the cage fight here. It's gonna be a sound barrier. This one from Lucamino lands well.
Yeah, I mean, like you talked about, Matt,
even with Primal,
in a cage fight, he is dead. Even with Primal. Timeless happy to use that ability just to catch the Winston. They realize how central Kuffa is to the gameplay of Nightmare. I think that probably doesn't need explaining. So
you do lose Chopper here towards the end, though. As, now it's going to be Lethal kind of using this overclock here. Maybe he can kind of just burn this Maga down. As it's going to be Squid using the Kitsune Rush, and now Kuffa's back in the fight.
Okay, big damage on Riker, eventually gets dragged down. Timeless, though, because of how long it's taken to cap this point, getting decent percentage. Nice healing. Yeah, Ultraviolet absolutely has to go mental with it. Yep, this is an appropriate level of respect, I think, to offer Ultraviolet. Everybody dives him. Chopper's able to find two winners, Kaffa and UV, that go down. Timeless should be able to settle into this a little bit more now, Matt. It got volatile, and Nightmare honestly should have been able to flip.
And now you see for Nightmare, they're not actually able to keep like UV alive, right? Some consistent pressure here from Chopper and Rocket onto the Ana on the other side. Even with Admiral just trying to like boot players away, still just the constant harassment onto the Ana, paying off here.
Nano for UV. Kaffa, of course, the intended recipient, you'd think, but we've seen it go over to everybody lately. Okay, lethal now. No overclock, but that Nano definitely helps him hit a little bit harder. Riker obviously hit with that bionic grenade, and clearly Squid not able to get the Suzu there in time. It means Timers have to give up that space. It's a pretty expensive fight tonight from Nightmare to win, but it had to be there to keep the map alive.
Is they're going to push forward here, so they're going to get a kill onto Riker. They're also going to get Lucamino quite low. The bio here at range, even with the bounce, doesn't connect with anything, so you're going to have to wait a little bit off the spawn here now for Riker, but he's up with the rest of the squad. Is Nightmare, I mean, you got this sound barrier, right? You can match it here, but there's going to be that Kitsune rush, dude. Is you know, Squid has done a nice job building these up quite fast. So that's a nade that just kind of lands on the Lucamino, so they don't burn the cleanse on it, which is a good move.
Timeless here with a beat. Kitsune rush. No reason not to win this fight.
Beat has to land from Lucamino.
Yeah, that's a good point. Admiral beat connects. Lucamino beat. Okay, we're good. We passed the checks, folks. Kaffa trying to get a primal on deck, but it's going to get dragged down completely out of the Ultraviolet's line of sight. Could not position in such a way as to be healed up by Diana. This is awkward for Nightmare now. Zero with a pulse would try and find some connect on it, but Chopper falls to Lethal. Overclock now coming out. Lethal has to go absolutely mental to turn this around, but there's a Malga in his face. Zero low pulse available, but one sliver of HP is not enough to keep him in the game, and this primal for Kaffa is a little bit too little. It's a little bit too late, and that will be that, folks. Timeless stay alive in the series. Does Nightmare just want to run it down on this audacious Winston comp? It doesn't work, but it gets him pretty close.
And what they've been running against this Malga, like, is that hazard-based composition, but it's a timeless ban on the hazard here. So they completely removed that composition off the table, forced them to play some of this Winston stuff. It looked good at times, but timeless with just the better comp overall ended up taking Saravasa.
Yeah, it is definitely more robust there. I thought Squid's play on the Kiriko especially was very, very good. A lot of key cleanses and rushes. This was the start of the game, though. I'm sorry, like,
all of this
what Ultraviolet is doing there is like the unscoped shots that he's hitting. The sleep obviously was, something that most good Ana players can do, but the rest of it, no, that's just completely unreasonable. Like, you're taking space away from an Ana, you're putting pressure on her, and you don't expect an Ana to be able to still have such a big impact when she's on the back foot like that. I'm glazing. I'm an Ana main. This stuff really gets me going. I need the Kenny G music back on for this. I'm not going to lie. It was sublime.
Yes, here we see...
why do we zoom that, bro? Come on, man. He's got a family. He's got chickens. Oh.
It's just as soon as he pops it, I mean, the extra powerful railgun shot, just really difficult to deal with. But for Timeless, look, they battle back. They get a map on the board. Obviously, they're not going to have the ability to select any more maps throughout this series. And now it kind of swings things back in Nightmare's favor. That they go with a push map here, obviously, right? Probably Esperanza. You can probably lock that one in. They could ban the Malga, right? You could definitely do that, right? We haven't seen the Malga ban just yet.
Yeah, a legitimate option for you. Did we not? We did not see it on Samo, right?
No, I don't believe so. I think we saw the Genji ban on one side and we saw the Brig ban on the other side. Yeah.
I mean, it's such an easy button to press, isn't it? But, what an option, Nightmare's options. I think they felt like in that game, I'm just trying to put myself in their headspace. I generally, if I'm them, I do believe I can win, even playing that Winston style. Especially if they have like a niche, like, okay, let's ban the Juno. We feel like, when the ultimates come down, like we have an edge. We've got one of the best Ana players in NA, maybe even...
They can ban Tracer, which would be quite interesting. Like, do you ban like and then play like Genji Sombra if you really feel like, Genji Sombra Hazard can beat the Malga. So curious. I think the safest is to just get rid of Malga. Now the issue would be is if you like lose this, right, then you don't have a Mauga ban for game 5. So maybe
for game 5.
Right.
You can really try and like just make Mauga irrelent. You can ban Mauga by map selection. You know?
I like this though. Just get rid of the Mauga. Just make it clean. Get rid of the Mauga. Get him out of the way, and let's get in the map.
And I mean, Timeless banned the Lucio, so we just go on a break here. I mean, that might be the thinking. I'm not really sure. Obviously, this is the kind of map where push is the kind of map where speed is really paramount. We know that, but you can. I mean, the Admiral Brig is. How are they? I don't know how long. Like, dude, Nightmare did pretty well in the offseason. All things considered, considering like the players that they had to replace, they end up with a backline that's Ultraviolet and Admiral.
Yeah.
Like, what? And then Kafra developed into, I think, a much like better prospect than we maybe could have imagined. I think over the course of already this year, it's just looked pretty incredible.
You could potentially play like Ana Juno. We've seen people in Asia play that too. So looks like though, like how you mentioned, pretty safe here to play the Ana Brig. This does actually open things up though for Timeless to play the ball. So curious if that's kind of their response.
All right, let's see what Nightmare are cooking up now as they are on match point. They are here to end the series on Esperanza.
Okay, keep calling, scouting, pinging.
Loud.
Loud.
Go loud.
I don't see anything. Tracer, Carry, Surge, maybe Ball, yeah.
Okay. I don't see ball. I don't see ball.
Follow it.
All right.
I'm gonna
I can't see Kappa.
Yeah, I have to chill.
Ball looking at
Yeah, I can hear.
I can get the high ground soon.
Yeah, I need
That's
top.
kind of fast.
I need top.
Help ball, stop that. Ball off. Ball split left side, ball stuck left side right now.
I'm
on you. Carry off.
I don't know, they're looking
Need to chill. Ball fall left still.
Yeah, can you push it?
I'll walk out right side. I'm all right.
I'm alright top.
Carry to right. But 3, 2, 1. Balkan eye. One. Live.
Nori.
Yeah, I'm looking straight. Come on, Tier 1, no speed. So this side, I'm going sorry.
Okay, you can see there, right? I'm going back to the UV glaze because this is kind of my thing right now. No wasted movements, no jumping around a lot of the time. Every shot connecting, just really tight play there, and it lets them shut down that Riker dive. That's what puts Nightmare in an attacking position right now. Eventually, though, Kuffer is overwhelmed.
We do see, in the past, right? I feel like a week or two ago, where it was like extremely difficult to deal with these ball comps, but Nightmare seems to do pretty well against it, playing some of this Winston stuff, but it seems like this is where their push will end, as Timeless picking up some kills here. Zero will end up falling towards the end. As Lethal actually pops Overclock here, Mitch, it feels like potentially can still win this, but you're like 1v3. Okay, so your Sojourn ends up falling here. Maybe you think there's like going to be a switch. Do you play maybe like a Sombra here potentially? But otherwise, that Overclock was just a waste.
Yeah, it's a question of like whether you want to invest another part of your comp to trying to negate the impact of the ball.
I think
we talked about like the Winston versus the ball comp, Matt. In theory, like the Winston comp can achieve their aim a little faster than the Wrecking Ball style, but so far Timeless and Rocket especially have been standing out.
Rocket definitely has stepped up so far on this map as Cup has taken some of the high ground away. Must-win fight here for Nightmare. Feels like get a sizable lead here for Timeless. If you're able to win this one, it's going to be a bio that's thrown and just connects with Lethal. The minefield actually used here just to kind of like trap Kuffa. He's going to make it back to the other side, but dude, Chopper on the high ground just doing filthy work there on the Sojourn. Comes up with 3.
We don't often see those sort of peeling minefields, dare I even use the term, but it definitely kept Kuffa out of the fight for long enough that Chopper was able to make short work of the rest of Nightmare's setup. And there is a question here of like, should you be trying to pressure this DPS a little bit more, because Zera and Lethal haven't really had the impact they've been looking for.
This is going to be checkpoint. You have Kitsune Rush here. You have Overclock, so you're in a fantastic spot if you're Timeless to kind of keep running this one down. As this series, you lose Lethal. This series looked over maybe like 20 minutes ago, and then now it looks like Timeless is very much in the game.
Yeah, giving us a classic matchup between these two teams. We were hoping for a closer game. We didn't think we were going to get it after the first couple maps. Here's Luke here. Kitsune Rush thrown over the point here. Definitely designed for him to play through and teammates to benefit from as they pass every now and then through it. This means for Nightmare it gets a little bit more awkward. They are forced back here towards the edges of the map. Kuffa looks for a dive, but no one is there. He's at least able to take some control and establish a way to move up. There's a sleep on Riker in the back line now. So Riker may not have help, getting hit with the Bionade and brought down. It's only one of the 2 times I think we've seen Nightmare effectively being able to bring the ball down, and it's instantly traded back by Chopper, who's now gone for the overclock, and Cuppa's got to respect it. Bubble instantly, he's trying to get away, as Chopper has the high ground and isn't afraid to use it.
Somehow Chopper finds a kill while being primal during all of that, and then feels confident enough to pop the overclock as he's just trying to hold this high ground, right? You hold this position and prevents Nightmare from pushing this car any further up, as you see now you have Riker here in the mix, so the bot has not made much progress, not even made it back towards mid-map, as it's been really Chopper here with Squid holding down this angle.
Chopper doing a great job as well of just, establishing his own space. As soon as there's a dive in from Kuffer, it's a disruptor shot thrown on the ground, and they're able to force the Winston back pretty quick. Riley comes out here. I think Shield Bash stun was held in reserve by Admiral, and Kuffer is currently slept. Needs a bio to stay alive and gets it in the nick of time. So quickly, 200 HP burst healing for Kuffer, and the ability now to go a little bit deeper into some of these fights. Slept once by Squid, and it won't happen twice, as it's either on cooldown or not able to connect through the bubble. Another bio connects on a Riker, but there's going to be a pulse bomb that's walked away from by Kuffer. Nightmare, a big opportunity now to push forward finally, but it's not enough healing for the Winston as he goes on in, and Admiral is right behind him. So now Nightmare trying to feign strength here, negotiate from a position of power without their Winston in play, and I think they're going to have to deal with the Wrecking Ball in order to do that. They want the checkpoint, but they can't push any further.
I was going to say, is there a possibility of checkpoint, but most certainly not. I think without your tank and then the ball still in the mix here, you can't really kind of control that high ground like we were watching Chopper and Squid able to do, so Lethal has to fall back. Puts a railgun shot in here into Riker. It's going to be a minefield here. Nice sleep there. Be the disruptor shot stuck onto him. Oh, he gets knocked into the mines.
It's not even clear really how Lethal gets knocked into those, as Riker is on the other side of him. Regardless, caught up by somebody. Nightmare though, as the dust clears, have to play, but they've got to respect the fact that Luke and Squid are chilling here on the high ground. They need to be cleared out. Luke will walk away. Keeps that healing on Riker though, and timers have been really tough to dig from this position. Bionade, cleansed by Suzu. Kuffer slept. Big burst. Primal has to be used here. Now Kuffer has to convert this ultimate. He's had to use it in order to stay alive, so he needs at least the one, and he's found it. This is an opening here for Nightmare to look towards that checkpoint now. Still a backline though to harass, and Kuffer makes a second pass at it, hit by a second bio. This time though, he's not lucky enough to escape. Luke and Squid joined at the hip, unkillable right now.
They're doing their hardest to stay alive. I mean, that's going to be checkpoint that goes on through here for Nightmare, so getting closer to matching Timeless. I don't know what much more Squid and Lucamino can do in that corner, being able to kind of stay alive. Nice primal again there from Kuffa. We've seen a few times on the Winston throughout this series. Him being able to come up with some huge primals. Actually got slipped, then popped the primal, and then it's just Squid ends up not being able to hit that second sleep as Riker hit with a bio, not able to finish off that ball though.
He's going to be out of the fight for a little bit though. Now to return, Chopper, probably the standout player in the server so far this game, gets a nano boost rather, and is looking to connect with his rails. Lethal! Oh, has the audacity to challenge. Chopper chilling. Now moving back over towards the bot as Luke has gone down. This backline is in deep trouble. Squid wins the fight against Admiral. In a 2v1 at least takes a trade. This means Timeless still have a foothold on the map. They're not just going to be shoved out, but this total is very close. 9 meters separate these two teams now, and Rocket's on the back foot. We'll have to give it up.
Zara still here, Ultraviolet and Kuffa. So they're going to get very close to end up taking the lead. It'll actually be Riker who will come in, get a touch, and Chopper yet again with the railguns takes out UV.
Terra's in trouble. Had to use a recall pretty prematurely there. And there's no way you're trying to pulse bomb Rocket. You're getting ruined by the enemy Tracer, and Rocket is definitely destined to win that duel. Now the lead is down to 4 meters. The timers have control, and they're looking to reset the bot back towards middle map.
Zero was trying to, both Tracers trying to make a beeline for that health pack, right? Both of the perk that ends up giving them a blink when they go through the health pack back. So that time, Rocket able to make it back a little bit earlier. That extra blink makes the difference in that 1v1.
Okay, bot under control of Nightmare here, but they do not want to push. They want that high ground control before they bring the bot in behind it.
Trying to play for Casino Rush as well.
Slightly. Riker look like the London Eye. Sees a primal now go off here from Kuffa, but where's this supposed to be? Likely to deny the high ground from these supports, but Kuffa is terrified of Squid hitting with a sleep. So really just wants to try and occupy some space, but I don't see how this advances the win condition for Nightmare. It's a very dispersed minefield thrown down there by Riker, something you've got to respect lest you just back up into one. And out in the open, Timeless are able to win this fight heavily. Kuffa brought down by Riker. And Lethal just has to wait for his chance. to do some work.
They've done a much better job time-wise taking out UV. First one to fall in that fight as well. 2 fights in a row. So that time, I believe it was Rocket. The last time it was Chopper with a railgun shot, as he has definitely come alive here on the Sojourn. This is a huge fight. I think if Nightmare is going to have any chance of coming back, you need to win this fight. You can't allow that bot to go deeper and deeper back into your territory. You can't lose this fight for that high ground.
Disrupt the shot here, putting pressure on Chopper, meaning Squid just has to basically hold M1 on the Sojourn. While Lethal doubling back here, knows that the ball is a bit of an issue. Riker takes enough damage, but again, there's a mega health pack close by he can benefit from. Nano here going over to Kaffa, keeps him alive, but for how much longer? Rocket here with the bio, but still knows he has to fight. He's got to contribute his damage to the engagement. Kaffa slept, but Squid goes down to a pulse, and yes, only the Winston picked off here by Timeless. They're down to a singular Tracer, and Nightmare are making one last push for the map.
Okay, so they're only down 4 meters. You're going to get this Winston back in the action quite fast. You're going to have a rally here as well. I think it's going to come down to this overclock. Like, if Lethal can have a sick overclock, right, where the bot is going to be, you're probably good to end up taking the lead. We'll see Riker go over the top. So it's going to put a little bit of pressure here onto UV. You want to keep this Ana alive, and you need to get good value out of the rally.
Timeless are trying to abuse the high ground for as long as they can. They don't want to fully commit to this fight.
The overclock.
Go for an overclock. Oh my god, that is it! Squid! Shot in the face by Lethal. Just a lazy flick, it seemed, from the server admin. And here come Nightmare in overtime. They are going to break through and take the series. It's heartbreak for Timeless as they're eliminated from stage 1. Nightmare, come alive when it really counts.
Dude, we gotta see that again, as that is a sick shot there from Lethal. I was talking about, like, you're gonna have to get value out of the overclock where the bot was. You had already given up a ton of space there from Timeless, so they weren't gonna get a second fight. And dude, he just comes right around the corner, and what, you see like that much of Squid's head and just clips it. I mean, sick stuff there.
That is crazy work.
Yeah.
That is pixel level material. And it looked pretty
with like a ball in his face too.
Yes, I mean Chopper was also pretty close to having an overclock of his own online. Like there was mines coming up for Riker. No guarantee that Nightmare were going to win because they had to leave the high ground to actually push the bot where it needed to go. Sometimes Lethal just happens, man. I really feel like that moment he sees an opportunity, even like you said, in a very deep flanking position behind enemy lines with a wrecking ball in his face. Says, "Nah, mate, I'd win these."
I mean, dude, if Maga didn't exist, I don't know who's beating Nightmare right now. I mean, they look that good. I think obviously SSG and Team Liquid probably have something to say about that, but man, they look lights out. That was as good as we've seen them play.
And again, I think this makes a huge statement to our remaining teams here in this OWCS Stage 1 bracket. Liquid and SSG have got to be put on notice because Nightmare, again, a team that kind of missed out on the glitz and glamour of partnership here and still put together a roster that is dealing it to the best of them. Can they break into that top 2? Let's head over, of course, to our desktop breakdown. A sick game with a sick ending. It doesn't get much better than this, folks. This is NA Overwatch at its best.
It certainly is. Thank you so much, Mitch, Matt, Zoe, and Jake here to break it all down, man. I thought we were going to go to map 5 there. So close. Nightmare. Aggressive, confident, rightfully so, but maybe there was a little bit of hubris at a point here and there as well, or they just maybe a little too stubborn or too cocky. I don't know what to call it, Jake.
I mean, they play so phenomenally well on this Winston comp. I think it's a little crazy to play the Winston into the Maga. I think that may not be necessary. Maybe they should bring that out and just win the mirror on Saravasa, but they get it done in the end. And it's hard to really be criticizing this team, Nightmare, right now because they clearly just have their own identity, their own look at the game. They're very different than any other team playing in the tournament right now, and I think that's to their benefit. If this team does qualify to go to China, I feel like they can hang on any meta, even if things shift. I think this is a team that I want to see play against some of the best in the world on these dive matchups because they're just that fun to watch.
But are you concerned at all if they are somehow through bans, through map picks, through the opposing team's composition, if they get forced into a Maga mirror, can they hang? Or are they just, why are they avoiding it like tooth and nail?
I mean, I think they feel that they have an advantage if they can take the game off Magamir, and I think they're right, actually, that they're playing incredibly well off the meta. I think it would probably take them to the next level to also have the Magamir, like when the bans force you there, when, you know, you go to Saravasa, maybe it is best to just take that Brawl Mirror. But, you know, you can't argue with the level of confidence that they have, the way they're playing this comp. I mean, Lethal's firing on all cylinders. I gotta say, Chopper came up massively, though, in this final map. Like, he was hitting ridiculous shots on Esperanza, stuff that I'm like, you can't play around a soldier just, you know, destroying you the way Chopper was there. And so I gotta give my props to Timeless. They did not go down easy in this series. It was just the overwhelming pressure from Nightmare, and they continue to play well in the clutch. I mean, that's the type of a scenario where a match can go against you when you drop the map. Maybe it wasn't the best comp on Saravasa, and now you're in a very close, very chaotic, individual heavy dive mirror on Esperanza. Like, that's a place where things can slip away and you could lose a series you're supposed to win. But Nightmare, if they hold it down, they've got the clutch players to get it done in the end. And so I don't know if I can criticize them too much. Clearly they have their vision, how they want to play, and they're sticking to their guns.
They are indeed. Now, one of the reasons that they can be this aggressive and just low-key run it down mid is a player called Ultraviolet. The nades he's hitting, the sleeps he's hitting, the openings he is providing for his team, and just the self-sustain he also has as just an Ana player. It's unreal.
Yeah, I think across the board, it was visible here on Saravasa and pretty much every map that they're playing. I mean, his read is so clean. He's hitting everything. I love that sleep onto Rocket. Like, after he gets pulse bombed, he sleeps Rocket, and then Admiral's able to come get that clean up. And then here on Esperanza is really where I think this is where the Ana players really shine, is when they're on a dive mirror, high mobility, they're able to get in, fight with the team, and just have so much impact with their cooldowns. Riker was having a difficult game trying to get past Ultraviolet here in the backline.
Absolutely. Now, to celebrate the victory of Nightmare, we do have a post-game interview. I believe Zeru will be joining us for a quick chat right after they got the dub. It is indeed Zeru. Thank you so much for taking the time. Welcome back to the desk. And first things first, of course, congratulations. Let's talk about this match. I talked about it right when we came out of the last map. It felt like there was a lot of confidence in that Winston composition you guys were running, even though it was definitely a compositional uphill battle. Was there any point of time where anyone in the comps was like, should we maybe just take the Margot mirror? Should we try it? Or was the confidence in the Winston comp just too big?
I think we do have a lot of confidence in our Winston comp, and like I do agree that maybe it's a bit like hard versus their comp on that map, but overall we were really confident in our game plan. I think that map could have gone like pretty favorably for us if we made a couple less mistakes. Like I think we got like pre-fighted a couple times, like they killed us before the fight, like we got picked, a bit unlucky. But overall I think we were pretty confident in our game plan, and I don't think anyone was like doubting our plan going in.
You guys have come out in this playoff and been like one of the most unique teams to watch. I think a lot of the fans have really enjoyed tuning into your games because of that. Has that put a lot of pressure on you guys to be a team that's kind of bucking the trends and playing different things than other teams play, or do you feel like that gives you an advantage here in the playoffs?
I mean, I think this meta is like very, like the hero bans, it makes it very like flexible. You can really play a lot of different things. So I don't think there's really like one set meta. I just think the other teams are kind of like one tricks, to be honest. I mean, they know what they want to play and they're good at it. So I mean, like props to them. But for us, like I think we really prioritize having like strong flexibility, and we know our players can play like anything. So it's kind of
that's something Kafa mentioned last week as well, right? And then we've seen a lot of different looks from you guys thus far in the stage, so I'm excited to see more. Your next match will be either SSG or the rematch against Team Liquid. If it happened to be the rematch, what was your biggest takeaway from the first go around?
I mean, the first go around in the playoffs was like an insane choke from us. Like it was really bad. I think it sucks to have to learn from that match in the playoffs, but I'm glad it happened early in the playoffs because I think we learned from it, and we are more prepared this time to like make a run back. I mean, China is always the goal. I think everyone's really confident in our team play right now, so think we'll just go into whoever we play with confidence, and hopefully we'll take the championship.
That's the spirit. Yeah, you're just one match away from punching the ticket to our first LAN event in China. Zeri, thank you so much for joining us. And of course, best of luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you.
Great to hear it from Zero. Yeah, we kind of had that takeaway already from another team today, right? Like, if you want to choke earlier, so you have an opportunity to fix the mistake and run it back. And they're now, if we're looking at our bracket, just on their merry way to make that salty lower bracket run that every team dreams of. Not actually every team dreams of an upper bracket run, but you know, the second best dream is definitely the salty lower bracket, just for the storylines, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, that match of Liquid versus Nightmare that was early on in the upper bracket was just an incredibly close game. It felt like at many moments on the maps that Liquid were able to win, Nightmare were in the lead. So I kind of agree with Zara. Like, that's a match they have to feel like we should always win that. And so I honestly don't think they're going to be changing that much going up against Team Liquid, and if that is the same, the rematch that does occur in the lower bracket final. And honestly, I think Team Liquid, if I were them, I'd be a little worried. Like, I felt that, you know, they won, they got it done in the end, but it was scarily close for those partner teams. So I think Liquid and SSG coming up next is going to be hotly contested. Nightmare is a scary team to go up against. They're very different than any other opponent, which makes them very hard to prepare for. So I think Liquid and SSG are both heavily invested in securing their ticket to go to China right here, right now. You do not want to have to deal with that lower bracket match.
Yeah, and it's a short turnaround as well, of course, as they only have 1 day to prep for their lower bracket match here, as they first have to focus on, well, each other, right? And that match is coming up in just a little bit, but before we're heading into our last series of the day, we do, of course, have the Battle of the Bots playoffs bracket that continues. We have the second semi-final of Battle of the Bots coming up. It's going to be broadcast producer Eric's team going up against our graphic producer Jade. Who will win and advance to grand finals? Well, let's find out. Make sure to bet your channel points, and we'll see you after a quick break.
Ready for battle. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Enhanced accuracy. Taking the point.
Is now
Fall in, team.
Dodge this.
Let's get loud.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. This ends now.
Not so fast. Your assistance is.
We're here supporting the Sims Man Health and Wellness Center, which is part of the Venice Family Clinic. They're here doing a community distribution event today, and we brought down 6 pallets of supplies for them with everything from over-the-counter, non-prescription medications to personal protective equipment. We also brought down some glucose monitoring and insulin test strips, as well as important prescription medications. That's something Direct Relief can do uniquely that some other organizations don't have access to. So inhalers, respiratory meds, blood pressure medications. Direct Relief is just 80 miles north of here, so this is essentially our backyard, and we are really happy to be supporting LA County and our neighbors as they're working through this disaster.
Yeah, nothing but love for all the people who are getting involved to help those affected by the recent LA wildfires. You too can get involved, so head on over to directrelief.org for more information on what to do. Now, we're strapping in for our last match of the day, the winner of which will be punching their ticket to China, and also they get to play in the grand final tomorrow for good seeding and more money. We love money, we love good seeding, don't we, Jay?
Oh, I love money, and I love even good seeding even more, especially when you think about the global competition here. Like, the 1 seeds in every region are kind of scary. Like, to come in as a 2 seed, I mean, you're there, it's a big deal, but at the same time, that's a scary first round.
Yeah, no, any advantage that you can get, you want to have it. Now, if we're looking at the 2 teams which are making it to do the grand finals today, or one of them will make it to the grand finals today, Space Station Gaming, if we start with them, let's be real, there's not too much to take away from their very first match in the playoffs against Timeless. It was a rather one-sided affair. So, yeah, even when we tried to probe, ask about the composition, we saw Sugar-Free on Echo a lot, so we're probing, and he was just like, nah, I just felt like playing Echo, and then I played Echo. I was like, okay, cool. What did you take away? What can we take away? What do you expect to see from them today, Jake?
I mean, I definitely got to agree that, like, you know, there's a part of my mind here that just says give Braun the ball and you know, you'll be all right for SSG. But at the same time, Team Liquid, they've got real heavy hitters on this roster, and they've managed to clutch very difficult matches before. I think this is going to be maybe the toughest test for each of these teams. I mean, these are the undeniable top 2 teams from a roster perspective going into the season, and now it's fitting that they would meet here in the upper bracket final for the first chance to book a ticket to China.
Yeah, and of course, the other side here, Team Liquid, in their previous match, they played a lot of different things. That was against Nightmare. Now, of course, the big question is how much of that was just in response to Nightmare throwing different comms at them, which were a little bit more unusual, or do they just like to switch it up on each and every single map and kind of, you know, keep us guessing? What look did you like the most from them? Because we literally saw everything. D.Va, Sigma, Winston, Marga, like you name it. Backline as well, lots of flexibility. We saw Ana Lucio, Zen Ana, Batiste Zen, Kiri Lucio. I don't think there was anything we didn't see, Jake.
Yeah, I do think Team Liquid is maybe the more likely team to switch it up, but I don't think that, you know, the flexibility is a huge advantage for either team. I mean, both of these teams are super stacked. They can both play every comp. I expect to see a lot of Maga because I think both of these teams are, you know, just filled with veteran players who understand, like, as much as you know, as Nightmare has this like awesome style, it's super fun to watch. In the end, it's very risky to be pulling those off. Like, you can just get insanely good at a dominant strategy, and it's not just that you play the strategy and you're good at the heroes, but yet your team play, your execution is flawless. You know every ult rotation, you know where to fight on every position and every map. I mean, you really can get it dialed, and that's what a lot of these veteran players are so good at, is that they just reach such a level as a team where these comps feel unbeatable against them. I think I'd give SSG a little edge in the pure Maga comp, so maybe that puts some pressure on Team Liquid to bring out the ball dive that was pretty successful for them across the season. At the same time, I don't think that Liquid is going to shy away from that mirror. I think if they're going to win this series, they're gonna need to be able to win the mirror on at least a few maps.
Absolutely. Let's see if Space Station Gaming can stay on top and move on to the grand final. We find out in just a little bit, and for all the action, I'm going to send it over to Mitch and Matt.
Thank you very much, Zoe. That's right. A lot on the line in this game. Minimum $20,000 for the winning team, and of course, a spot at our Champions Clash, Matt. Again, the highest stakes game that we've had all season, and I know Space Station Liquid both would love that good seeding, but the automatic qualification, I don't have to worry too much about. That finals match will be important too.
These are also the 2 teams we expected to see in this match in North America. Maybe not in the same fashion though, right? Maybe everybody thought that like Team Liquid would come in like a top dog, right? 6-1 or 7-0, something along those lines, and then everybody else playing catch up, but SSG has been fantastic throughout the entire first stage. The damage dealer line is tremendous, so we'll see if Team Liquid can take them down.
And again, something that we were a little suspect on for Liquid was, you know, they were very flexible, but often, in fact, it was playing a roulette of different tank heroes in that game against Nightmare. See if they can really stick to a style that they like. You see here the Genji and Kiriko, respectively, are banned, so that's a sugar-free target. And of course, the carry taken away. So Ana Brig here for Liquid in the ball comp. Space Station will be on the Ana Lucio dive.
It's going to put a lot of pressure on the CJ, right? We've seen CJ have a really good stage, up there with like UV and RuPaul, one of the best honest in the league here in North America. But how do you deal with this ball? This composition for Team Liquid has been really strong. When the ball has been in play, it's kind of Infected's go-to. Can you kind of circumvent this ball for SSG? That's what we see a lot of teams do, right? Maybe you're able to deal with this ball and then just kind of move in and attack that back line.
I mean, the central pillar on this map means that Infected can swing around that and constantly get knocks, but big damage bio on Infected, and he will be chased down. That's the combo you need to deal with the ball. Ana, all on her own, can essentially give you what you need to answer that very threatening enemy tank player. Great sticky bomb connection on Knife, and that's the difference when you're off ping, folks. Bionade also helping there to some degree. In Space Station, though, they do take the first flip, and Knife is caught dangling out in the open.
You're going to have to wait for him to come back off a spawn, but I know some nice bios there from RuPaul. You get a two-player bio. It was on the Kellen and CJ early, and then they get the one onto Seeker there, so 3 players hit with the bio. They're only able to kind of get that 1 kill on a Seeker, but you had already lost Infected, so the point's kind of given up at that point.
Now Liquid with this Wrecking Ball comp have to find a way back in. That is easier said than done. Much better at stalling and disrupting once you have point control. Knife a little low. RuPaul obviously playing that relatively safe position out by the coast, as there's no chance of a ball knocking him off. That's Kellen on a Winston. However, this is still an issue. Nano Winston coming in, Kellen cycling into a primal here and giving Space Station a lot more supremacy over the map itself. Another dive to the backline here, and Kellen can cycle into a primal should he want to disrupt further. There's so much still in reserve here for Space Station they've not been forced to dig into. But CJ goes down early. Great dive there from Infected. Pile drive connects, but Sugar Free, oh buddy, he's made short work at the backline on his own. And SSG still in control of the point now with a primal to work with. Yeah, they're going to hold on a little longer.
Sick work there from Sugar Free. And Kellen's first kind of jump in there with that nano, right, on that right-hand side. It kind of forces everybody back to the choke. It opens up some flanking routes there for Sugar Free. And Sugar Free able to get in there. Does a nice job actually playing inside of Kellen's Winston bubble, safely taking out RuPaul. And then the stick onto Vega is pretty nuts.
77 and counting. Liquid with the rally pulse bomb. Feel like Knife really has to make a big impact on that one. So far, though, just into the back line, and instantly it's 150 charge rail and a headshot, which is overkill for Seeker. The guy don't miss, and what an important target to take out of the game. The Tracer with a pulse bomb threatening to harass and disrupt the back line. The minefield there largely overlooked by Space Stations. Their attention is on stuffing Team Liquid back to whence they came. Infected will be booped away from the point, but we'll still get that overtime now. A chance to swing through, and God, that linked up beautifully. CJ was inside a disruptor shot, got brought down. Knife, though, is yet again dead as Tree steps up to the plate with an overclock of their own and is able to account for Kellen. They've got to respect Seeker, but Liquid get the flip off Tree's threat being generated on the point.
Oh, Sugar Free tries to make a play there with the pulse bomb towards the end as well. Maybe tries to bring the team back into it as you had Seeker and Bliss alive, but Tree gets there with his overclock. That's enough to give them the point flip. But TL needs to be perfect from here on out. It'll be probably a nano boost here from CJ on the Kellen yet again, right? They got pretty good value out of it the last time. Fully expect to see them redo it this next one. It's a nice sleep there by CJ onto Infected. You also had Knife there working with him and not able to pick up the kill on the Ana.
And Knife recalled pretty early, I think, after that sleep dart came down, so might have actually been able to stick around and do some more damage. Tree's been winning in the Sojourn battle over the last couple of fights, but a Nano Winston might be just what the doctor ordered. Sleep, though, catches on the Kellen. He's instantly awoken by Tree, throws the disruptor shot in and cleans off the Winston. 63% and counting. RuPaul and Vega looking to get back into the fight here, as Liquid have maintained control.
Yeah, that seemed way too over-aggressive there from Seeker. Like when we were on board with CJ, Seeker just slides up at critical HP over by the staircase. I think maybe was trying to challenge Tree, but Tree's not going to miss in that type of scenario. He was already extremely weak, and you ended up burning the Nano in that fight. So huge win there for Team Liquid.
Now the primal here for Kellen. Wants control of the point though before he wants to start thinking about disrupting, stalling. Right now wants to tuck in here and put that capture pressure on. It's definitely working. Infected's forced to step up here. Slept out in the open, bio and dealt with. And here's a big advantage now for Space Station to snowball. Tree has to step up now and find some big damage, but a disruptor shot forces Liquid away from the point. And overtime likely here to expire. without Liquid having a chance to fully fight for it yet again. And it all came down to a backline that knew exactly how to handle Infected when he came on in. Primal's going to knock the ball back, and that'll be the first round of Nepal.
The sleep there from CJ is great, and then also the follow-up to be able to kill Infected, because he's just trying to roll around, put down a little bit more damage, because he's at like 99 towards a minefield, right? Would have just dropped that onto the point. No sound barrier. That's what they used to fight through the last minefield with Bliss's sound barrier, so you wouldn't have had that in the fight. As that kill there onto Infected is huge. I think that's a great sign for SSG though, right? To be to see that even if they're running that ball composition, you can still play some Winston and fight on through it.
Very close round. And I do think that there's got to be considerations about whether the ball is the option when CJ and Bliss have such good control and such good composure when Infected comes knocking. To switch over to the Malka comp here, RuPaul switching over to the Juno to facilitate that a little bit more, especially with those big orbital rays. Let's get to work.
But there is no Kiri, right? So there's no cleanse here for this Maga. So obviously the Winston had a little bit of a deficit here in terms of just being able to stay alive. Secret just trying to play from main. He gets picked off there. But no cleanse. So CJ could be really impactful with these bios. That's going to be one onto Infected. He's going to have to back up.
Yep, I mean, Liquid want to cap the point, but they are forced to give up that high ground because their Margarita is bioed. Oh, they can't protect him. All the King's horses and all the King's men.
Bro.
It's Sugarbrun, baby, and he's run over another backline, bro. You won't see that in the headlines because it happens every second of every day.
I mean, just filthy work there from Sugar Free. I think that's actually a sleep that CJ hits onto RuPaul there as, yep, they're going to bring in the Brig because Sugar Free just too good in the backline. I mean, Knife starts off on the Echo straight away. I mean, you can't play it when Sugar Free is playing Tracer. I mean, he's that good. Just kind of deals with the Echo straight away, then takes out the backline as just as dominant as ever.
I don't know, man. The atmosphere from Space Station seems very different than what we saw in week one. You know, labeled, I think, lazily as a for fun team just because they wanted, you know, a vibe that they really enjoyed. You know, Sugar Free wanted to play with Seeker, etc. Coach like Hunter, I guess, you know, you don't take them seriously from the outset, but Hunter did promise that when push came to shove, when playoffs came in, they'd be pulling out all the stops. So far, we have not been disappointed, but much more game to play. Sugar Free with a pulse, don't do it to him. Knife here falls off the map entirely. Bliss on the chase, the 2v1.
He's bullying Knife at this point. I mean,
yep. All right, Young Gun hasn't had much to do here. Slide away here from Tree, desperately trying to get away from Licking Tendrils or the Tesla cannon, but Kellen will run them down as well. 46 and counting. Quick flip there on the point, but Space Station back in the driver's seat.
Well, they're going to stagger Vega here as well. Yep. Yeah, they're gonna stagger Vega. So, yep, the bags are out there from Kellen as he will move back there to the joke as. Dude, this would be a bad loss from Liquid from the stance that, like, you tried the ball, it didn't work, and then you lose playing the Maga. Although the Kiri is gone, right, to cleanse that Maga, you play the Maga and you end up losing into the Winston. That would be a quite brutal scenario for map number 1.
It's just not really been working out for Liquid. Space Station showing us. We thought it was audacious from Nightmare to run it. It suggests even more so against a team like Liquid, and yet here we are. Space Station having a pretty chill time of things.
That's the rally up.
Okay. Primarily for Kellen. Jump away from the rally, more than happy to draw that out of Vega. There's still a lot in reserve though for Liquid. Cage fight as well might be an option. Oh, the bio! Oh, it's a disaster! They've lost Vega. Okay, he'd already used the rally in fairness. Now an orbital ray comes down from RuPaul. That could have been so much worse. Liquid, though, are able to recover, mostly on sheer weight of ultimates, Matt. But it doesn't matter. They're still in the map.
I like the idea, though, from SSG. Like, if you would have just kind of sat around by the point, right, that cage fight is eventually going to come through. And like we saw in the previous series, like, you can't really keep that Winston alive through the cage. So maybe if you actually be proactive with the sound barrier, get like a bio, then you can finish like a player or two. Maybe you just have like a player advantage when the cage comes through and you're able to just kind of like live on through it. It doesn't exactly work, but they're going to have a nano here for kill.
CJ here. Won't be able to keep eyes on Kellen this whole time if he dives past the point, so Kellen has to be careful. Dives on Tree. Forced back. Overclock here for Tree. 150 rails hitting a little different. Sugar Free brought down by the charge of Infected, but Knife is gone down. The Malga is missing. Liquid pushed off the point, and overtime won't last long enough for Tree to get back there. A dominant take for Space Station. Playing Winston into the Malga and not batting an eyelid.
But the Curie is banned, right? So we talked a little bit about that with the Curie ban. That's definitely an impact, but yeah, they play it into, they play the Winston into the Maga, and they do not look back. I know some sick bios there from CJ, but look, if you're gonna have like Sugar Free play like that and not really get that response from Knife, this might be a quick one. I mean, that was really well played from SSG.
Yeah, I mean, blown away. You're right. The bio difference against the Malga is crucial. CJ hitting those a lot of the time. But Sugar Free basically disrespecting, desecrating the backline of Team Liquid basically every time there's a fight. Audaciously running into 3 people quite happily and still coming out with 1 to 2 kills on every occasion. You notice that like Bliss is teaming up a lot with Sugar Free. Like that Lucio, you know, a Tracer combo. Blinks plus speed plus an extra player for damage. Boops if Tracer does get pressured down. It's really effective.
Yeah, not even really kind of having Bliss protect CJ in the backline, right? Using him with him and Sugar Free in combination to kind of roam around the map. This was huge, right? That's where Infected was going to get over towards that minefield. This is a 6 sleep off the start. I mean, he had already killed Knife. Yeah, at that point.
It's just far deeper than your average Tracer is going to go there. Sugar Free just knows exactly how much rope he has to play with there. Oh, we did that. Okay.
Yeah. No, the bags came out. Map number 1.
Look, when Sugar Bron and C Curry are out there, you know, I mean, they're going to warm up.
Yeah, they're rubbing off on the rest of the team. You know, they're the vibe. And look, you mentioned it, and I think it's kind of funny where it's like, oh well, this team's not serious, like or whatever. Like, honestly, like just because you practice like a ton and you tell people you practice a ton doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna have like great results, right? Like most teams who can keep a nice balance, right, where players can actually be happy and also kind of get quality scrim time, not just scrimming to scrim, like just quality scrims. Those teams do perfectly fine. So just because you want to play a little bit more, I guess, of your Sugar Free and Seeker, like, hey, maybe we don't want to do, you know, as many blocks as like a team like Team Liquid every week. We just want to do quality blocks, and we have the talent. They know they're going to be fine. Like, you're going to be okay.
Yeah, and if you don't want to triple block scrims all day long, but still want to improve with the game, it's a great way to do that. Make sure you join the closed beta waitlist for our OW2 Pugs on Face It by visiting fce.gg/play ranked pugs beta. I know it's a mouthful, but that's how you can head over there to check it out. This weekend, you can sign up for a chance to win 1,000 OW2 coins. And again, the Face It Pro League is running right now. It's been running for a couple of weeks. We had players invited, handpicked, selected by the Shadow Council over at Face It. But these Face It Pugs are your chance to qualify and graduate up into that league to get onto the leaderboard to compete for that weekly cash, Matt. So well worth, of course.
And I tell you what, you
involved in testing your mettle.
You guys here gotta sign up. I saw a thread on the regular Overwatch subreddit that they became aware of this, and somebody said they had a great opportunity, a great time playing. So they're gonna start flooding in. But you people here on this channel, the Esports channel, you need to get in there and sign up now, so you get in before them.
We're not just talking to the Overwatch subreddit anymore. This isn't Disney Plus, guys. This is
we're talking to all of you.
Core audience. Yeah. Esporters only. Don't tell the others. Head out there as well. Again, so let's have a look at the leaderboard, see where it's at right now. Face it _OW on X is where you can follow the main account. It's your boy Luke Mino here. Cutting the SS Ajax at the top with 384 points. So
I'm sitting at like 199 right now, so I'm a little bit below.
I mean, I'm at like 202. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm right below the cutoff here. But dude, look at me now. I mean, probably pretty sick. Sugar Free rocking that Bastion. Kind of sitting up there, what, third? I mean, hey, there's a little bit of a gap. I mean, dude, Luke Amino, he's on his grind, my lord.
Yeah. He is. He's putting in the work. Big shout out to my boy Hawky Boy, who's obviously still in the mix there at 4th place. So check it out. It's well worth it. I do think it's a worthwhile goal to make your way in there, and also a great way to sort of test yourself alongside players and against players of similar skill level. Please go check it out.
Yeah, no, awesome tool. Yeah, big thumbs up from us. It's been a ton of fun watching some of the streams as well. Expect it only to grow, get better.
So that is opening pretty soon. You can follow them over on X. We're going to talk more about it, I think, in the coming days, but it's worth keeping an eye on. This series, though, I tell you what, is one you don't want to be missing either. We have a Diva ban here for SSG, and now, obviously, that's not our first ban, so it's not protect. Not protecting another tank. They are specifically targeting.
So sometimes they would play like a Dava here potentially, like for Infected, right? But I think we've also seen TL run like Orisa-based compositions here on Sorvasa. The Tracer ban. The Tracer ban is quite interesting because I actually think that for Team Liquid, right, the biggest issue was the Tracer early on. I mean, Sugar Free just kind of going crazy on the hero. So force him potentially off of it. That would probably like what you're looking at Echo. Are you looking at Genji potentially here? For Sugar Free, some potential options here is they'll come out on a Genji here. So it'll be TL running it back with the ball yet again. They're going to try it again.
Neither the ball nor Mauga comps worked against SSG's dive. This is good old-fashioned, honest Winston dive with the Ana Lucio Genji. I see if they can make it happen on a different map. But again, the context, I feel like the overarching context of this matchup remains the same. Seeker deadly on the Sojourn. Bio's coming in left, right, and center. RuPaul had to go out on CJ, but Infected is now into the back line, sleeping it off.
They need that kill on the CJ. Yeah, I mean, you're all in on it at that point. So that's a Bio that connects on the CJ. They're doing a nice jump, trying to keep him up for a little bit. Bliss there, Seeker there, trying to help him out as well. But you end up losing the Ana, then things kind of fall apart after that, right? For both teams, the Ana, really the only source of healing. I know Lucio obviously can provide a little bit of healing, but obviously use more for speed here in this scenario.
Way more relevant later in the game when you have that sort of secondary perk that gives you much bigger radius for your amp it up. Then, like, it's honestly kind of reasonable. There, though, is a very exposed backline of Space Station Gaming. In effect, it drops down like Shelob. Big bounce on Seeker, they are going to be healed up. But again, Infected knows where to go to dig out that backline. For now, it's a matter of contesting the point here, forcing Kellen away, who's not in the best line of sight position for his healing. So you can see awkwardly, SSG are trying to heal Kellen from outside of this room. And it hasn't worked out that well.
And this was looking much better here for Team Liquid. You also don't have the Tracer there because Tracer's actually a really good counter to Echo, right? We saw a few times in the first map where Sugar Free was actually able to take out Knife early on, and then we see Knife go from Echo over to the Tracer to match. So Sugar Free actually brings in a Cassidy here. So another potential slow here for the ball.
Okay, Seeker here. Knows he's got his work cut out for him. Gets a Nano to go to work with. The Electric Cowboy rides once more. Knife also getting that, but able to stay alive long enough to really have impact. Didn't also choose to duplicate, interestingly enough, as SSG were able to flip the point back amidst the action. Infected has to roll sheepishly away.
Yeah, so you do get a flip here from SSG, which is massive, but Team Liquid's going to be able to come back here with like their dupe, their sound barrier. I mean, a lot for them to be able to take this first point. Is Seeker with the Cassidy, right? You lose out on some of the long-range capabilities that like a Sojourn would have, and some of the mobility, but you're a little bit harder for the ball to dive, and then also you're now kind of relying on Sugar Free to put pressure onto Tree.
Tree's looking to break this one open. Blade coming in though. Sugar Free forced into deflect as the sound barrier comes down, effectively nullifying this Genji. And maybe that Tracer ban hits a little bit harder for SSG than we otherwise thought. Sugar Free here on the Genji, still obviously great pick for him. But that's a blade that's much easier to shut down by a beat than perhaps Tracer is.
You want to continue to
Nice been forced out on the periphery here, a little awkward. Not able to get back in. SSG with a 4 versus 4. Infected was sleeping previously, which means obviously there is still Ana active for both sides. RuPaul's going to be forced away by this Winston bubble. Dangerous, they've lost Vega as a result. RuPaul's got to have instant impact now. He has to get back into the game, and he blows Seeker up, and oh, buddy! The Nano Knife, he died just before it could be conferred. And it's just a game of inches, the one that Liquid lose, and Space Station will have this first checkpoint.
And I feel like Team Liquid, even though they end up losing this first flashpoint, it felt like they were in control like most of the time. SSG just kind of getting their percentage in kind of junk fight scenarios, and they're still able to come out on top. So things have not worked out for Team Liquid so far in this series, as SSG, they'll be coming in here with a Nano potentially for Kellen. I mean, or you can Nano Sugar Free, right? You can Nano the Genji, send him into the backline, potentially end up build up towards another blade.
Kellen Bio, but can shelter in the bubble for now. Shit, that is such a deflator, it's such a flattener for Liquid to lose that previous point. Here is Nano Kellen coming forward now, of course. CJ to benefit from that as well.
But look at him just split the supports off. Like, just, yeah, the amount of space created, right? Forces RuPaul and Vega all the way back. Infected can't play as aggressive there, and obviously neither can Tree or Knife. It just creates so much space, allows them to take the point.
Yeah, but okay, especially at the point, but they kind of would like to win a fight. guarantee themselves more than maybe 25% here, but this is looking a little ugly. Seeker just caught out by Infected. The dive here from Kellen is to his death, as Tree's able to duck into the bubble briefly and bring him down. And now Liquid have been able to build up towards 2 support ultimates that are bound to extend their time on the point.
Yeah, you see, you do end up kind of battling back here for TL, where you know, you get infected on the corners, you pile drives. Yeah, you probably did, like you mentioned, wanted to actually get like a kill, you know, win a fight there for SSG. You could have kind of, you know, kept up the pace, the tempo, right, played with the blade over there on the corner, not allow Vega to build up towards a beat. But now for Team Liquid, you have everything to work with here for this next fight. This is one that they most certainly should not lose. They should get very close here. They will end up taking the lead. Knocks RuPaul off the side.
RuPaul off the map, that's not great. Beat here forced out of Vega. It's going to be trade of honors. Could have been ugly, but Liquid recover very well from a kill that probably shouldn't have happened. Primer from Kellner was beautiful. Here's a blade from Sugar Free. No support ultimates to mess this one up. Oh, buddy. The implications of that Winston kill might still be echoing through the goat. There is a health pack there. I think Sugar Free. I told him I gave him inches. It was a matter of seconds there, I think, with that mini not spawning up.
Yeah, it either didn't spawn or actually somebody else got it. Potentially Kellen got it. As you're going to be able to get Seeker in position here for a Deadeye. Looks like he's wrapping around by the stairs.
Not quick enough, though, to get rid of knife. Oh, risky. Okay, dupe up the Cassidy. Roll forward, hit the grenade. We are Gucci, folks. Team Liquid here should have themselves a flashpoint now. At the space station. Make it a little bit scary.
Yeah, it should be really Team Liquid up 2-0, right? I mean, they've been that good here on this map on Surabasa. Really, you know, SSG's been able to battle around this ball comp, but has not looked pretty. Is RuPaul setting up for a sick bio nade here? Just gonna kind of get one on the flank. Oh, that is. I mean, nothing you could do there.
No doubt about it. Yeah, Seeker and CJ. Not walking away from that one, of course. That perk, man, that makes your power drivers even more easy to maneuver and hit a little bit harder, is pretty darn scary. And for many Wrecking Ball players, the reason you want to pick him. So Vega will be able to get this cap.
Yeah, but with like the double bio there, essentially, right? Just kind of connecting onto both players. I mean, that is a really nice setup there by RuPaul and Co to be able to take that point first.
Nano Winston probably is the game plan here with that blade on deck. Kellen's taking a crap ton of poke damage and forced inside the bubble. No Kiri to cleanse that off. Knife definitely causing problems for Sugar Free. They're forced to dash away from the focusing beams. Kellen, for a time, considered taking this high ground control. He wants to push the Echo away, and it seems to have worked for now. And that is a Seeker.
Yeah.
Big disengage for Liquid, but they still lose Vega. That was a right click from Kellen, just zapping the last bit of that Lucio's health.
So SSG really behind, not much there, Mitch. Comes back in and ends up flipping the point, right? I mean, it's just a Nano on a Seeker. He kind of rolls up. It's now infected. Looks like they're trying to set something up potentially, right? With the minefield, you have RuPaul with a Nano here as well. As infected will get a swing here. Gonna kind of just trigger. I know they contest is Seeker. Oh, not able to make it alive. He actually tried to slide up to the high ground and slid right in a knife.
Big for knife there, big connection. RuPaul overhit a fat bio at pretty close range here. So Space Station off that last fight, get themselves a pretty respectable total, but Liquid being the first point to have capped, now we're going to cycle back around to this sound barrier. And a tree overclock doesn't sound too bad either. Sugar Free, to try and take this point, is going to have to go for a nanoless blade, which in fairness, the nano's often been going over to Seeker or someone else, so Sugar Free has to make do. But the beat is a problem. It has to be forced out, drawn out in some way, shape, or form, and without a blade, that might be hard to do, especially if you don't have any teammates to put pressure down.
I mean, he's going to use the blade here, but this is exclusively just to get the beat out, right? So they don't have beat for the first fight of the next flashpoint, because this is going to be Team Liquid taking the second flashpoint here, their second flashpoint, and giving themselves an opportunity to move to flashpoint game here as we move on to the next one. As Bliss now over to the Brig. Brig, Lucio just kind of back and forth. Now over to the Brig here, trying to support CJ Seeker maybe a little bit better. But I know this ball comp's been difficult for them to stop now. Nice bio there from RuPaul.
Up again. We've seen that one before. Beautifully done. Liquid now really starting to get into a bit of a rhythm. Knife maybe just biting off a little bit more than he could chew there, but Space Station, though, still a little bit nervous about trying to go forward. They've only got Brig heals right now until CJ rejoins them.
And I gotta wonder, like, is this just kind of having the Tracer out, right? The Tracer making that much of an impact, right? Where it's a lot easier to navigate towards that back line than, let's say, the Genji? Or is this just more systematic adjustments here from Team Liquid on top of that?
Oh my goodness. Knife there. Nano coming forward. Seeker's able to deal with that pretty comfortably. RuPaul at least is able to, benefit from the vestiges of that, but Tree is now out of the picture. Seeker comes alive. A big railgun moment there. An overclock that definitely shifts the balance of power on this, what could be last flashpoint now. Liquid are forced to drag themselves off of this, and SSG, win or lose the next fight, will be at about 60 or so %.
Yeah, I think Knife went over to the Pharah because of the Brig, right? There's no way for Brig to like interact with the Pharah, and Pharah just can put down a little bit more damage than the Echo in a shorter period of time. But now going right back to the Echo. The Echo was looking quite good. This is going to be a minefield here, trying to open things up. Big bio connection though.
Yeah, by connection couldn't be followed up on because of the density of mines on the point. Space Station also lose CJ pretty darn quickly, and Tree didn't even have to make an overclock in this fight. It was a simple rail that accounted for the Ana. And once again, SSG had to deal with this constant long-range Bionade pile driver pressure that threatens to cut them down to 4 before the fight can begin.
But SSG gets themselves up to 72%, right? So 72% plus both support ults feels like you're in a good spot, right? The rally's going to be pretty strong here, obviously to keep everybody alive, but then the bash on a potentially infected as he comes through, like the combination of like Groggy, Bash, you're starting to get to a spot where the sleeps and everything are going to really add up onto infected, trying to keep him up.
Helen needs healing so badly. Rally abused by Bliss. They run forward to try and keep the Winston in the fight. So SSG use both their support ults now, but they're not fighting for the point just yet. They still need to dig a little deeper. Sugar Free with the blade. Might be a sip ahead and go to business for Sugar Prawn in a moment. Infected is down though to the overclock, and here comes Space Station. This might be able to even up the game. Knife gets bowled over in the end by a whip shot. And all of SSG back in control, with Sugar Free's Dragon Blade still being held in reserve.
And that's the beat used there by Vega, right? When there's no blade on the other side, right? They've been kind of like exclusively saving it for the blade, that time using it to try and put the map away. Let's see if they go back and get another contest here. Is Infected playing around the corner. He will get a touch. So they want to try and make this one go yet again, as that's going to be Tree falling at the hands of the blade. It's a dupe as well.
Oh, could not be any worse. That is devastating. RuPaul dies instantly, off rip essentially. Knife dupes the Ana, so there can be a healer. They're put to sleep. Tree is blown up, and SSG, that is a brutal blow to strike here now. It's going to take us to a decider flashpoint.
Dude, this would be an extremely impressive map for SSG to win, because it feels like everything has kind of gone right for Team Liquid in terms of how they would want to play, and everything going, for the first 2 flashpoints. Now it is definitely in the realm of possibility. Kellen's somehow still alive in here.
RuPaul can't do more. He cannot do more from that position. He's just watching his teammates in front of him. He's healing him desperately. It's just not enough. Sugar Free, though, did get done in by the Wrecking Ball, and there's a minefield on the point. Fair enough. Much of this gets cleared, though, and there's a nano in the back line here, so CJ and Bliss are big chilling, and there's nothing really that Infected can do about it. So early take here for SSG, and they will expend a nano for it, in fairness, but it was a close fight.
I was going to say, though, these supports for SSG have their ultimates yet again, right? It feels like back-to-back fights are able to do so. RuPaul and Vega need to get value out of this nano and sound barrier coming up. I mean, you don't get value out of those, you are in a lot of trouble.
Liquid have to get it together, Matt. It's got to be about now. 40% and counting for SSG. Liquid have both support ultimates to use. They might want to layer them, but Kellen is going to get hit with a bio. Still wants to go in though and fight with his primal. Sound barrier has to come out for Vega. RuPaul's getting pretty close to a nano, as well as Tree's going to pop the overclock, and they are throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at Space Station Gaming. Seeker, though, with an overclock of his own. A safe spot to play from, and a glancing blow on Knife, though, barely keeps him honest as he builds up his duplicate. Into the backline goes Knife. Plenty of durability. Being able to copy another player, and he'll make sure that Sugar Free is accounted for. But SSG now at 84% and counting. It's a big lead to a build-up, and Liquid, that fight win cost them everything.
And for SSG, you end up just kind of coming out of this feeling pretty good, right? You end up using your overclock, you end up using your primal, you use the rally a little bit earlier, right? But you force Team Liquid into a scenario where they absolutely had to use just about everything. You still have this dupe, right? And that's going to be used probably for Knife to just be able to kind of keep himself alive, give himself another opportunity. But SSG sets themselves up as good as you possibly could here to win it, and not going to have the dupe.
That's devastating. They've also got the sugar-free play that can't be countered by a support ultimate. They're going to go for it. It's landing time, folks, at an important point on the map. Time to end it. Nano here for sugar-free. Into the back line. Rupal no sleep. Apparently bio thrown uselessly at the ground. And sugar-free's able to take two. Force the dupe out of Knife just to stay alive now. A Genji battle, but sugar-free has already done his job. And my God, he's going to win it out as well. The guy basically cut through 4 different opponents in succession. And SSG laughing all the way to the bank with that Suravasa win that came from nowhere.
And for Team Liquid, you probably think like, all right, we go to Suravasa, we play ball, we're sitting pretty, look good early on, and then SSG just started to click, and they kind of steal what feels like they steal Suravasa, and now up 2-0. I mean, they are in a commanding spot. Like you mentioned, it felt like RuPaul was doing just about everything he possibly could on the Ana there for Team Liquid. But SSG just playing so well as a team, man.
Yeah, I mean, again, the big difference between these two rosters, obviously it's Ball and Winston, it's Echo versus Genji. And that last fight, things just end up panning out so well. I mean, we saw SSG start on the Cassidy play because obviously, you know, Hindrance Grenade on the Wrecking Ball gives you another tool to deal with it. This was heartbreaking. It probably should have been a Liquid point there. Rupal is trying. He's just a second too late there on healing a teammate and then a second too late on nanoing Knife. They obviously make the rest of the map look really good, right? These Rupal off angles, which is something that we've seen him do for years, followed up on perfectly by Infected. There's a really oppressive combo now that that second perk gets online for the Wrecking Ball, and it's looking really, really good. The double bio bounce on this map and the Wrecking Ball combo is nasty. It's really easy to hit big, anti-heals across the enemy team. I'm telling you, man, sugar-free, his Tracer got banned out. They're trying to target him. He pulls out the Genji, and frankly, it's a seamless transition into another fat dub for this SSG team.
It has to feel good for Sugar-Free as well, right? I know seeing his ex-teammates on the other side of things, right? Trying to ban out some of the heroes that he's amazing at. Look at the game. This is an SSG scoreboard map win. And like Team Liquid, like with a 3.8. I mean, that is just it's literally how the match felt, where it felt like Team Liquid was kind of cruising through there, but SSG just kept coming out with wins.
It's the flashpoints that Liquid won were a little more one-sided.
Yeah,
and I feel like that number 2, number 3 flashpoint definitely looked like Liquid were starting to ease into things, right? Become dominant. But as SSG just fighting another level again, you can really pin a lot on the Seeker Sojourn, just finding random picks on incredibly important targets. These nasty bite grenades. I mean, we are, like, in our top 4 teams, we have unbelievable Ana players. UV, CJ, Squid, Rupal, all incredible. All can take over a game on their own. And if you leave one of these Anas unattended, rather with too much space, then with these perks especially, they are going to do just that. It is crazy to me to watch Rupal get outdone by anyone. And CJ is doing that. It has been ridiculous.
Okay, so TL will take us to Route 66, and they will get rid of... So it will be a Winston ban from Team Liquid, and then on the other side for SSG, they just get rid of the Ana, which is quite... those two go hand in hand, right? Ana, obviously, one of RuPaul's favorite heroes to potentially play, right? So that is gone. I wonder what we end up with here, right? Because we've seen from SSG, it's really just been Kellen on the Winston the entire time, right? So here's an opportunity to change things up.
We did see SSG earlier on, at least, play some ball, right? And Kellen's got a lot of experience there, but we might end up just looking at a hazard comp here. With like a Kiriko Juno, especially for the defending side, like Lucio Kiri is definitely an option for you. Go in that direction. Ana being taken off here definitely means that it's a little bit harder to disrupt. It's obviously, both teams essentially banning out a pick that's crucial for a Winston comp to work. And we just go to a straight Amalgamira. That would be something.
I mean, it would be a little bit of a different look with obviously how this series is gone. The Maga mirror would be really, I don't really even know. We haven't seen Kellen actually can play Maga. we've seen Team Liquid really kind of not go for it, right? They want to play ball and things along those lines. So this would be a little bit of a different look.
Right. Liquid on the ropes here. It's time to listen and see what their plan is to get them out of Route 66 and into this series.
Okay, guys, ready? Liquid! Fighting! Bring your right hand.
I'm cool. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Shoot Maga. 3, 2, 1.
Maga counter, Maga. Genji.
Maga.
Keep going.
Go.
Bring him turn.
Alright, let's get out. Make sure you don't leave me.
Sure. You want to kill Maga or back one? I think.
Whoever I comp.
Okay. I can rank
Come right again. Look.
3 close.
3, you ready?
I'm ready. 3, 2, 1. Looking back line. I'm on break.
Put it on.
Break some.
Low.
Turn one. Need help. Living. I'm done. Oh.
Good trade. Looks straight.
Go on. Nice. Dire, get out.
Get one. Wait, rally, Juno's in.
Okay.
Okay, well, we've learned Liquid very good at counting down from 3. Maybe not so hot in the Malga mirror, though.
I loved the enthusiasm, though.
Yeah, can you imagine a team that Hunter coach is doing a 3-2-1 fighting at the start of the game? Can you, just a second. Can you imagine Seeker and Sugarfree doing that?
You need, standing over a tray of shots, I can imagine, but I can't imagine, start of the games kick things off.
Maybe not. And it's been a tough start for Liquid, though. Malga Mirror, Space Station have let Sugarfree off the chain. He goes pretty mental on him over those first couple of seconds, but this is an orbital raid that's teased out of SSG.
I do love, though, when Team Liquid, he was really far up. I mean, we'll see Knight now with a blade here, see if he can come up with something. I did like the, 1, 2, 3 fighting and how excited they were, and then they just all in just monotone. We're like, Maga. He's on the other side.
Sucks the life out of you, for sure.
Yeah.
I think that play from Bliss needs to be put under a Petri dish and studied, because Space Station, unfortunately, just hit their wires crossed a little bit and end up handing over a fight to Liquid. However, boy howdy, do they have a lot to work with in this fight. Both teams running at 4 ultimates here. Cage fight's going to be messy. A blade though in those cage fights could be quite a thing.
Yeah, Cage Blade opportunity here for SSG will be both overclocks used, both rallies used. So, it actually be RuPaul ult as well ends up using the orbital ray here. So, support ultimate stacked here for Team Liquid.
There's a big spend. Sugarfree, that's a 20 HP blade. He's going for it. Unbelievable energy here. Knife brought down. Infected, not that low though. Sugarfree's able to avoid detection though for the most part. And this Malga is going to be surrounded and dragged on down. They have hog-tied the man.
Dude.
Space Station back in control with under a minute left in the game. It's still a fight though to be had. It's awkward here for SSG. Seeker though is on the return and they've got their supports in play.
SSG spawn hold was actually really well, right? You mentioned that Sugarfree was ending up, picked up 3 or 4 kills in one of the fights, and they actually are going to get this orbital ray here, dude. So you're in a really brutal spot for Team Liquid. You went all in on that previous fight.
That's a great point. That's scary. Ultimate to run against
keep Kellen up.
CJ get it in time to get Kellen in the game. Little more. Just a little, CJ, please. 1 more percent. Kellen's gone down. Seeker not in a position to benefit from an orbital ray that frankly is just for cosmetic value. Right now, that is it. Timing was not there on CJ's side. And Space Station crumble.
They needed somebody else, I think, to kind of step up and play the card there for Kellen. They were trying to actually do so, but I think everybody was just really low. I think Sugarfree was extremely low when he moved out onto it. They were trying to kind of cycle Kellen back and then being able to kind of push in with him once he gets topped up behind that orbital rate. Just not able to do so, but still a very good defense here so far from SSG.
SSG, after a little bit of an awkward fight there. Still have plenty of space to get good high ground established. Going for a blade here in front of Bliss. Respect it. No rally bash available. Knife can be able to cut through the back line here. Sharp as you like. And that's Liquid now starting to build ahead of steam. They've got momentum on their side, and now they can move into this defensive high ground.
They need to make up some time here, dude. We're being held basically into OT there on that first point. If you want any chance to complete the map, you're gonna speed run here through this next portion. And although you don't have a blade combo, you do have this cage fight, right? Cage fight up on the high ground potentially here. No support ultimates just yet here for SSG. So you definitely have the opportunity to potentially snowball this.
This tree position is really hard to beat, though,
Does
man.
the cage get anybody? I don't think the cage catches
maybe
anybody.
not be intended to. Honestly, yeah, maybe you want to catch a Malga in it. It's going to be a charge in now for Kellen. He gets into the cage. There's an order rate coming down from Rupal. Bliss has a rally, though, as well. Kellen, low, eventually going to be dragged down. We might need another Bron Blade to bail us out if you're a Space Station fan. Sugarfree's holding onto it, waiting out the rally, but by the time that happens, well, SSG are gone. They simply cease to exist.
That's exactly what Team Liquid needed, though. They needed to move through this second part of the map extremely fast, and they do so. 2 clean fights, no real resistance there from SSG. So now, though, you don't really have much to work with. You ended up kind of having to use all your ultimates to work your way to this point. Now you think SSG, they play quite aggressive, right? You start to cycle some of these ultimates. 2 minutes on the clock, you're looking at like 2-3 fights here, and you potentially get a hold.
Yeah, a bunch of back-to-back 1 fights for Liquid. Hold the O, can definitely do it. 2 minutes on the clock is not a huge amount of time. And this is such a one-sided fight here. Liquid obviously not having any ultimates to bring, but Space Station not feeling the need to spend many of theirs either.
Just Blade, right? So you end up just using Blade there. You'll get about 1 minute and 30 for this next fight to kick off. You're going to end up... You don't have a rally here for Knife's Blade. Knife looking a little bit better here. I know. On this third map on the Genji. So we'll see how you kind of like go about this, right? It'll be Seeker just trying to get away. Kellen actually uses the cage here. I don't know if he's actually caught anything. It looks like actually just the tanks and co, but yeah, I mean, you're not going to be able to take anybody out in that cage. So you use the cage fight. Maybe you think you can actually kind of catch Knife inside of it, but Knifer has already done his work before he gets back to the cage.
And he wins a bona fide 1v2 against a ulti Sojourn. And you know, like a Brig that is definitely scary for Genji to deal with at the best of times. Like 1 whip shot and, you know, the spacing's too much for Knife. That was a sick blade for Knife. Really unassisted in terms of obviously like no nano or anything on the table. Just raw individual mechanics. Good to see that now start to come to the fore. That's why Liquid have invested in that player and not someone else maybe more notable or the bigger name. Here's Overclock for Seeker. Very chunky 150 charge rails coming in, but Liquid don't really offer him an opportunity to get that damage down. Double support ult here for Space Station though, so this clock will begin to bleed a little bit, but Liquid have what it takes here to just shove them over.
Both overclocks don't really result in much of anything, right? Everybody knows how powerful those 150 charge rails are, especially with Seeker and Tree, so everybody just backs on up. This will be final fight.
Double orbital ray coming down. Here's the cage fire blade going to be used by Sugarfree. He wants to break out of this prison. I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me. And it isn't for long, that's for sure. Clean fight for Lenny. 15 seconds left in the round, and a little bit of stagger on Rupal does not go astray. He's going to come in on the next spawn wave.
Yes, you'll have Infected go ball here just to try and get back, get a touch. So it looks like they're just trying to hunt this Wrecking Ball down. He will send it into OT, though. You're going to have Tree come back on Tracer here. Try and keep this one going with Knife.
Well, Infected's gone to the corner store for Milkbat, so we'll see if he ends up being a factor. Back on the card here, but Knife has already been taken down.
He's going to have a blade.
Yeah, little mispositioning there for Liquid. Knife so close to another big Dragon Blade that could have saved the game, but I think Liquid here are going to completely fizzle out. Lovely work there from Seeker. Railgun secures all of the backliners and Infected, and this is where the Liquid push stops.
And they really made up a lot of time that second part of the map. They were pretty poor on their first point offense, almost get full held, but they looked like a completely different team through the second part of the map. Looked really good. That's where they make up a lot of the time. And I think they're going to have put together a really good point A defense. Like, you're going to have to play close up and be pretty successful, I think, here for TL.
Yeah, I mean, I forget, honestly, how long SSG were able to hold off and how successful they were at playing that sort of deep fight. Like Sugarfree with that blade, finding 3 kills in that early engagement. Everyone on Space Station running pretty nicely.
Yeah.
This Brig Juno, look, obviously, it's still very reasonable. Like, the honor exclusion almost forces the Malga comp with Winston not being an option here. And Space Station, man, kind of able to do everything. Liquid here, I mean, they've said that the reason they built the roster the way they have is because they really value that flexibility. It's the #1 thing they wanted coming into this year. And they have that in spades for sure, but When you go up against a team like SSG that's able to do it better, and in theory, SSG, outside of the DPS line, they kind of have second pick of a lot of the top players in the region this year, just given the backing that Liquid has. So SSG would be very pleased with the result, and the win here would be massive. Let's listen in as they are looking to qualify for our Champions Cup. Let's listen in.
Yeah. When you guys ping ready, I go walking.
Yeah.
Okay, fighting.
Fighting.
Maga.
It is a threat.
Can you talk? Only for the main. Only for the main.
He's ready.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1.
Ready, I'll split.
Break us.
Get me. Let's go. They're all shooting me.
You can push car.
Get in on point.
Little back. Slow.
Switch up,
We're there.
I'm playing so.
Can you go finger right side? I go right side. Soda left side.
Yeah, I'll go left. He's ready?
Coming. Whoa, split.
Swing left.
Swing left.
Swing Eddie. Get on. They're trying to trade me.
Come on.
It's okay.
Only one. Yours not best.
Yeah. Comms and Overwatch still haven't changed, guys, just in case you're wondering.
Sometimes you're just like, you're so locked in, you know? I think that's like what's going on with SSG. Everybody just locked in, just shouting character names.
Meditative mantras that you repeat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They really does. I mean, we
and
even since the beginning of
actually mind linked by the repetition, like simultaneously of that phrase. They should be studied, honestly. Not by me though. I've got better things to do, like talk about video games. But 2 minutes 20 here. After that push, eventually gets broken by SSG. They want to play it slow. You hear that? Now though, they might be ready to take it up a notch. Here comes both support ultimates from the defenders, and oh, buddy, that is brutal. What a stop there from Kellen as well. Looked like 3 or 4 people knocked on their rear ends. And buddy, we are done on this first checkpoint virtually. Cage fight here. Going to control the spacing now for Liquid, but it ends up going much closer than you otherwise would expect. Sugarfree's got to finish the job, and as Amalga, he's got to get through here. Awkward. Spawn advantage, something they're going to hope to leverage, but a big mega health pack for Sugarfree means he can get away. Thought it was done. Liquid fight back admirably.
He's just trying to kite some of this damage from the Malga, right? Doesn't want to get put on fire, and now you're going to have Kellen back in the fight. It will be a cage fight, though, potentially here for Infected, as the tree needs to be able to stay alive. That'll be the cage fight here.
That's a missed dash, I think, for Sugarfree that really costs SSG. It would have been an easy kill on the Soj. Otherwise, eventually Bliss's shield bursts and Tree's able to break through. 1 and 2 backliners have finally been put to bed. And that's a clean fight for Team Liquid now as the clock starts to get into the red zone for the attacking SSG.
Huge 2 fight wins there from Team Liquid. Infected able to stay alive in that one epic one-on-one against Sugarfree. And then that time gets a good use of the cage fight, and the support's able to keep him up as Team Liquid showing signs of life here on Route 66.
1 minute. 1 minute of Route 66 left for Liquid. Try and keep their head above water here. And they'll own the brief moment, the only time we'll probably see Malga mirror in this matchup. Unlike EMEA. Infected low at Cardiac Overdrive, not able to help him there. And there's Sugarfree over the top once more, into the back line. This time he does not miss those dashes. It is a clean sweep. And a blade built, probably for a fight of that second phase.
And now you're going to see kind of the shoe on the other foot, right? Can SSG put together a really clean second part of the map, just like Team Liquid, right? We both go into like OT here. On our first point, I think SSG finishes with a few seconds left. Nothing like too meaningful, but can you put together a really fast second checkpoint take? That is what Team Liquid did. Gave themselves an awesome opportunity there to potentially even complete the map. They get it pretty far. I think you're going to need that to happen for SSG if they're going to have a shot.
Orbital Ray comes at just the right time for CJ. Sugarfree was looking for Sucker. Vega and Infected are down. And Space Station, beautifully done off the back of that Juno ultimate. That's all they really had to spend in that fight. Liquid dove deep, were fully committed, and really had to fight an uphill battle against that statistical advantage that SSG capitalized upon.
Yeah, but for Team Liquid, you didn't end up using anything, right? The thing I would be worried about for Team Liquid here, though, is like Kellen flying around the corner here, you know, with that cage, right? This is where Infected tried to use the cage and didn't catch anybody. And then the Blade coming on through, right? That would be a brutal scenario. It'll be a rally here used by Vega just to try and get out.
Blade here, rally not enough to stop it. Rupal under pressure, no healing for the front line of Liquid, but all they have to hope is not needed. Knife goes for a Blade himself. And Sugar-Free emerges to realize, wait, I did all this work and unfortunately, my team has just lost out the fight elsewhere.
Is he just going to kill everybody? Okay, for a second there, I was like, wait, what? Because Knife was quite low, but takes Tree out on the exit. Yeah, as both Genjis get crazy value out of the Blade, just Knife and Co. Able to stay alive over by that card, and that's going to slow down SSG.
So that was Blades. This fight is Overclocks.
Rally available for SSG, so that's a positive.
Yeah, Vega made use of theirs previously, and they got killed through it by Sugar-Free. Seeker's respecting, though, the crackback here from Tree! What? On the move! Are you kidding? Seeker! An absolute death-defying stunt there. Rips the head off his opposite number in flight. Majestic as a crane. Now there's going to have to double back. Orbit Array in play for Team Liquid, but Bliss wants to stunt up Infected to make it hard for him to hit the back line. There's a rally in play for SSG now as they want to come forward, but a cage fight might be their undoing. They've got to respect it. Seeker working from the outside, but dives into it absolutely harebrained. He serves himself up on a silver platter to Tree, who just can't say no.
Yeah, the cage fight's so impactful there towards the end. That'll be CJ sending himself off the side as just like that. We are in a final fight situation here for SSG. Team Liquid, an opportunity to take a map, make this series a little bit more interesting here with just one more fight. They don't have anything to work with though.
Space Station pushing from the low ground. Disadvantaged positionally. No big ultimates yet to make use of. Kellen goes in deep and should just die. Ah, okay, at least turns into a trade. Tree's gone down, so you might even think that's worth it in some situations, but here, unlikely. Sugar-Free's the only DPS on the map. 80 charge, not quite a Blade. Realizes he can't just go and dive on the Juno. This team needs him, and Knife here is going to try and cut through this orbital ray. That's one, and that will be enough. A huge fight for Knife, and Team Liquid squeak out a win here on Route 66. It takes everything from them, but at least we know they can hang with this SSG team.
It would have been pretty disappointing to see them go out 0-3 here to SSG. Although we know how good SSG is, we think Team Liquid can kind of obviously hang with the best. So to see them win a map here, a good sign, as it'll be SSG's map pick now moving forward. And yeah, I mean, the Mauga mirror, right? It's something that we haven't seen a ton of in NA today, right? Last week, I feel like it was all Mauga 24/7. This week, I feel like we haven't seen much of any of it so far. This time though, we get a Mauga mirror here, and Team Liquid comes out on top.
Super validating for Team Liquid, because this is, you know, far from an easy comp to win out in. It's probably the only time you see these two teams mirror, as there's a preference overwhelmingly for Ball or Winston respectively. But again, it's the kind of map where you could easily have gone for those dive comps and had it look very differently, but the bans really catered to this situation. I do feel like that is a silver bullet though that has left the chamber for Team Liquid. And obviously they need to in the next couple of maps. It is map selection for SSG for the rest of the series. And that is going to be, again, an uphill battle for them. But they can take solace, I think, in a great map here, and they've demonstrated they're on a similar level. Knife had a fantastic game on the Genji. I think he's able to have a lot more impact on that pick than on the Echo, for example, which for me didn't really look like a huge difference maker at the early on in the series.
I would completely agree. I think Knife definitely had his best map of the series here on Route 66, right? So to see Team Liquid come alive behind that player, right, and put together a much better performance. The KDs, I mean, looking really good for TL over the last two maps. I actually think this is the Servos stat card, but just with the map updated. But Team Liquid played much better here, I think, en route. They looked really good here. Curious what we see now from, well, I mean, it's going to be push, right? So you figured that it's just going to be an Esperanza pick here for SSG. So not left with many great options once it's just push in the mix.
You don't have a way to force a Mauga here on this map. I don't even know if you have a way to sort of craft a favorable compositional matchup here. You don't have an Ana. Oh, so okay, SSG ban Ana, so you could sort of go that way. You obviously can't ban Winston. SSG can ban Wrecking Ball, if I'm not mistaken. They can also, Mauga's already been banned, I think, in this series from them. So it's not that you won't be able to play Mauga, it's that, do we see SSG try and play the Winston comp into it and win? Because we've seen already Nightmare trying to do that. We saw it on Suravasa as well, at least the, how those comps sort of matched up here. So I'm very curious.
I guess if you ban Ball, for argument's sake, right? I mean, that allows them, Team Liquid banned, Team Liquid hasn't banned, I mean, we wouldn't ban like you're not going to ban any of the damage dealers, right? They already banned Tracer and Genji, right? So those would be the two you would do.
Liquid could ban Genji, no? No, sorry, SSG, because they have not banned any damage dealers. If they want to force a Tracer mirror with sugar-free on Knife, but I don't know if that gives them enough of an edge. Really.
Yeah, but I think they would just, they would probably try and play Echo, right? I think that's what they would probably try and do. They would probably try and play like the Ball with the Echo. Yeah, I'm curious what route they decide to go here for these bans, because with obviously Esperanza being the map pick, right? You're obviously limited in that regard. So the ban is what you kind of imagine is like the thing that would potentially turn the side in this one.
Yeah, we're definitely waiting on that one with bated breath, folks, with a likely Esperanza map, ahead of us here. The kind where we've seen a bunch of different comps tried out there. In fact, with Wager over the last 6 months, we've probably seen almost every tank brought out there. With
I got the bans.
All right.
SSG with the first ban has banned Lifeweaver. And then Team Liquid banned Sombra.
Yep. Okay.
Little Weaver ban.
Yeah.
So look, maybe they don't want to ban any of the tanks, right? And then you don't want, cause what? TL has all these supports available to potentially ban, right? So they could have banned Ana, they could have banned Juno, they could have banned Brig. I mean, any combination. So Lifeweaver thrown out there is probably more of like we don't want them to potentially ban a Ana, Kiri, something along those lines, right? Rather than being scared of potentially Lifeweaver. Although we did see Lifeweaver once today, I don't think anybody's going to be copying that anytime soon, though.
No, I don't know if that is though. I do appreciate the innovation genuinely, but this is, of course, Space Station Gaming map pick, and a map that could decide the outcome of the series, with SSG advancing into our upper final. By no means the winner yet in these OWCS NA Stage 1 playoffs, but guaranteeing that spot in the Champions Clash is a good start. However, if you've had a look at Pacific, see what's happening over there, you want a good seeding. You really want a good seeding heading into China, otherwise things get tough.
TL could have banned like Lucio, for instance, right? For argument's sake, where, Vega could have played more of like the Brig here, right? You could have played something along those lines where both teams will end up playing same damage dealers. We will have the Ana Winston set up here for SSG going into that Maga for Team Liquid. So RuPaul going to be playing also the Kiri, right? Because you want that cleanse here for the Maga. CJ's been so good on the Ana.
Interesting.
You're going to be a little bit behind, I think, in terms of like overall healing output for Team Liquid, right? In comparison, like the Ana to the Kiri, but you're kind of relying on, with that Maga damage and survivability, that you're going to win these fights fast.
Well, that has not happened quite yet. Infected, though, is going to be able to be topped up. You'll notice that Kellen is broadly trying to avoid him. Yeah, just get run down there. Took too much damage. It is really hard to beat a team on this Malga comp with Winston. We talked about it all day. It is doable, but we don't feel like the Winston look is favored, especially if there isn't a great way on some maps to just ignore or avoid the Malga. Now, Liquid, high ground advantage, threatening an early checkpoint.
Yeah, it is really hard to play this Winston into the Malga, like you mentioned, especially like when the Kiri's still in the mix, right? Because you want to like die, follow up the bios, and they just get cleansed. Now you're inside of the the Maga's wheelhouse when he's got that cardiac overdrive going, and it's actually giving value. So like you're in a really rough spot if you're SSG. And then I guess like for SSG, you don't really want to play the mirror, I guess, especially after that root win.
I suspect not. I don't think you want to go there. I mean, you can hang for sure. Feels like a bit of a risk. You feel like your Winston comp is better objectively, you go for it. Oh, CJ missed an opening. Okay, luckily. Kellen gave him line of sight to get nanoed. Straight away, though, Kellen ends up facing Malga. And he doesn't want to chase the Tracer down. That's a waste of his time. He doesn't have enough nano left to hit the back line. And now Seeker is dying. So this lack of pressure on Tree's position allows him to use a disruptor shot to take down the opposite number. And Team Liquid now are chilling.
Dude, this is going to be really difficult, I think, for SSG to break. I think you have to consider potentially playing something else. It'll be RuPaul and co playing quite aggressive here. Kitsune Rush use. It's actually going to force SSG out of that position to ramp all the way around, which may end up giving them checkpoints here. They're going to get very close, at least Team Liquid, to getting it. That's going to be the cleanse they are onto Infected.
Now, Kellen needs to get a backline and he needs to stick here. He has to put pressure down on some of these crucial healers and CPSs, but yeah, Sound Barrier comes out. Liquid have had the answer to every question that Space Station have tried to pose to them. Tree is going to get away with this, I'm certain of it. Great Suzu there. Kellen's going to get run down by the backline. And Liquid, this is their map to lose.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, they're looking to run it down here on Esperanza, SSG's map pick. Bliss was getting very close to Sound Barrier there. We may have seen them kind of like use that Sound Barrier in response when Team Liquid decides to use theirs, but does not get in time. Knife finds a kill onto Bliss. So Knife has come alive these last two maps.
Could SSG not have banned Kiri this game map to deny the cleanse?
I think they banned it really early. I think it was I think it was maybe their map 1 ban, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, here's SSG with a beat in this fight. We do have these overclocks go off, so there's some volatility there, but it kind of goes the way we expect it to. Space Station eventually are shoved back and cycling into their support ultimates. Now they can start to get into the game. This is not an insurmountable deficit to have to face. Liquid are actually getting extra progress now as the fight continues. Infected dives on in, jumps there. Cage fight, definitely not a consideration at this point in the game. Liquid will hold on to that for the next fight.
I mean, dude, it's going to be hard, though. Like you mentioned, I mean, you're not out of it just yet, I think, because of just the amount of time left on the clock. But in how things are looking in terms of these comps kind of interacting with each other, it's not looking pretty here for SSG. Feels like this Mauga has definitely given some of their Winston-based setups a lot of trouble here, especially now with the Kiri in the mix to get those cleanses, right? RuPaul will have a Kitsune rush here. You're going to be able to just kind of like run down a target.
SSG are out of the bans that could target this Mauga look. That's the problem. So even if we go to a next map, even if they get to choose it, they don't really get to dictate what comp Liquid will come out on. So that could be a problem. We'll get there though. We'll cross the bridge when we get to it, rather. Pulse here dropped on the feet of Bliss. He could not jump away on top of that flower box to escape it. Nice primal from Kellen though, breaks through the cage and deals with RuPaul, and here's a team up onto Tree. Nice little Winston moment here. There's still the Mauga though to deal with. Kellen can disrupt, but having to face down those chain guns at close range is scary, and he's being ignored. CJ dies. Kellen cannot do a damn thing to take attention away from his backline, and that's the power of Mauga for you.
Dude, I thought CJ was going to live through that. That would have been nasty. He actually takes out Knife, and then Infected just kind of running him down, but the Mauga, just too large of an HP pool to be able to bring down for SSG. So, you know, these cleanses from RuPaul have been really good there onto Infected. And then once these fights start to get rolling, there's not, you know, even with like a Sojourn, right? There's not like that burst there that's even still able to kind of deal with the Mauga.
Rush and beat for Liquid. So even though they appear to be giving a little bit of ground to Space Station, they can very quickly regain it here in this next fight. Extra perk up here for Vega, just developed that. Hasn't spec into it yet, excuse me. Caught him there though. Sugar-free able to find some damage, and a rail was enough to account for Vega. Tree will fall and a bio on Infected. Still able to take CJ down. Still able to overrun the Ana. That is a risk. And Kellen can only look on. Can't really come to the rescue of their backliner at all. And now they don't have a bio to deal with this Mauga now. They can though attack the architecture around it. Namely RuPaul. That's the healing, of course, and the Suzu taken off the game, but Infected is going to stall this for a long time, and he's going to make it costly for Space Station to clear the Mauga.
I had mentioned that you had like 6 minutes on the clock, right? And now, I mean, half that time is just completely gone. Yeah. Also, with the Kiri being in, it's a lot harder for the Winston, right? Because when they were playing like Ana with this type of composition, right? It's an easy dive target for SSG. But with the Kiri, right? Not only do you get the cleanses, but the double swift step, right? Where you're able to just, hey, you know, the Winston plus the Tracer end up using all their movement. Guess what? You know, completely out of the way, right? And then now those players are stuck. But and Infected, it feels like it's impossible for him to die.
Seeker gets Nano here. It's going to be a sound barrier straight away, but he can really start the test. Strips off this Malga, who's been bioed inside the cage fight. Infected is down, but the cage persists and it captures Seeker and CJ. And they will be able to be brought down. The latter to the burn of the latent chain guns after the Malga had fallen. That is dirty! Sugar Free goes down to it though as Knife Nose to try and blink into his opponent. So a mutual tracer elimination as a result of a pulse bomb. Tree's going to be juggled, but still can handle Bliss. Man, you are watching some of the very best players in the world right now, folks. Enjoy.
That all they needed to take out Infected's Malga was a nano, an overclock, a sound barrier to be able to just and a bio that they didn't have a Suzu for to be able to deal with the Malga. But now, dude, you've used all of that and you kind of got really nothing, right? We're back here at mid map, where I feel like the last 4 minutes of play have been had.
And that cost every ult for Space Station, man. They still couldn't break through. An uphill battle for this team, Cobb. We've mentioned it a couple times today. The previous series, it was also a factor. Team Liquid, really hard to simply exploit and overrun when they're on this Malga look. Bliss is down. And the Space Station really don't have much to work with here. Kellen's forced to jump out of the way. Infected bioed. He doesn't really care. I don't even know if it's Suzu'd in the end. There's just no follow-up here. And SSG might need to think about bringing Sombra into the next map. Now that it won't be able to be banned because they don't have a way to shut Infected down. He's doing whatever he wants.
Is the Sombra even I think what also could have potentially happened, right, is that if you don't ban, let's say you don't ban the Life Weaver here for SSG, do you just ban, if you're Team Liquid, do you just ban the Ana, right? I don't believe Team Liquid has actually done a Ana ban. We'd have to actually kind of get it up, right? Yeah, it was SSG, so like, Team Liquid would just ban the Ana, and then there's no bio for the Malga, right? You could play Juno. You could play Juno with this and be totally fine.
Trade there, Vega goes down. Drupal just desperately trying to keep Tree alive, but the Suzu was 2 seconds off cooldown, and he couldn't save him from the pulse bomb. Now Lenny reconsiders the safety of trying to go up to a Kiriko at about 66 HP. It would be instant death to a headshot. So he's playing safe. Space Station, though, definitely on the back foot. They definitely haven't found a way to get back into this game. And Infected chases Sugar Free down. CJ gets flattened. This guy do be a little bit cheeky. Bit of a brutal on the Malga. He's got a cage fight now for this next engagement. They'll likely, though, wait for some reinforcements. Let's stall this out they have, and they've made it so expensive for SSG to get any pushback, to get any favorable momentum on this map.
This series should be marked as pre-Malga and post-Malga. That has really kind of been the difference between these two teams so far. As Infected walks up, this will be a cage fight. Kellen will end up using the Primal. They don't want to use the beat just yet. Now they end up investing it.
Bliss gets a beat here. Keep Kellen standing. Seeker overclock. Finally he's going to get something. Seeker been a little bit muted, a little bit quiet this game by comparison. Lucio almost fell there. Vega would have gone down, but Seeker has to change his target. Gets a disruptor shot stuck on the two Infected, so gets a lot of charge off that. But again, we need a dominant, one-sided landslide fight win from SSG. And they're just very close engagements. Maybe they live with 2 or 3 people left. Yeah. And that's it.
But both supports still alive here for Team Liquid. They're gonna have to kind of get back to the rest of the squad though. Here is you see SSG, they don't want to move the bot so far away from some of the people coming off of spawn, right? They want to allow everybody to get back up, group together. Getting it dangerously close here is Kellen will have to jump out. Somebody will have to jump out, get a touch. That was Sugar Free, jumped on it.
They've done that perfectly, Matt. Kept overtime going here. It is going to start to decay a little bit quicker, but there it is. Kellen is down. Pulse bomb caught Bliss. And Team Liquid are going to finish this map with a flourish. Before Tree goes, he sends a parting gift to Seeker. A posthumous kill, a Pyrrhic victory for him, but overall, a very positive map win for Team Liquid. We're going all the way to 5, folks, and can't imagine any other way this series ought to end.
This series started out where it looked like it was going to be a blowout in favor of SSG. And then as we've gone on and now Infected has come in on the Malga, and we've seen whether it be Malga v Malga or the Winston come into play against the Malga comp, Team Liquid looks impossible to move that Malga off of the objective, really off of the field. I mean, Infected rarely dying, it feels like. And now SSG needs to search for some answers, man. A game 5 is not where they expected to be.
And this is Team Liquid here after a stumble at the start of stage 1. They really didn't get out of the gates. They got beaten 3-0 by Timeless. Since then, they have been able to recover. They did have a pretty decent run back. But again, being 5-2, put them a little bit behind the 8 ball. It's a close game against Nightmare that gets them into this very matchup, and the series starts horrifically for Team Liquid. They're trying to play ball. They're trying to play everything they can against the Winston look, off this team, and it wasn't enough until they finally braved the storm of bans targeted at this Malga comp, and they get to bring out what they've been working on. Something that the consensus in EMEA especially is that it is the best comp. And not even Space Station are able to stop them in this map. Lock it in, folks, a game 5. And we'll see this Malga comp surely pedaled out again. Do Space Station have a silver bullet left?
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, you would think they would have used it by now with the way things have gone. But, man, I would love to see just kind of the map set and the bans, right? Like what we potentially have left here for SSG to work with. Not many great options potentially, right? To especially deal with that Maga, because Maga was so impactful earlier in the series, right? Where people kind of going, for that. I'm just, man, what do you do here if you are SSG for game 5? In terms of map selection, and then also in terms of like ban. We don't have like a great you have like, okay, so Dorado would be the one. I was gonna say you don't have a game like a Gibraltar, for instance, in the pool, right? But Dorado still kind of creates that same impact with the dive. I just don't know what do you get rid of here if you're SSG. I mean,
you could try and force Tracer here if you're worried about Knife's Genji. You feel like, where's Sugar Free the strongest here? Can you set him up?
Sugar Free's Genji's been nasty. Yeah, it's just obviously
it was also, but maybe there might be a little bit more reliance on like that Ana play. A Zen ban here for SSG, so protecting any other supports, and then an Ashe ban here from TL, which is kind of interesting because I don't know if we should expect something to go that way. It has happened, but I feel like he'd be happy on Sojourn either way.
I also wonder if this is just another support ban because all of the supports are available for Team Liquid, right? Like you would just ban Ana, for instance, right? And that would mess everything up, right? Like if you banned Ana here,
to protect ban for you.
Yeah, you have to kind of protect ban for the support. And then Ashe is a character that we see Seeker play a decent amount, especially on these like really long sightlines where we don't see Tree play it as much, I would say, as like Seeker, right? So I think these last two maps, those bans for SSG are just to kind of give them some protection against this potential ban that could come through from Team Liquid.
Both teams' bans, subtle but reasonable. Both trying to target each other's weaknesses, or at least defender strengths if you're an SSG player. Make sure CJ and Bliss can play this Ana Brig setup. A lot on the line in this game, folks. A guaranteed top 2 placing, a spot at a Champions Clash in Hangzhou. And of course, a chance to fight for that #1 seed in NA, which will account for a heck of a lot. Oh, did I mention a lot of prize money on the line? 30K for a #1 team in NA. That's before they even hit the international stage. It all ends here, folks, on Dorado. Liquid on the attack side. We'll be opening here with at least a Widow look. It'll be SSG on that classic Winston-based comp.
Well, with so much high ground here, it's really difficult to play like the Maga. Like, for instance, like Team Liquid has played like the ball on this map, even historically in the past, right? Where the high ground might just be too strong to deal with, right? So it will be Tree though playing the Widow here against Seeker. Rarely, rare chance we see Seeker not playing the Widow off the start here.
Seeker might be happy to switch into that matchup here. I felt like Tree was just wanting to linger on it a little bit longer just to fool Space Station. We still have a Widow in play. A whip shot here will delay Kellen's landing, but he opts just to perch up here on the building, so he's got a lot of flexibility. They know where the Widow is. Tree has to respect that Winston will come knocking. But there is support in the Brig playing by Tree. That's a lot of resources, though, Matt, to allocate to keeping this Widow relevant.
Oh, absolutely, right? Especially when they're not really giving the Widow great sightlines. I mean, we're on with Tree's POV because you never want to miss anything with a Widowmaker, something happen. But really no sightlines given over towards Tree. Is Kellen here now just being a nuisance, right? Nobody kind of peeking from that high ground. This is as good as, this is kind of the map you would want for Kellen, right? This is like a map that all his heroes fits their hero pool as he gets a little bit far out here. Nice right click there. Following that up, that's a bio there from CJ.
Vega is guaranteeing a lot of healing from down there. Every time Kellen pops over, there's a whip shot that triggers that inspired healing. But still, this is not enough damage here to deal with someone like Kellen. Now they're on the... We've got a comp that can obviously sleep the Winston, but Kellen's being extra careful because he knows if he gets slept and bioed, he's done. He's got to respect the pulse bomb here, and surely you're tracking it at about now into the game. We're, of course, you know, over a minute and a half in. And there's RuPaul going down. Kellen with a nice little primal rage here. And he's far from finished, my goodness. Vega is torn limb from limb.
Oh,
and Tree will not be allowed to get back into spawn. That is a dirty primal. The space station start to flex their muscles.
Well, look, when Maga was not played in those first 2 maps, right? It looked a little bit like this, right? It just kind of turned completely. You know, Knife started to play better, obviously Infected, and everybody started to come alive. When they play some of that Maga. Here on Dorado, a lot like a map like Gibraltar, can't really do that because there's so much high ground access that you need here or else you're going to fall apart.
Disrupt the shot's awkward there. It's going to force RuPaul out of position, and Tree segmented off on the rest of his team. Bliss, though, is the trade here as RuPaul ends up nanoing Vega. The knife was also low. He had to recall. CJ, though, is plucked out by Infected, and he comes back for a second bite at the apple, and feast he will. Another big primal, this time from the side of Team Liquid, and this is going to give them a window into the game.
Well, they're going to get the cart moving. Sugar Freeze on the cart just gives themselves a little bit of a few seconds there of stall. So you do have another fight, though. SSG with an opportunity to get basically a first point hold here. They could come out maybe behind this Seeker overclock. He picks up a few kills here. I mean, it is GG potentially.
They have what they need, Matt. This disrupt the shot also creates that spacing behind the brig. Sugar Free, though, just want to pulse that. There it is. Oh, buddy. Knife through it instantly. Seeker finds yet another one. Beautifully done. Now we can drop here onto the point.
And RuPaul's going to die here late. They're going to leave RuPaul. RuPaul's all the way in the back here.
They say snitches get stitches, and Seeker just caught the golden one, baby. That's beautiful. RuPaul down. Bio shrugged off by Kellen. And our space station. 13 seconds in the round. Looking to shut Liquid out. They've switched over to the Wrecking Ball. We're Lucio Kiriko, 14 Liquid. It's a last-ditch attempt to have a respectable chance in this map. Off to the races we go. It's going to be a whip shot back on Infected. He's a little low, but still will look to keep this overtime going. An overclock for Tree. Might be the savior they're looking for, but he doesn't have it just yet. Bio on Infected. Knife is low. Forced to recall. Here it is, overclock. You've got to get Kellen, but he had a primal. And another dirty one. Once more, Tree is juggled. Kellen now looking for Kiriko. RuPaul under pressure. CJ just casually finds 3 kills in this fight. A Bio to finish it off. And all buddy. Team Liquid are in the doldrums. Teetering on the edge.
Dude.
His SSG look to put him to the sword.
I mean, Kellen's primals have been filthy today, right? That one by the spawn connects with 3. That time Tree coming around, overclock. He is dealt with so fast with that primal rage. So, dude, I mean, for Team Liquid, obviously, you know, an opportunity here potentially to get like an even fuller hold, right? But they're gonna have to figure out a way to win on some of these games that are not, you know, Maga based, right? It's really been SSG that when Maga has not been the play and it's been some Winston or some other stuff, that is where even the ball comp, right? SSG looks pretty good against. Where this has been what has kind of been the bane of Team Liquid's existence here, right? Not being able to maybe play some of these Winston based comps.
This is obviously where Space Station's bread is buttered. They could try their Widow at first. It feels like Tree maybe just stuck to it a little bit too long. Just a little.
I mean,
brutal. I mean,
maybe,
Infected had a great primal. Good juggle. I think found like 2 or 3 kills on his own, but by that point, things were already in disarray. And Space Station, Seeker just flattens him with that rail. It's just over.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's like, oh, you stay on the Widow too long. I think also you probably have a good idea, like, hey, we need like a pick to start to get things moving, right? And maybe it would have been difficult to find on the Sojourn, because you're going to see Seeker probably play it here. At least at the start, he's going to go back to the spawn. It looks like he's going to make that change, yeah. So you would have potentially maybe even seen some Ashe play, right? But the Ashe does get banned here, so.
Knife's already looking to make his way around. Also, we'll try and stall the card, touch on it as quickly as possible. RuPaul is hoping this skin gives him some good luck. Can see why he'd think so. Still Kellen a little bit low at the time. Still be able to play behind the car. Block that LOS here. Get topped up inside the bubble and then play from this low room here. Infected now is going to be pulled in about 3 different directions as Kellen is going to hit the back line. Great whip shot, though. That shuts down that aggression. Kellen now irrelevant for the next couple of seconds. Until once more he has the chance to accost this backline, but Seeker has eventually been felled. Infected's able to achieve his objective quicker than Kellen can. And honestly, you got to credit Vega with a great heads-up whip shot that keeps Kellen off his target.
Infected was slept there, but he's able to kind of stay alive and get back to the rest of his team. As you see both Winstons, right, just using this sleep, try and get different positions. We see Kellen trying to get up over there on like that bridge area and try and make a play, and then constantly jumping up towards the high ground here. That time get hit with another whip shot. So Vega doing a nice job protecting that high ground.
Oh, I can see RuPaul was considering throwing a bio down there, but it would have exposed him a little bit too much. This is good, though. CJ can't withstand that. And it's a primal here that may not have been necessary for Infected, honestly. Probably had them dead to rights regardless. But there's a message to send here as well.
Okay, so Team Liquid starting to get things rolling, right? That's their Nano and Primal. But still, we're going to be below 2 minutes on the game clock. An opportunity here. Right, you win another fight, you're at like a minute 30, even if you lose that one, right? You still give yourself the same opportunity that we just saw SSG have.
Under 2 minutes. Pulse for knife, Nano here for Kellen. You can cycle this into a primal. This could be it right now. Defensive bio used there quite effectively by RuPaul. But Kellen's going to wait for another rotation of cooldowns before he goes in. Knife here. Pulse was no good, but he can still be a threat on the card as Kellen eventually gets brought down. What? He couldn't primal! Was that not the plan?
I actually think he was probably like, waiting to use that primal, and then ended up just taking like a boatload of damage, with Vega there in the mix. And I mean, now you're going to be even below the time that I thought you would be at, right? You're at 1 minute and 20 here. You use what? You're going to use a leap there to go on to Vega. He's going to whip shot. You're going to use primal. He's going to rally, and then you're going to get stunned. I mean, this is starting to fall apart here for SSG.
Kellen has got to get something done. He's been pretty anemic on this attack side. He needs to get into the backline badly. Tree's hit with the bio, but he doesn't go for the Sojourn. Instead, stunned up by the rallying Brig. And that window where you could have picked up Tree has gone begging. Infected, though's been brought down. So SSG have no pressure on them, really, outside of what Tree's trying to manufacture, and he's going to be brought down as well. They're so close. Just a couple of centimeters, and they'll be there. Space Station still need to get through the raid boss that is Vega. RuPaul went down after giving off the Nano, but Knife is out of the game, and Vega eventually is going to fall. Space Station Gaming turn up the heat, and Liquid vaporize. It's an SSG with a guaranteed slot at that Champions Clash.
And it was not easy there towards the end. Team Liquid actually with a really good defense. If Team Liquid actually just gave themselves a little, and not even like a major push on offense, right? Even if they just got the first checkpoint and get a little bit around the corner, I mean, they were set up great potentially to win the map, but their push goes absolutely nowhere on their offensive side. Team Liquid puts themselves in a really difficult position on defense, and even with a few good fight wins, it's still not enough.
The world is healing. We ended this epic 5-map battle with a Winston mirror. Liquid might not agree, I guess, about that comment, where that definitely doesn't seem like they're as comfortable there, but what choice do you have? It's Dorado. It's basically written in the very capstone of this map. You must play these dive comps. Yeah. And eventually, Space Station Gaming getting to circle back around to the map pool, you pick the worst map for Malga.
And not only do we obviously get SSG securing their spot in the Champions Clash, but now we'll get Team Liquid versus Nightmare for the 3rd time in 3 weeks, right? Series at 1-1 here currently at the moment, right? But
it was 0-3, 3-1. And
yes.
Then,
but we just heard Zero say that, they felt they played really terrible in that one. Potentially that they kind of ended up throwing it. You look at those maps, they were really close. So that's a fantastic game to see the other team from NA going to China.
Absolutely. That was a lot of fun. 2 teams with 2 preferred styles. I think they differ quite a lot. I'm curious to hear what our desk has to say as we wrap this one up. We're going to head over to them, but first, hear some sounds from the victorious moment.
Let's go.
Those are the winning moments for SSG. It started to look like they're running away with it very early on in this series, but somehow, some way, Team Liquid are clawing their way back into this one. So, Jake, let's break it down. Let's talk about first things first, of course, Mauga. Mauga seems to be their strength. It started to look up once they were able to actually play a Mauga and a Mauga mirror.
Yeah, I think both SSG, you know, tried to play a lot of dive into the Mauga today. Nightmare tried it as well. And I think this still shows that Mauga has a place in the meta, right? Like on some of these maps, Team Liquid able to execute it super well and able to get a lot of mileage out of the Mauga comp. So I think for that rematch tomorrow between Team Liquid and Nightmare, I think Mauga is going to be featured pretty heavily with the way the results went today. And I think Nightmare need to be adapted to that. They need to be ready to either take the mirror or have something else cooked up to deal with it, because still very relevant, as much as I think dive was clearly more popular today in North America.
Yeah, as much as we all are not the biggest fans of those Mauga mirrors, it does seem to be a strength for a lot of those teams. Another thing, of course, if you're looking at Team Liquid, that is always a strength to them, is the ball comp. That one was fun, and that certainly gave SSG some trouble. Like, they didn't seem to be able to get past that infected raid boss.
Yeah, I think Esperanza was played really well by Infected, got a lot of mileage, but the Winston comp, I think, was a little bit stronger on the dive today. I mean, both teams were trying to run them both in both regions, but I felt, okay, this Winston is just hitting hard, hitting fast. Kellen played a fantastic series here. I think especially on Dorado, his defense was just impressive. I mean, he's constantly over the top of them. He's not exactly getting like tons and tons of kills, but that's not his job there on defense. It's just delaying the rotation, stalling RuPaul and Vega, preventing them from getting into position to assist the dives on the high ground. And he played that incredibly well there. So I was really impressed by Kellen this series. The Winston is clearly a strong suit, and you can't blame SSG for wanting to continue to run it with how well Kellen's playing. But I think, you know, whether you want to be a Winston team, whether you want to be a Mauga team, you know, it doesn't really matter right now. I think the top teams are to compete in the international stage, you're going to need to have both in the bag.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see where the teams are taking us tomorrow, especially that lower bracket match between Nightmare and Team Liquid. But of course, SSG, they remain on top. They came into the playoffs as our first seed. They were on top, although it was a very, very competitive region, literally until the very last day of play in stage 1. Things were still shifting around. We were already starting to look at like tiebreakers there. So Space Station just inched ahead by a little bit, and now they're making that upper bracket run. So overall, of course, phenomenal performance from Space Station Gaming, and a lot of that has to do with those individuals popping up in Sugarbrand. I love that. Sugarbrand, I mean, he was Donkey Kong them, all right? Sugarbrand did have a phenomenal match today. Yeah.
You gotta give it up for Lenny. I mean, he came out in map 1 just swinging for the fences. He put on some sick, nasty team fights, just crushed Team Liquid. Honestly, first 2 maps, I was like, okay, this is just over, man. Like SSG are on a different level. And Sugar Free, he was the tip of that spear so many times in this series, charging into the backline. And this is RuPaul and Vega. I mean, this is like some of the best supports out of NA, and Sugar Free's just completely dancing on them with the help of Kellen diving into that backline. And phenomenal performance from him. Whether the Tracer is, I think, the most exciting to watch, but when he brings out the Genji, the Echo, you know, everything he's got on that level too. So such a flexible player. I don't think it's a stretch to say Sugar Free is the best player in North America right now. I think he's been there for a little while, but now it's pretty clear with the performance he put on today.
Absolutely. And we do have an interview now as well with, I believe, CJ, question mark, exclamation point. We did it. Hey, CJ, nice to have you on for a quick chat. First of all, congratulations. You guys punched your tickets to China. How important was this for your team to make our first LAN event?
I mean, it was kind of important. Like, that's kind of the whole reason our team came together in the first place. It was a team that's designed to win, I guess, in a way. And finally being Liquid after losing to them in the first week, it was definitely fulfilling.
Yeah, let's talk about that victory we just saw, because at the beginning, it quite frankly looked like you're going to run away with it, but then something shifted. Team Liquid started to get back into this. They're allowed to play that Mauga. They had success with their ball. If you had to put your finger on it, why do you think they suddenly managed to take maps off of you?
I don't know. I think the only reason why I took maps is honestly, I think I was playing like not the best, as like, or like not as I normally do. I don't think they really did anything different. I just think I wasn't playing up to like what I normally do. So I think that's the only reason why they won maps. I don't think they did anything special or different.
All right. CJ is locked in, ready to win this whole thing, take the championship for NA. I feel like you came out super strong on map 1, had a lot of really big impact sleeps, game-winning catches on the opposing backline. Did you guys come into this match thinking it would be like a really dominant victory for you guys, or how much in terms of like the scrim results and everything did you think Team Liquid would be able to push you to the limit?
Okay, that's actually funny. Scrim results, I think for like the past 2 weeks, I don't think we won like any scrims at all until like the last couple days where we like started to win scrims. So I think like personally, I think we're like kind of nervous, but then once we started winning scrims again, I think our confidence levels rose a lot. And yeah, I mean, Liquid's just another NA team. It's not like they're a Korean team, so there's not much to worry about.
Right, not much to worry about. Well, you're going to be facing off against either Team Liquid or Nightmare in the finals for this one. That's going to be all for seeding and money, of course. Is there a team out of the two that you would prefer to go up against, or where you feel you're matching up against them more favorably?
I think Nightmare definitely has the ability to like punch up higher than Liquid, but I actually don't care who we play tomorrow. I have friends on both teams, and I think it's going to be fun either way.
Right, well, we're in for a good time, I'm pretty sure. CJ, thank you so much for taking the time. Congratulations once more, and best of luck in your match tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much.
CJ from SSG. You know what, Jack? I just absolutely love answers like that. Every time I'm giving them an opportunity to like praise the other team, they go like, nah, they didn't play good. We just played shit.
I mean, that's what you want out of a top player, right? The mentality that
for real.
The match is always in your control, and like you will win every single game if you play to your potential. That's like what I honestly, from a coaching perspective, what I want to hear from a top player like CJ, who is really now finally in that echelon of being a true top player in the scene. You know, I think for a few years he was probably on that second tier, but now being here on SSG, hitting his personal peak, I think, as a player, putting up a huge performance against some of the best players in the world on Team Liquid. I mean, it's you gotta have some serious respect for CJ right now as he's headed to a major international LAN, and I'm just excited to see what he can bring on support against, like you were saying, some of those Korean teams that he's more than likely gonna meet in China.
That was also such a funny reply. It's just another NA team. It's not like they're Korean. I mean, it is what it is. But they are in our finals, and they got that first slot, the first ticket to China for the region. Now, tomorrow, we will be seeing Nightmare and Team Liquid duke it out in the lower bracket finals. That's going to be an explosive one. Do you think there is a clear favorite just based on what we've seen from both of these teams?
I feel like that series is so hard to call. I think it's actually a dead heat, and I feel like that's a rare situation in Overwatch where I really don't know who I'm favored to win. I mean, I know Liquid won 3-1 last time, but the way those maps went was really weird. It wasn't like a dominant win from Liquid. They won, I think, Havana with like a way worse kill-death ratio, which is very rare to see, where a team is dominating the stats and then just winning a couple critical final second fights gets it over the line for Team Liquid. It's like, that doesn't feel good to win that way. It's like you're happy you got the win for Team Liquid, but now for the rematch, I think Nightmare is going to come out ferociously aggressive the same way they played today. I don't think they're going to have any respect for Team Liquid. As good as Liquid is, I don't think it's a question of their skill. It's just about the way Nightmare is as a squad right now. They're playing their style. They're forcing their will on the game. And the question is, can Team Liquid weather that storm?
Is this a case of let's go to the bot dungeon tonight and like figure something out, like spot some weaknesses, or do you feel like each of the teams should just focus on what they look best at?
It's a tough call. I mean, I think there's a lot to be reviewed for both sides, and they're honestly quite different teams. I will say a couple bright spots for Team Liquid. I feel Vega actually really turned it up, especially for the last few maps in the series. You know, even though they lost on Dorado, I think Vega's Brig was really solid, was really mitigating Kellen's impact. Despite the fact Kellen's playing phenomenally well, I felt Vega was actually really on point with the whip shots. Very, very clean play, blocked some key pulse bombs, like kept the game winnable for them because Vega was playing basically perfect there at the end of the series. So I think if there's going to be a key player to watch, it is going to be Vega in particular, and maybe also RuPaul, because I think those supports are going to be the linchpin in surviving Nightmare's aggression. Like if they can survive and fight off those flankers, block pulse bombs, you know, hit sleep darts, that's going to be the key game-changing effect, I think, for the squad.
That's right. Well, Jake, thank you so much for breaking it all down for us today. As always, it's an absolute pleasure to pick your very wrinkly brain. How did it get so wrinkly? I don't understand.
Too many hours
Anyway.
of Overwatch, so about 20,000 of them. You know, it starts to add up after a
Every
while.
single wrinkle is a day played. That's what it is. Well, Jake, unfortunately, you won't be with us tomorrow, but you'll be back again for promotion and relegation matches. So make sure everyone to mark your calendars. April 13th is when that's going to go down, and Jake will be part of it. So that's going to be a good time for sure. But that's it for us today. We're going to see you all again tomorrow for the Stage 1 playoffs conclusion to find out which two teams will be joining VP and SSG and which two teams will be crowned the winner of their respective region for Stage 1. So a lot of exciting stuff on the not very distant horizon. Thank you all so much for watching, and we're going to see you again tomorrow.